Tut's uns allen einen Gefallen und sagt nicht bei jedem Request ja bitte. Weil sonst gehen uns die Mikrofone aus. Hallo Morgen!
Ja, also gleich erstes Speaker an dir. Ansonsten kannst du ihm sagen, es geht um eine Handkuppe. Das ja. Ja, wenn es zu viel arbeitet, wenn du es zeitlich irgendwie ausschaust, dann gib ihm eine Handkuppe. Er gefragt, ob es sowas gibt und ich habe gesagt, möglicherweise. Das muss man mit dem Techniker abklären. Ich habe gesehen, über Niklas, das geht fix.
Check 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2, 3. Here we go. If I talk like this all the time, you barely hear me. So you have to talk like this.
In addition to that,
Okay.
wait for it.
Whatever
Okay.
you say.
So you guys, you got.
Test one.
Exactly.
on right now. Okay.
So now test one. One, two. Yeah. One, two.
Now?
Okay.
Now?
No, because the sound.
Okay.
I think that's one thing when walking around, it's all perfect. It will work technically.
We have a video just before you.
Ja.
You okay with that?
Aber wobei die Caroline fängt an, macht die Anmoderation ganz kurz und sagt, jetzt kommt das Video und dann geht's los. Bist du bereit, Sascha? Ja. Starten gleich mit dem Video. So, Caroline can start with the inspiration and afterwards the video. Sasha.
Okay. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. How are we doing? Is everybody awake? Come on, give me a clap. Come on. How is everybody this morning? You see, you are the real hardcore, passionate people being here at 9:30. Thank you so much. And for those of you who were at our great tech show last night, what a phenomenal show. But also, can I just say, Israel definitely wins on innovation and entrepreneurship. And can I also say, I really do believe this might be Israel's conference. Over here is our contingent from Israel who have come, and there's so much learning here. So can we just make sure there's lots of conversation and respect from the huge amount of contribution from Israel this time. So it's always good to recognize good behavior and practice. Now, we have 3 keynotes to start our day to make sure we get all of that energy and juices flowing. For those of you who know Judy Human, she has been here with us before many times. She was due to be with us today as well, but unfortunately was not able to travel. However, the amazing Judy Human, being Judy Human, she did send us a video. So we're going to open your day very gently, and the subject of Judy's video is Achieving Equality of Employment for Persons with Disabilities. So we're going to give Judy a big clap anyway, and we're going to, because this is live streamed. Hi, Judy. Judy's video.
Hello, my name is Judy Human, and I'm very pleased to have the chance to speak with you today, albeit by a video. I want to thank the Essl Foundation and the Zero Project for their continued commitment to a world without barriers for disabled people across all areas of life, including in the important realm of employment. The importance of work and employment in a person's life cannot be overstated. Work is essential to financial independence, and across cultures, an individual's ability to work and contribute to their community is a source of social status and individual self-worth. This is no less true whether an individual has a disability or not. For all its importance, though, equal access to decent work continues to be elusive for too many disabled people around the world. I want to take a few minutes to discuss some of the key factors that I believe are important to address if we are to achieve the goal of true equality of employment for persons with disabilities. First, true commitment to inclusive education, including in the realm of vocational training. Countries are increasing their focus and investment in vocational training, and indeed lifelong learning for all learners. In too many countries, though, disabled students are not included in mainstream education or vocational training. Parallel systems are all too common, and the typical result is the use of substandard curricula, lowered standards of achievement, and fewer prospects for employment in the formal economy. We know that separate but equal does not.
Is this where I have to do some dancing? Judy? Anyone? Did anybody have a nice dinner last night? So the next session is called Technology and how it empowers employment and business impact. And we love how technology always just seems to take the rug from under our feet. Do you think we'll get this back? Of course, I can't see you down there. Michael, do you think we might just, would we move on to Patrick and come back to Judy? Would we do that? Shall we just go we'll take a risk. Okay. Okay. This is a great segue into the next keynote speech, which was about technology, about technology and how it enhances or empowers employment and business impact. And our keynote speaker is Patrick Romsek. Patrick Romsek himself, but also he is from Cisco. And for those of us who were in the business room yesterday, Patrick got up and spoke. First of all, he is a brilliant speaker, so you're just going to really enjoy this. He's a man who's like me, he moves around. But what was really interesting listening to Patrick yesterday, he speaks like a business leader and a really strong, strategic person within business, but he also uses his heart. And what's really interesting is this work that he's speaking about is not actually his role. He decided to do this himself because he cared passionately about it. These are the evangelists, these are the champions, and these are the leaders that we need to cultivate. So can you put a big, warm round of applause to Patrick Romsek?
Thank you, Carolyn. I'll never live up to that introduction, so I want you to have very low expectations. This will be the worst presentation of the day. And I'm not going to sit up there like Henry Kissinger, so I hope you don't mind. I'm going to walk around a little bit. As Carolyn said, my name is Pat Romsek, and my day job is I lead cloud strategy at Cisco Systems. My nights and weekends job, though, is I'm a passionate advocate for people with disabilities and specifically about how we can transform their lives using employment. Judy talked a little bit about the difference it makes in people's lives when they have a job. We all know that. I'm going to talk to you about a project I started at Cisco about 1.5 years ago that we call Project Life Changer. Self-explanatory. I'll talk to you a little bit about what we were trying to do, the problem we're trying to solve, what we achieved, and more importantly, kind of where we go from here. But as a little bit of backdrop, in case you don't know Cisco, Cisco is the worldwide leader in telecommunications and collaboration technologies. We're in virtually every country of the world. We like to think that we powered the internet. But beyond that, Cisco is a company with great heart and great culture. And Cisco enables people like me, in my role, to do things outside of my day job. And so about 1.5 years ago, as I said, I started a project at Cisco to endeavor to employ people with disabilities using technology as an enabler. And I've done a number of things outside of my normal job. I'm involved in the not-for-profit community, and I'm most proud of the fact that I'm a special needs parent. My son Andrew is my inspiration. And I know the difference it makes for Andrew when he does something worthwhile, the esteem that it provides him. So I became aware of the horrible situation around employment and thought maybe technology is a way that we can solve this. So I don't know how many of you know this. These are US statistics at the top, but employment of people with disabilities in the world is awful, tragic, unacceptable in a civilized world is the way I would describe it. 80% of the people in the world with a disability don't work. 50% of the people in the world with a disability that have gone and gotten a 4-year college degree don't work. That's unacceptable. So the thought we had was, can we elevate some of these folks by using technology as a way to employ them? At Cisco, we use telecommunications equipment every day. I work out of my home a couple days a week. I meet with people all over the world in my day job using telepresence. Why couldn't a person with a disability use technology to work in a way that's flexible and works for them? That was our original premise. So what we did was we looked at the landscape across the world and recognized that there are many places in the world that have workforce targets for people with disabilities. Many of these countries, I won't tell you which ones, we don't meet the workforce targets, and I found out Cisco was paying penalties in these countries. Local general managers in some of these countries just simply paid the penalties rather than meet the workforce targets. Again, unacceptable. So the idea that we had was to use collaboration technology coupled with accessibility capabilities to enable a person to work anywhere, to work from home 2 days a week if they needed to work from home full-time if they needed to have accessible technology to do whatever they needed to do and work on an equal level and an equal platform with everyone else. That's what we aspired to do. And our vision was work is something you do, not a place that you go. Work is something you do, not somewhere you go. That was our original idea. So we used video and collaboration technology. We identified specific roles that we thought we could hire people into at Cisco. We identified 4 major employment centers: Bangalore, India; Krakow, Poland; Brussels; San Jose, our headquarters, as well as Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we hired people. We identified positions, we hired them into jobs, we let them work virtually, and the results were amazing. We've now hired about 60 people. Their productivity is more than twice the productivity of their coworkers who don't have disabilities. I'll give you an example of the project we did in in Bangalore. But we saw this everywhere, and we heard this yesterday from a couple of the speakers when they talked about the productivity impact. So while people thought initially this project was sort of a social justice, charity work, let's make sure we hire some of these folks, it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do for them, but it's the right thing to do for our business too. And that's what we proved in this project. So of course, once we had success, we had more success. And all of a sudden, business leaders thought, this is not only a good thing to do, it's actually really good for our business. There's millions of dollars of potential cost savings to Cisco by not having to pay penalties in some of these countries, and there's billions of dollars of brand equity, what I call brand equity. A company like Cisco, customers buy from us in part because of who we are, not just what we do. So the brand potential for us was pretty significant. We've been recognized, fortunately, through some innovation awards. This speaks to the culture and the soul of Cisco. Cisco had an innovation contest a year ago, 1,100 entries from 2,000 employees worldwide. And out of all of those entries, this project was identified as the top innovation project at Cisco. So it speaks to the fact that this is not just something good to do and good for people, it's actually good for business. Let me give you an example. So in Bangalore, India, like many technology companies, we have a technical center. And our technical assistance center is where you get routed to if you have a problem with a Cisco product. And somebody on the phone answers your question and tries to help you, just like most other tech companies. So we hired initially a handful of visually impaired, blind folk to work in Bangalore in our technical assistance center. So think about how hard it is to be a technical engineer at Cisco and you're blind. We provided them screen readers. We gave them the capability of working in a way that was flexible for them, and the results were amazing. Their productivity, the blind engineers' productivity, was more than twice the productivity of their coworkers who were not blind. Why is that? People have asked me, well, why is that? Well, it's because people with disabilities spend their entire lives overcoming barriers. Their entire lives. They're overachievers. Character traits are part of who they are and what they do. And character traits, as we all know, are the things that make us successful. It's not what we know. It's not where we went to school. It's who we are. Well, these people had a drive and integrity. They got along with people. They were committed to their success and their team's success. Productivity doubled. Turnover went down. Error rates went down. And it was a great success story. These people worked really hard, and they raised the bar for their entire work group, which now, by the way, has their overall productivity of this group went up because of the fact that we hired these folks. We hired a few, then we hired a few more. We've now hired 38 people in Bangalore to do these kinds of roles. And we've hired people across the company. And what we learned was there is a massive talent pool that is invisible to most companies of qualified people that want to work. Contrary to popular belief, most of these folks absolutely would rather have a job than be on public assistance. You have to match the talent with the opportunity, though, because many of these folks don't work. You can't look for a black belt with 12 years of experience living in San Jose. Those are not going to necessarily be people with disabilities because they probably haven't worked. So you have to match the talent with the opportunity. What we did is we focused on early in career roles, entry-level roles in our technical center, in accounting, in finance, and legal. You need partners to make this work because we couldn't find the talent pool. And we used many of you to help us. Executive leadership is absolutely essential. You need evangelists because a hiring manager will always take the path of least resistance, at least at Cisco, because they're in a rapid-paced environment, and they're typically, because of it takes an extra step or two to hire folks with disabilities, they probably won't take that extra step or two. So leadership is really important. And process change is important as well. The HR organization has to embrace this as a new way of doing things. But more importantly, what we found is while this was great success, I still feel it's the tip of the iceberg. You know, Cisco's a company of 70,000 employees. We have a long way to go. But one of our biggest challenges is finding employable talent. Big talent pool, lots of these folks, and Judy was talking about this, lots of these folks don't have the requisite experience or skills that we might be looking for. So while we had success, we think we can have even more success, and that kind of brings me to the next evolution of Life Changer, which we're working on now. These are US stats, but they represent the same story all over the world. Did you know that in the United States, while it's 13% of the population, only 60% of people with disabilities graduate high school? 20% go to college, 16% graduate college. These numbers are all less than half of the normal, regular population. At the end of the day, if you took 100 people with disabilities, a random sample of 100 people with disabilities, 1 out of 100 would have a 4-year college degree, any kind of full-time work experience, and any kind of discipline that we call STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. That's a very small talent pool. So what can we do about it? What we can do about it is we can try to focus on the 99, not just to find the 1 out of 100, but what can we do about the 99 to create employable skills for them to get jobs at Cisco and at Cisco partners and all of the companies of the world that hire technology people. That's what we're working on now. We call it Life Changer Academy. Cisco has a networking academy. There's 9,000 network academies in the world. We have 1 million students a year that go through our academy. It is not focused on people with disability. That's what we're focused on changing. So our plan is to create an academy without barriers that allows people with disability to attend an educational program that results in certification that ultimately results in employment and do it the same way we hired these people, in a way that works for them, whether it's working from home or it's going to class or doing both. That's what we're planning on doing now. So we've learned a lot. We're now systematizing this across Cisco and making this mainstream in what we do. We're trying to drive thought leadership because we really believe that not only will this work at Cisco, this will work in many companies. Technology enables us to do things differently. We're trying to build a global supply chain of talent and create awareness of not only the challenges, but the opportunity that this pool of untapped talent represents in the world. And we think at the end of the day, this is a unique opportunity and a unique time to positively impact not only our workforce and our business results, but people's lives. This video, and I'm not going to show the video, is a gentleman on the right. He's one of the blind engineers in Bangalore. And when we started this project, we said, if we can change one person's life, it's all worth it. And I got this video a couple months ago, and he says in the video, this project transformed my life and gave me opportunities I could never have imagined. It was all worth it. So we think the opportunity is huge to expand the talent pool, to give companies access to a new pool of talent that they haven't tapped into, using technology as a way. In the process, it builds our brand equity and recognizes Cisco and helps us realize our vision as the company that's going to change the way the world works, lives, plays, and learns, which has been our vision for 30 years. But in the process, we have an opportunity to benefit everyone. Our employees, our workforce and our productivity, our overall business results, government, society, and ultimately, people's lives. And what greater legacy do we have than doing that? So I'm going to just close by thanking you for letting me talk. I hope you found this useful and interesting. If you want more information, let me know. And I would challenge all of you to think, not just how we do what we did yesterday better, but how we do something different and provocative to fundamentally change the trajectory of this challenge, which we all know about, which fundamentally hasn't changed in a long time. Now is the time where we can really make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick, you wouldn't come back here just for a quick question, would you?
Sure.
Thank you. See, he's great, wasn't he? I have a question very quickly because it is of interest. So you say that Cisco, what you do in Cisco can be done in other companies. So is there a role for Cisco in helping convene other companies or sharing best practice, or is that something Cisco are doing?
Yes, there is. Great question. I've been asked this a couple times. We believe that this is something that could be applicable in most companies. The kinds of people we hired are knowledge workers. How many of you all have accountants, legal people, finance people, technical people that sit at their desk all day? Technology is pervasive and available now, not just from Cisco, but Microsoft's here and other companies can do the same thing. So absolutely, I believe the opportunity is more pervasive than just Cisco. We haven't talked a lot about it because, frankly, we wanted to prove the results ourselves first. But absolutely, there's an opportunity for us to share best practices and to learn from each other in a way that really has an impact.
And can I just pick up on something that we talk about a lot? So this company's obsession nearly in getting it perfect before they go out. But no company can get it perfect, right? So can we start encouraging companies to even start talking about starting the journey together with each other?
That's a great point, Carolyn. So we did a pilot. We didn't have this all figured out and did a bunch of analysis and said, okay, let's go. And it's, you know, we had flow charts, and that's not what we did. We did a pilot. In the technology world, it's called DevOps, right? You develop something, you try it, you test it, you refine it, you develop it more. That's how it works in the technology world. We use the same principle here. Iterative design, iterative development. We did a pilot, we figured out what worked for us, we refined it, we expanded it. And we could do the same in any other company. Any other company could do the same thing. The key is to do something different.
Exactly.
And not accept the status quo.
Exactly. Well, thank you very, very much.
My pleasure.
Massive round of applause for Pat.
Thank you.
Okay, so Judy, you haven't missed on Judy. So the link to Judy's video is going to be on the app for all of you, and it will also be on the Zero Project website. We're really, really sorry, but there's captioning also on it, so if you need it, you just press the CC button and you get the captioning. So we're really, really sorry about that, but you have full access to it both on the app and through the website. Okay, our third keynote speaker of this morning is Shira Ruderman, and she is going to talk about tri-partnership collaborations. We know the scale of the issue that we face is really about cross-partnership and collaboration from many, many sectors. And Shira is going to talk about her experience both from Israel and from America. So a big round of applause, please, for Shira Ruderman.
Well, Patrick, to follow you, it's a hard task. And if this is the worst you can do, I am worried about what's the best you can do. So, first of all, I would like just to start by thanking Martin and Michael for having me here and acknowledge our two important people, Jay Ruderman, the president of the Ruderman Family Foundation, and Galia Granot, my wonderful program officer, and to tell you that my presentation was done by our amazing staff that is visually impaired. So like you said, Patrick, I think technology can break a lot of barriers. So the Ruderman Family Foundation is a global international foundation that has a global approach on the issue of inclusion. We believe in a social impact. We truly believe in leading by example. We believe that inclusion is not a program, a unit in your business. It's actually a value, a mindset on everyone's mind. Our foundation works in two models, and these models will lead me to the topic of the session today, this morning. We work in a model that divided two. program on the ground, innovative programs, starting amazing pilots and ideas on the ground through grants, which is very known in the world of foundation. But our other arm, which is less known, is actually leading by advocacy, being active, sharing your story, telling your experience out, building the networks, being proactive is crucial because none of us can do anything alone. And this example today of networking and sharing best practice is crucial for the world of inclusion because this is how we can be heard together. This is how we can create social critical numbers on the ground. And being an advocate is actually sharing your values, sharing your mindset. In order to create this notion of impact, we truly believe that we have to work in collaborations and partnerships. Now, partnership, we all know, some of us from the business world, some from the nonprofit, some from the government, it's not simple. It takes a lot of mindset to create a partnership. We at the foundation, from our beginning, believe that partnership will make us stronger. Although it's not the easy way, it's the sustainable way for the long run. Now, when we talk about a triangle of partnership, we're talking about the business sector, philanthropy, and government. And why this triangle is worth it and worthwhile to invest in is because no one of us from the foundations world or the business world can maintain the change for the long run on a massive scale without the government in it. So if you ask a foundation, what's your, I hope that this will be the answer for most foundations, what's your dream is that whatever you start will remain and stay there for the long run after you stop funding. So one of the ways to make it work for us is to partner with the government and the business sector, of course, but in order to make it successful, there are a few principles that we all have to follow. So we all understand that in the philanthropy business world, we have independence and we can move fast and we are less bureaucratic and we have the privilege to be innovative. We can take the ideas from Cisco or Meitav, Dash is a company in Israel, or any other company and pilot it and try it. But in order to scale it up, I think our best way to go is to partner with the government. And what is important in order to make this successful is to identify each one of the partners, what's their added value, what are we good at, what do we bring at the table. None of us bring all of the answers. None of us brings all the solutions. The funder has a role, the business has a role, but the government can help us spread it nationally, internationally, and make this, as I said before, sustainable for the long run. In order to create an impact, we have to follow a few steps. So the steps that we all know from each sector is that, we start small, we scale it up in order to feel that the mass critical number is out there. We want a true leverage implementation that can be done by the government and sustainability for the long run, which is extremely important. All of these factors together create impact. And impact is important because in our impact, we have few circles that we want to have in mind. We have the people with disability, we have the people without disability, we have the society in large. We want to have the ecosystems. So as you said before, you change one person's life is meaningless and important, but it's not enough to create a systematic change in our society. It's not enough to change people's mindset. So next to that, we have to have the other arm, as I mentioned before, which is the advocacy. We're creating partnerships, we're creating impact, we're scaling it up to national, international level, and then if we don't share the best practices, if we don't share the story, I don't think it will be good enough. And again, this example of us sitting here today, it's in order to share our best practices, our knowledge, it's to bring what we know to other places. But in each country, we have a government. And in each country, we have the social philanthropy sector. And we are able to bring them together in order to create this, what I believe, truly important and impactful partnership between the private sector to the government. In order to have a successful partnership. It's not enough just to follow the pilot, to the scale up, to the implementation. It's as important, if not, to spend the time to build the partnership itself, not the program, not the initiative, to invest in knowing who you work with, to understand that even the people in the government believe in relationships. It's not enough to say, I'm working with the government. It's really important to invest who they are. What is the mission that they represent? Do we have the same values? Can we work in transparency? Can we put a system in place? It is not for granted to have the private sector working directly with the government. I truly believe that these examples are hard to find. We had an amazing privilege to have this work for us, in the United States, in Massachusetts, and in the state of Israel, and I recognize some of the partners working in the government here today, but you do need to really sit and find the match and the added value. The government, at least from our experience, and I'm talking just about our experience, do understand today that they cannot do it all alone. They do need the private sector. They do need the philanthropists, not just to bring funds, which are important for itself, but it's to bring the innovations, it's to bring the ideas, it's to bring the freedom out of the bureaucratic system to try new things, to build and create. And this opportunity of government recognizing the role that the private sector has and the power that philanthropy has, giving us philanthropists the opportunity also to partner with the government in order to see what we call leverage, impact, and sustainable to our own models. So, in order to create a solid partnership, there are a few other steps we have to take. And to create a partnership, as I said, we're talking about creating the content for itself, the model, the pilot. It's creating the partnership, the communication, the transparency, the mutual understanding, the recognition of our added values. But there are also other steps that we should take, which are more professional gearing and not just about the personal and mindset relationship. They are geared towards creating the methodology of a partnership. So we create a committee together, which again, it's not usual, but it's possible. We create a common mission, meaning that we take the mission of the government or the partners, and we take our mission and bring it together, meaning that we have to understand that there are some things that we bring and some things that we have to compromise or give up in order to create a common ground between the three sectors. And I would say that, exit strategy is extremely important, not just in the business world, it's important in our world, what we call the social change, because we as funders, as foundations, as businesses cannot stay forever. We recognize the period of time. We know that we have to leave after 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and the exit strategy is as important to make sure that the partnership and the initiative will be successful. And I would also highly recommend evaluation, although some that knows me, I would say not everything has to be measured right away, or not everything is measurable. There are different ways to measure impact. And even if we have to start something that's maybe not sexy or maybe not, appealing to everyone, it is our role, if we believe in it, in order to make society better, to start and stick with the idea, the mission, and the value, and let others join us when it's appealing to them, but not to give up on creating this triangle partnership. It is harder at times, but if the goal is bigger than each one of us, I think it's worth and meaningful to try. I pointed few of the logos there to just share with you that there are partnerships that are successful that we had the privilege to work with. So if it's Israel Unlimited, Transition, Equal Business, Ramp Up, and others that are all around employment. And we truly, like all of you here, think that employment is a crucial tool to create inclusion and best practices. So I would like to, invite all of you to join, like today, the summit in November in Boston that will take and continue the conversations that we learn from our partners here at the Essl Foundation. I mentioned earlier, and I would like to try to close with that, to say that program partnerships, innovation is extremely important. But aside to that, we're talking about the role of advocacy. And advocacy is, as I said before, sharing the story, learning best practices, understanding what is it to be proactive. It's not enough to sit and say this is great, or hear people talking in not appropriate way and be silent. Is to take an action, to say what we have to say. So our foundation is extremely involved in advocacy, which is very rare in the world of family foundations. And advocacy for us means few things. So in addition to our programs on the ground, the foundation is involved in advocacy in raising awareness of disability inclusion. Hollywood is crucial in shaping attitudes of people with disability. So I want to share with you an announcement we made yesterday in recognizing the MER Morton Ruderman Award in Inclusion to Academy Award-winning actor Marlee Matlin, which I hope some of you can recognize. Please watch this short video with us for one moment. Waiting for technology. The idea of a partnership is truly important, and I would love to encourage each one of you to partner with your local government, with your the national government, to invest in building best collaborations in order for us to keep leveraging and having sustainable models. I truly thank you for listening and giving me this opportunity to share this with you. Our presentation will be available to you if you want to have and ask us any questions. We're here for the day. Thank you.
Stay there. Am I on? I am. Thank you. Finally, a foundation who does the combination of things that you do. And finally, somebody gets up and says, not everything is measurable. It's really important in this day and age when we talk about high impact to measurable. It's great to hear a leader like you doing it. But also I want to say it's fantastic to hear a family foundation invest in this field. So few do. And I just want to ask you, why do you think there are so few foundations who invest in this way, and particularly in disability, in the way that you're investing in it?
I can say that there are some other foundations. I don't want to come across like we are the only one doing it, but I would be honest to say that, you know, for many years we did feel very lonely and alone, because I think the issue of inclusion is not being looked at as a value, as a social justice, or as a human rights issue. It's being looked as a charity, as a programs, as very weak, unvulnerable, you know, population. And one of the things that we're trying to do together with everyone here in the room and others is to change this perception. Yeah. Many years, and I'm talking about 14, 15 years, people said just, you know, people with disability, you know, this is not the center of what we need to be busy with. It's not, I hate to say this word, but it's not sexy enough to really present it like in a business conference, in a financial conference. So I think that, you know, times change. I think that, you know, opportunities like that and many others prove that we all together have to spread the word and share the notion. We wish that more family foundations will join us. Many that do fund programs do not want to say that out loud, because it says like, you know, Shir, we do, but this is not the major thing we do, because there are more important things. I think that if we change the discussion and bring, you know, financial, economical, human rights discussion words, using it not in a pity way, in a powerful, without a shame, not being just heroes. Someone did say to us, you know, while we're looking for heroes with disabilities, everyone has to be like super Paralympic medal gold or Marley Matlin. The answer is no. We all want to have, you know, real good life, but people see us as equal. And I call you all to please join the advocacy, what I call advocacy world, by changing the mindset and the language. And hopefully, you know, through that, more foundations, through the organizations like yourself here, will join and say, we do fund, and we're not shameful or feel uncomfortable about it. So thank you.
Yes, and continue to do your work. Continue to keep talking and doing your work. And will you give us the details of the event in November in Boston as well that you spoke to? Can you please post that for us so we all know? That would be wonderful. Big round of applause. It's great to see leadership and vision like this. Thank you, Ruderman Foundation. Now we're on to the couch. Mr. Fenbeck, we're back onto the couches again. So Michael is going to host a conversation and panel discussion. This is the last before we go into our broken parallel discussions at 11 o'clock. We'll be running a little bit behind, so you get a little bit more time, okay? We'll try to shorten it a bit. So your panel discussion is about creating change, success factors for initiating employment models. Michael, over to you. Invite your panelists up.
Thank you, Caroline. So we don't give you a break yet. The break will be only later. Welcome to the second couch session of the Zero Project Conference. It will be about creating change in lowly and medium developed countries, and creating change by big organizations, large organizations who work in the field of supporting programs for persons with disabilities. Organizations that really have the potential to change. All the three ladies, and I would like to ask them now to come forward, represent those organizations. They run programs, they finance programs, they support programs, they evaluate programs in many countries of the world related to persons with disabilities. Some of them only in the field, one of them only in the field, two of them as part of their overall program work. What we're going to discuss is the way they're doing it, how they're doing it, learnings they have, common grounds they have, differences that they have. So here with me to discuss creating change is, from my left to my right, Leah Maxon from USAID, Charlotte McLean from the World Bank Group, and Gaetan Bleher from Handicapped International. And I'd like to start with asking you to give you a brief introduction about yourself.
Hello, good morning. My name is Leah Maxon. I am a Democracy Fellow with the United States Agency for International Development, based out of Washington, D.C.
Good morning. My name is Charlotte McLean Nhlapo. I'm the Disability Global Advisor for the World Bank Group, based in Washington, D.C.
And good morning, I am Gaëtane Bléer. So I work for Handicap International as technical advisor on inclusive employment in Lyon, in France.
Thank you. So let's kick it off by putting some pillars in the ground to get some stakes about the field that we're discussing, and especially the field that your organizations are working in for. So may I ask you, Charlotte, probably you start, giving us some 3 or 4 minutes about what is the World Bank doing and what is it doing especially in the field of supporting persons with disabilities.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Michael, and it's really great to be back here. I was here last year, so it's really special to be back. So I think it's important to just say that the World Bank is made up by the member countries. So all 189 countries make up the World Bank. And the bank has 2 main goals. One is to eradicate poverty, and the second one is to boost shared prosperity. And it's within that context that we look at ensuring that there's equitable distribution and that we have sustainable and inclusive societies. And so within that context, we have a whole part of the bank that focuses on social inclusion, and that's where I sit. I sit within the part of the bank that looks at social inclusion, not just of disability, but of a range of other groups that are typically excluded. So it's the part of the bank that looks at the exclusion of sexual orientation and gender identity. It looks at the exclusion of indigenous people, and then of course looks at the issue around disability inclusion. Now, I also need to quickly say that the issue of disability inclusion is not new to the World Bank. It's something that's been part of the bank's agenda for many years. And we had Judy Heumann on earlier on, and Judy was the first advisor at the World Bank to begin to talk about the importance of disability inclusion. The approach that the bank takes is a twin-track approach, to look to find entry points into bank projects, to ensure that we can include disability, but in some instances where necessary to support standalone disability projects. The approach that I take as advisor is based on three pillars. The first one is to continue to build the evidence base. So within the context of employment, the inclusion of persons with disabilities in employment, the idea there is to tease out what are some of the good examples, where is the data, what do we need to be learning more about? And that's a very important piece. The second panel, or the second pillar, is to look at what are the entry points in existing projects or projects that are in the pipeline to include disability. So if there is a project on labor, to look to see where can we ensure that disability is included. And then the third one is just as important, and that's to build partnerships. The earlier speaker spoke about partnerships, and in that regard, the bank and my team in particular has established 3 very strategic partnerships with external players, because we recognize that we can't do it on our own. And so now we have a partnership with all the players that happen to be here, in fact, today. So we have a partnership with the Nippon Foundation, we have a partnership with Leonard Cheshire Disability, and then we have a partnership with ONSA. And the idea of these partnerships is working with others to leverage off what they do, to continue to generate good practice. In the case of Leonard Cheshire Disability, we're actually doing a review in India on social entitlements and economic empowerment of persons with disabilities. So again, building that evidence base, which is absolutely critical then for us to enable it to be included in projects. So let me stop there for a bit, and okay. I'm happy to talk a bit later.
Thank you. Leah, please.
So the United States Agency for International Development, or as it's known, USAID is the acronym, is the US government's agency that leads its foreign assistance development programming around the world. And the mission of USAID is, similarly to the bank, to end extreme poverty as well as to promote resilient and democratic societies. USAID has an annual budget of approximately $22.7 billion US dollars, and it provides support to over 100 developing countries worldwide in areas such as economic growth, democracy, human rights and governance, global health, education, food security and agriculture, environmental sustainability, and more. USAID takes on an inclusive development approach, meaning that all of its programming in all of the countries in which it operates is to be inclusive of all people, regardless of disability status, of sexual orientation or gender identity, whether or not the person is indigenous or not. So broadly a non-discrimination and inclusive approach. So when it comes to work around economic growth and livelihoods and employment of persons with disabilities, this approach of inclusion extends, whereby the work that the agency is supporting around the world on economic growth and employment is to be inclusive of all people, including people with disabilities.
Thank you. Gaëtan.
So Handicap International is a French NGO. We work in around 60 countries alongside people with disabilities and other vulnerable people to ensure their full participation and inclusion in the society. So we have different kind of projects in emergency, post-emergency and development context, from demining, support to civil society, rehabilitation, health, protection, and inclusion. So in terms of employment and inclusive employment, we work around, in around 30 countries across Africa, Asia, Middle East, Latin America, and the Caribbean. In terms of approach, we work at different levels. Firstly, we support the empowerment of people with disabilities through skills development and DPOs in terms of right advocacy. We also support services to be more inclusive. So we work with different kinds of services such as social services, employment services, vocational training center, or microfinance institution. We also support employers to hire and maintain workers with disabilities. And we also work with decision maker ministries to ensure the sustainability of our projects.
Thank you, Gaëtan. I would like to follow up on this very broad picture on asking you very concretely about projects that your organizations are running, financing, sponsoring. I think the easiest to understand what you're doing and how you're doing is giving us, each of one, a concrete example of a project that you find is working well and also characterizes your approach to it. Probably, Charles, you start again.
Great, so I'm going to have two, if you don't mind. So the one is to look at internally. Internally, we're looking at developing a disability inclusion and accountability framework for the World Bank itself, for the World Bank staff. And this is important because what it will do is it will provide guidance and thinking to World Bank staff on how to include disability in their projects. So that would be very useful in the context of a World Bank staffer who's working on a project on skills development or vocational training in a particular country. So I think that that's an important piece in terms of our own internal capacity building. Because I think for us, what we recognize is that there's often a sense among staff that they don't know what the entry point, they don't know what to do. Even if they think it's a good idea, they don't know how to do it. And so we feel like having a framework that explores that and articulates what our thinking is, and then sharing within that framework some good examples of what disability inclusion looks like, and in this case, disability and into the labor force would be very useful. Now, in terms of projects, there are a number of bank projects that address the issue of employment. And I'll be the first one to say most of them do not include disability or disability inclusion. That said, there are a few that do. And there's one that particularly comes to mind. It's a project in Rajasthan, in India, And it's a project that focuses on livelihoods. And I think this is an important issue for us to take into account because many of the countries that we engage in are countries that have people who are basically in the informal economy. And so when we think about jobs, when we think about employment, we need to think about it within the context of livelihoods and the informal sector. And so the Rajasthan project has actually been, I think, one of the good examples or emerging best practices, because what it did was to immediately engage disabled people's organizations and to form self-help groups. So it was a very organic type of project. And so that for me was already a good indication of success. The other, I think, important piece around that particular project was the scale. So it wasn't a small pilot project. It was a massive Rajasthan project. There was a second iteration of that project. And in many ways, this is the benefit of getting it right when you're an institution like the bank, because you can go to scale. The challenge is getting everybody to get it right, and that in part is my job.
Charles, may I ask you one follow-up question regarding the first line of your work at this mainstreaming disability inclusiveness? What does this actually mean on the ground? Is this about changing application forms, training the people who evaluate projects? What do you do on the ground when you mainstream?
So when we talk about mainstreaming disability into bank operations, what we're talking about is how our staff articulate disability in their operations. And so it could be a project operation, or it could be analytics. So for instance, a good example of mainstreaming disability into the bank's analytics would be the most recent World Development Report that was on the digital divide, that looked at the digital divide. And within that, we were able to insist and support our colleagues to have language around the importance of accessible ICT, right? So that's one way of mainstreaming from the analytical point of view. The other point is to look at projects. So again, if we're working on a project in Jamaica, and this is a real life project, we were able to ensure that the design of the project carries a component on disability inclusion. And it's not a standalone project on disability inclusion, it's part of that social protection and livelihoods project. A strong component on disability that has indicators that we can follow up on and look at impact. And so when I talk about mainstreaming, I'm talking very much about within the context of the World Bank staff, because that is my immediate audience.
Okay, thank you. Leah, you said characteristic, good examples of your projects.
Sure. So I'm really pleased to be here because 3 of the projects that the Zero Project Conference has recognized this year as innovative are projects that USAID has supported. One is a project that was implemented by Save the Children in Armenia. The second, a project implemented by the Ethiopian Center on Disability and Development in Ethiopia. And the third is a project implemented by the ZeroCon17 Foundation in Paraguay. And what's interesting is that when you look at these 3 projects, you know, they took place in distinct and diverse geographic regions. They all achieved excellent results. And when I look at the projects, I can identify common features that I think contributed to their success. And so what I would like to do is just share maybe 3 of those common features across the 3 projects that I think were factors in their success. The first is that they were all market-driven. Early on in the implementation of the projects, they conducted market-based research, looking at what competitive employment looks like, what jobs are available, who's hiring, what job areas are perhaps not viable at the time. And they used that information to then inform the types of training that they offered to their project participants, to beneficiaries. As well, they used that information to be strategic about the employers who they approached in an effort to form relationships with. And this is really important because the goal is for people to be marketable and to gain competitive employment. And so aligning program interventions with the demands of the local job market is necessary. The second feature of all three programs that I think contributed to their success is that they worked on both the supply and demand side of things. I just spoke about the supply side in terms of providing meaningful skills-based and market-based training to prospective employees. Yesterday, we heard from Director Boss, who said that, you know, we work so much on training people, and while that is very important, it's equally important to create the demand from the employers to then seek out applicants with disabilities. And that is a feature that I think was one of the reasons why these projects were also successful. In Paraguay, for example, the Essl Foundation, who was the implementing partner, forged relationships with over 100 public and private employers. And they did so from a win-win approach, not only, you know, talking about labor inclusion from a corporate social responsibility standpoint, but really talking about the benefits of having inclusive workforces and how this contributes to better outputs. And over the 3.5-year period that Essl Foundation was implementing this project in Paraguay, they managed to mobilize 115 companies who have now informally kind of established their own network where collectively they are championing the issue of inclusion in the workplace. And one final and very important feature that I'll mention that all of these projects shared was that the approach that they took was to increase access to mainstream technical and vocational training as well as employment opportunities that are available to all citizens. So they weren't focused on specialized trainings or specialized employment, but really working within existing institutions to ensure that services and opportunities for skill development were accessible and inclusive to all. And so, again, you can look at the projects that Save the Children implemented in Armenia, as well as the Ethiopian Center on Disability and Development in Ethiopia. And both were working with the state technical, vocational, and education training colleges, training the teachers of those colleges on inclusive practices. And for example, in Armenia, after the 4-year project, the results were that they had successfully placed 900 people with disabilities into 90 state vocational training centers, so increasing access in 90 state vocational training centers across the country for 900 people, and training over 1,000 teachers of these institutes, training centers on inclusive practices. And as a result, over 650 people with disabilities were gainfully employed. Similarly, in Ethiopia, 40% of all of individuals with disabilities who gained employment as a result of the project there were graduates from these technical and vocational education training centers. And they were included in the competitive workforce, and they were at minimum, making minimum wage. So I think that all three of these factors were factors that led to the success of all three projects.
Thank you, Leah. Also from the Zero Project point of view, it was quite significant that 3 out of 56 innovative practices that we finally selected were supported by USAID, so obviously you're doing something right. Gaetan, a concrete example and your approach on
Yes, we have different reasons of success, but maybe the main one is the complementarity and the collaboration between different services we are working with and employers. So for example, in Morocco, we just finished a project last December, a 3-year project. Within this project, we support more than 200 youth with disabilities. We work with local NGOs, which are working with 4 persons with people with disabilities for identification. They provide personalized support and coaching. Then these people are referred to employment services, which are also giving personalized support and coaching. Then these people, when needed, received skill development, vocational training, soft skills, job searching skills. So this is for the side of the support we provide to people with disabilities. On the other side, we also support these services to be more inclusive. So as I was talking before, vocational training center, for instance, to overcome attitudinal barriers or accessibility barriers. And in the same time, we also work with employers. So in this project, we support 12 employers, such as AXA, Dell, Total Call, Phone Group, IKEA, L'Oréal, so like international groups, but also local employers. And the key success of this support to these employers was the ownership of the top management of these companies. We also support them with inclusion assessment, awareness and training for human resource teams, then disability focal points. We support them to provide reasonable accommodation to adapt work environment when needed. And we support them as well to develop diversity and disability policies. And for that, we've worked with employer federation in Morocco, which is called CGEM, which is very involved as well in this project. In this project, one other key of success is that we, HI is a part of the ILO Global Business and Disability Network. So it's at global, which means that at global level, we have some links with global employers, global companies, but we work with the same companies in our countries of intervention. So we work with these companies in Senegal, in Morocco, in Tunisia, and more and more actually. Yes, so this is one example in Morocco. One other key of our success is that, as Leah was saying, we always have market-driven projects. So, for instance, in Mali, we have a self-employment project in a very rural area in Sikasso. And to be sure that the employment project that we will support will find enough customers, we've started to involve all the communities to ask what was the product and services which were missing in the area. So at the end, we've developed egg production, honey product, shea butter production, and different kind of food processing activities, because that's the kind of products that were missing, that were quite expensive in this area. Another reasons of success is that we always work with mainstream services, again, like Leah was saying. For example, still in Mali, for the same project, we work with different microfinance institutions, but we didn't ask to people, okay, we have an agreement with this MFI, we arrange some product with specific interest rate. No, we don't do like that. We met all the MFI in the area, and from the beginning of the project to explain them the aim of our project, and that all the activities that we were supporting were market driven, so that which So it may be sustainable.
Okay.
And instead of developing specific product, MFI product, financial product for our beneficiaries, we support this MFI, again, to overcome attitudinal barriers and accessibility barriers. So at the end, the people we were supporting receive the same kind of products that any people in the area. So that's why this kind of product is very sustainable, and that the people that we have supported during this project will keep benefiting from this kind of product even after the end of the project.
Okay. Thank you, Gaetan. What you didn't mention so far is that Handicap International has published a brand new white paper on employment of persons with disability. I think it's available on your website for download, and it includes a lot of interesting research and expertise in that field. We are already running close to the end of our session. I would like to ask 2 more questions and encourage you to answer very briefly. First one is, how do you measure success? How do you measure your work? If it worked, if it didn't work, and what is a success for you? I think some of you have also very defined criteria about measuring. Charlotte.
Thank you very much. I did want to just quickly say that the Jamaica project that I mentioned had a life skills development component to it and trained over 360 poor people with disabilities, and that was one of the criteria for the training. And for me, one of the challenges coming out of that project was the retention of persons with disabilities in the labor force. And I think that that's an important piece for us to think about, that it's part of an ecosystem, right? It's about education, it's about access, it's about accessible transportation, it's about a whole range of things that enable a person to maintain or be able to stay in a job, and it's about attitudes and all of that. So retention remains a very important piece of the puzzle. In terms of measuring success, I mean, I think, you know, of course, we have very robust impact evaluations. We've designed indicators, not as many indicators that I think we should have on disability, and this is a challenge. I think we need to look at what's out there. I'm really interested in finding indicators that are measuring not just the numbers, but the impact. So I think it's really interesting to look at what is finding indicators to measure the policy environment, to look at what kind of anti-discrimination legislation is out there, to find indicators that are measuring what kind of mechanisms are in place for grievances for persons with disabilities that are in employment. Because I think that may help us think a bit about, or unlock the thinking around the retention piece. So I think we need to get past this indicator thinking where you're just counting how many trainings we've had, how many capacity buildings we've had, to actually thinking about what are the systems in place that enable people with disabilities to be part of the labor force.
Okay, thank you. Leah, how does USAID measure success?
Yeah, I agree with everything that Charlotte said in terms of really, you know, the focus needs to be on looking at the so what factor of all of the training, essentially, that is being provided. It's good to train, but so what? What's happening after? What is the impact? 2 indicators that USAID uses to measure success of employment-related programming that I think are good ones are, 1, the number of individuals with new or better employment following completion of workforce development programs, and number of individuals with improved skills following completion of workforce development programs. So again, indicators that are looking at the outcome of training to the benefit of people with disabilities, the quality of training that people with disabilities are receiving, or that all people are receiving. I think other things to be looking at too, potentially, would be earnings. Whether or not people are receiving minimum wage, steady earnings, growth in earnings. I agree on the job retention as much as possible, is that we can be tracking job retention of people is a good thing, as well as I think job satisfaction is another one. Are people happy with the kinds of jobs that they're getting as a result of our programming? Are we putting them in boxes? Are we actually fostering, enabling an environment that allows people to aspire to what they want to be doing and what they know that they can be doing if given the chance?
Thank you. Gaetan.
Yes, in terms of indicators at Handicap International, we use what we call the quality of life. So we have one tool which is called Scopeo, which measures this quality of life improvement. So it's about social, economic, and psychosocial aspect, not only economic on the inclusion aspect, but the whole range of impact that which is given by a job. And this tool also measure access to basic services such as education, health services. So we use more and more this tool in our different projects.
Okay. Thank
we
you.
also, at services level, we also try to measure the social performance indicators. So when we work with MFI or even VTCs and employers, because all of these actors have social performance indicators. And of course, we try to grasp the number of persons included and hired in these different services and jobs.
Okay. Thank you, Gaetan. And we are closing this couch session with an easy question with different answers. But I still encourage you to do it in 1 or 2 sentences. What do you see for the future? What's next? Any developments in programs that you see or the way you see it?
Okay, so I'm not sure that's easy, but I think for me the one important piece is to look at more financing and more technical assistance for the realization of SDG 8. I think I see in the future better implementation of Article 27, because I think that will then, build, kind of snowball the issue around education, employment and the inclusion of persons with disabilities in the workforce. But I think where I'm sitting at the bank, the important piece is really about continuing to generate good practices, and that's why coming to the Zero project is so important, because I'm learning about what other people are doing, but really curating all of that information and then being able to share it within the World Bank so that our projects can better define and better include persons with disabilities in the employment sector are very important.
Thank you.
I would add, the future is to continue to increase access to mainstream employment opportunities, mainstream technical and vocational training opportunities, and to do so in a way that challenges the status quo, to raise expectations to where they should be of all people, regardless of gender or disability or XYZ other factor, to take away the boxes that are limiting people and putting people in stereotypical job positions, and to really listen to what people want, and do everything that you can to get them to that place.
Thank you. Gaetan, you have the final word.
Yes, maybe to reach more people, what we try to do is to scaling up the projects which are working, the ones in Morocco or in Senegal or in Mali. For the moment, we work in small areas, and we just want to develop this project in bigger areas at national level or even at regional level to share experience between different countries in the same region. With technologies, we think that we can support more people by learning, working, and selling from home, because to overcome a lot of accessibility barriers. And we also try to communicate more and more on the key success of our project, to share good experience, good practices. And the white paper you were talking about before is one of the tools that we use to communicate on, to give information regarding employment of people with disabilities and to provide some recommendation that can support employment of people with disabilities. If people are interested, I have some copies of this white paper in my bags, and we can also download this document. Just ask me.
Thank you, Gaetan. Thank you, everyone. I think we did a great job, and you deserve a great hand and a great applause. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you can give a bigger round of applause for them. They've caught us up on time. They're fantastic. Come on. Thank you, Leah and Gaetan and Charlotte. And of course, to Michael Fenbeck. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you are going off for your parallel sessions. You have one of these before lunch, okay? So, for all of you who would like me to read you through on your program, your session is going to go from 11 till 12:15. At 12:15, you're going to break fully for lunch. You have 4 options: inclusive business strategies for multinational organizations, that will be in this room. Transition models that start in secondary school and high school, that will be in M2. Matchmaking platforms, how to connect job seekers and employers successfully, in M3. And best practices, the challenges of realizing rights-based employment, and that's in M6. Have a great session, lunch at 12:15, and we will see you guys later. I had a wonderful...
United States.
Hello and welcome. If everyone could take their seats, that would be appreciated. We're about to get started. Thank you. Okay. Hello and welcome to this exciting session at the Zero Project Conference. My name is Samantha Dancy and I'm a Senior Relationship Manager at the Australian Network of Disability in Sydney. It's my pleasure to chair this discussion today on inclusive business strategies of multinational corporations. The goal of this panel discussion and presentation is to give various examples of how larger, complex organisations have managed to integrate the inclusion of people with disability across the whole of business and include people with disability as employees and customers, with a focus on models where an inclusive workforce and/or the inclusion of people with disability as customers makes good business sense. These examples will go beyond social sponsorship or charity and integrate into the business case. But firstly, for those of you who are not familiar with AND, or the Australian Network on Disability, our mission is to create a disability-confident Australia. And we believe the best way to do that is through employers. The inclusion of people with disability is a whole of business imperative for employees, candidates, stakeholders, and customers. AND has experience working with large multinational organisations towards their journey of access and inclusion, including providing consultancy services, creating learning solutions, and participation in our programs. We work with both large public sector organisations and private organisations, and those companies represent over 11% of the Australian workforce. AND is a member-based organisation, and our members are keen to increase access and inclusion for employees and customers with disability, and we have introduced a management tool to help them measure and report on their progress. What we have learned is that while there is support at the executive level, it is programs such as the AND Stepping Into internship program and the PACE mentoring program that bring practical exposure and experience to middle managers. Stepping Into program has made 758 internship placements since its launch in 2005. Our current summer cohort placed 93 students into meaningful paid internship roles, and our previous winter cohort placed 77. Interestingly, Stepping Into interns, when they graduate from university, record an employment rate of 75% within 12 months, compared with 71.3% of graduates without disability. For graduates with disability who have no work experience, the gap is 10% lower than their peers without disability. We are working towards closing that gap. Australia has introduced a national disability insurance scheme which has brought increased focus to people with disability across Australia. So next we will hear from our panellists today. We have a mixture of representatives from organisations and also from Nadine Vogel, who will be representing her clients at the organisations she works with. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Samir Gadgil. Samir is currently the Vice President and Head of HR at Wipro Business Process Services. Samir also heads the Diversity and Inclusivity Charter at Wipro. In Pune location for Wipro, and is one of the trustees of Wipro Care's CSR initiative. So I'd like to welcome Samir to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so in next 8 to 10 minutes, I'll walk you through some of the interventions and practices which we have introduced in Wipro. But talking about Wipro first, Wipro is a large IT services company. It's an $8 billion organization having 175,000 employees worldwide in more than 60 countries across the globe. We have people of more than 90 nationalities working in Wipro. So it's indeed a very diverse work culture, global organization that we are talking about. And I have the privilege of leading the Diversity and Inclusion Charter for this organization. Our Diversity and Inclusion Charter really is weaving around these four broad pillars. Gender, of course, persons with disability, underprivileged backgrounds, and nationality. Right now, I'll be really restricting myself for the persons with disability charter and not talking about the other aspects. We'll be happy to take on questions on any of those. The entire diversity charter is coming right from the top, has the executive sponsorship. There is a diversity council which has representation from the CEO of the organization, the CHRO, the chief legal officer, all are part of the diversity council at Wipro. We have our location SPOCs or location councils that we speak of. These are across multiple locations, and their objective is to really take the charter for entire diversity and inclusion in their location. So be it persons with disability, be it gender, be it nationality, or people from underprivileged backgrounds. And then we have a champion in each of these four tenets. So for persons with disability, we have a person bringing in the thought leadership, the direction, and carves out all the initiatives that we may want to run in the space of persons with disability. We started our journey on PWD close to about 8 years back, and we have really over a period of time not just matured but also shown a significant impact. One of the things which I would like to talk about is this CREATE framework that we have. It's a busy slide. CREATE is an acronym. It talks about career, recruitment, how do we go about identifying people in with persons with disabilities in the markets that we have our presence in. How do we offer them a long-term career roadmap? So in Wipro, we publish all our positions internally. These positions are not tagged specifically for persons with disability. Any employee, be it able or disabled, can apply for any position. If a person declares their disability, we speak to the person about reasonable accommodation that we can give to make him or her compete with others doing a similar role. Our recruitment team is sensitized, is trained on how do we find people with disabilities, how do we interview and engage with them. Manager sensitization is a big activity which happens as part of our entire recruitment intervention. We have close to, in last 8 odd years, trained more than about 5,000 people in the recruitment team and the managerial population on this. Engagement. Now, having onboarded employees, having sourced them and having brought them into our workforce, how do we continue to engage with them on an ongoing basis? How do we offer them meaningful careers and not just a job in the organization is a huge area where we see a lot of opportunity for a lot of creativity, innovation that we can do. And to really promote this culture, we came up with multiple interventions, and I'll be talking about those in my subsequent slides. Accessibility is another big issue where we have invested a lot in our facilities, in our IT infrastructure, being an IT services company, there is a lot that we have done to make our internal workflows, our intranet portal accessible to every employee. And now we have graduated to a technology that lends itself to be inclusive by default. So any new application, any new workflow that gets created in the organization by default is inclusive. Earlier what used to happen was we used to create a workflow or an application and then again invest time in it to make it inclusive. Now we have invested into a technology by default which lends itself to be inclusive. So any new application by default becomes inclusive. Talent transformation is the huge investment in the training function that we have done. I've spoken about it too in these earlier part, and enabling all these employees in various ways, be it with any devices that we need to have to make them successful. These are citations of or examples of some of our employees, a couple of them who are hearing impaired and visually impaired. They were hired from various schools and they are now holding managerial positions in the organization. One of them is actually part of my own team, the gentleman at the top. These are some of the pictures which I thought I'll show you around how do we engage with our employees. These are kinesics workshops that we do where we teach managers the sign language. We celebrate inclusivity and diversity through an all-hands meet that we have, where we talk about success stories, creating these success stories and promoting them in the organization is something that we do. We conduct these tours for persons with disability in our huge campuses that we have across multiple cities, where we engage with various NGOs. We get people with disabilities to visit our facilities. We give them a walkthrough of various roles that they can do. We offer them internships up to from 3 to 6 months. They, if they like it, they continue and we absorb them in these roles. The impact that we have created by doing all of this is we have now close to about 400 employees with disabilities. We have trained more, we have more than 50 policies which are made accessible. There are 120 internal applications which are being made inclusive, and more than 30,000 employees have certified in the online diversity and inclusion module. It's an online training program that we have. Our vision is to really consolidate our pioneering work in the space in the country and increase our footprint in the area of diversity and inclusion and have more and more employees being part of our workforce with disabilities. So that's what I had to share about Wipro and the practices which we have in our organization. We have won multiple awards and accolades globally and in India, and that's really it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Samir. It was great to hear about Wipro's whole of business approach and also the power of stories, so thank you very much. Next, I'd like to introduce you to Hector Minto. Hector is Senior Technology Evangelist for Accessibility at Microsoft. So welcome, Hector.
Good afternoon. Let me start my story with how I turned up here today. I think it's always interesting to know how do people get into this amazing subject of accessibility. 26 years ago, my mother, when I was a teenage boy, well, maybe 27 years ago, my mother said to me, Hector, can you come and help me run my adult education class. My mother is a learning disability adult education teacher in the UK, or was, and I, of course, said, absolutely no way. There's no way you will get me along to this. But she dragged me along, and from that day forth, I was absolutely hooked on the amazing capabilities, the sheer normality of people with disabilities, which as a young man, I hadn't previously been exposed to. And now I find myself at Microsoft to talk about something that my mother exposed me to all those years ago. For the last 20 years, I've been working with various assistive technology companies around the world, promoting the use of technology for people with severe physical disability, speech disabilities, and learning disabilities. In October last year, I joined Microsoft to take on a new challenge, which is to spread the word of accessibility to companies all around the world, and to change the culture and make the change in Microsoft that is required to allow us to recruit, employ, and retain people with disabilities. I'll show you a quick video. Forward is which? Greenburn. I think I'm doing it. Can we play the video?
Microsoft Inclusive Hiring. Microsoft's mission is to empower every person
Buffering.
and every organization.
Maybe we'll skip that.
On the
I'll share it online with you afterwards through the app.
planet.
So the mission of Microsoft is to empower every human being on the planet to achieve more. This is something that Satya Nadella introduced to the company a number of years ago. The idea that Bill Gates first had was that we would have a computer in the office of every home, or on the desk of every office, and hopefully every home. And of course now we have a computer in the pocket of every person, and that's having a huge impact on the world. Not just that, the world is in a huge time of change in technology. There's this thing called the Cloud for Global Good, which Satya announced last year, which is the idea that technology is spreading further, quicker, and innovation is happening more rapidly around the world of technology as people move their businesses across to the cloud. Very quickly within Microsoft, we recognized that in every other industrial revolution, people with disabilities were thought of as an add-on and a tag-on later. And we firmly believe one of the core values of Microsoft is that as we engage with businesses around the world in their time of digital transformation, that we must make sure that they consider accessibility and the needs of people with a whole range of people with disabilities. So Microsoft's impact should not just be within Microsoft itself, but within every single business that we engage with globally. Let me just move on. So my team, or the team that I work in, I'm the only person within the European accessibility team. I report into a team in Redmond, where we have approximately 30 people, mostly with disabilities, who are working across a number of teams within the organization. So we have engineers who run our disability answer desk support desk. We have software managers, we have software engineers who are involved in the development of Windows, in the development of Xbox, in the development of the Office suite. And they're making sure that the disability voice is heard and that the existing technicians and developers within those teams are considering the needs of the disabled community. We also need to engage with the NGOs and the charities around the world to make sure that they're aware of our work and asking for the change that needs to happen. So a lot of the work that we do is in partnership with global NGOs and charities. We have our own inclusive hiring program, which we influence, and so we make sure that we're there as a rock within the organization for people to turn to consider what really does inclusive hiring mean around the world. A lot of things that happen in Redmond, we now have to kind of roll out across the world, and that's something that we're working very hard at the moment. You cannot talk about disability, though, without talking about innovation. We have been innovating around the world of disability for over 100 years in technology. Most of the things that you are very used to, voice control, touch screens, they all came to disability first. So it's really important that any company like Microsoft is really monitoring what's happening in the world of disability and technology, because those usability problems that are being tackled by the world of disability will be the mainstream product of the future. So I work across a number of innovation projects. I'm working with eye gaze wheelchair driving. I'm working with teaching blind 7-year-old children to learn how to code and how to create software. And these are all projects that we have time to work on and innovate with our research teams around the world. One of the most important things that we have to work on, though, is our readiness approach. This is the idea that we must empower every account executive, every technical account manager, every technical support person around the world to be able to talk confidently about disability and to be able to know what accessibility really means. And so about 2 years ago, we mandated accessibility training for every single employee at Microsoft. And as part of the onboarding process, everybody has to take the accessibility training to understand what change technology brings to the lives of people with disabilities and how the people within our organization are our friends, our colleagues, our family members. This is extremely important. One of the biggest challenges you all have in this room is helping people to understand what accessible technology really is. Embarrassingly, let me tell you this story. This is on camera, but okay, I'll go with it anyway. I've been working in the field of technology for 20 years, and I didn't know what alt text was until October, because I've been working with physical disability and learning disabilities, and I really wish I'd known about it earlier. So we've got a big job to make sure that we really understand what the technical capabilities or what the technical adjustments are for people with disabilities. So much of my work this year is to make sure that we're engaging with our markets around the world to learn to talk about this very important subject. The inclusive hiring program that many people will have heard about was our autism hiring program. The reason that we make a big deal about this, or that we talk very publicly about this, is that we firmly believe that people with autism have amazing skills in design and bring completely fresh neurodiverse ideas to our teams. They make our teams better. They bring ideas that our standard colleagues, let's say that the colleagues who come out of MIT, who come out of Harvard, maybe don't think about. They haven't had the same life experience that our employees with autism have. So we do talk publicly about that because we want to promote the very positive impact that people with disabilities have on their colleagues. And that's a message that I think all of us are working on. I don't want to spend too much time on the recruitment approach, but it's good for us to have a showcase. It's good for us to have that idea that, the autism sits there, but I wouldn't want you to think that we only employ people with autism at Microsoft. We have lots of people with physical disabilities and blind employees too. And the way that we would recruit them is by making sure that our engineering teams are actively on the lookout for those high-performing, high-caliber candidates, and we obviously try to get to career fairs and college fairs around the world, but in a call out to you all around the world, it's very difficult to find graduate fairs or recruitment fairs that are focused on the needs of students with disabilities. So please invite me to as many of those as you can. We don't have any specific idea about where people will work, but when you think about Microsoft, please don't just think about Office and Windows. Think about Xbox. I am extremely passionate about the needs of people with physical disabilities to game. And there are loads of innovations coming in Xbox. Xbox has screen reading capability built in. It's a games console with screen reading capability built in. We are working extremely hard on allowing kids with physical disabilities to game. So we now have partner controls so that children can play some of the controls that they can manage, but their parents help them with other buttons. That approach only happens by having people with disabilities in those Xbox teams. That's the only reason those features exist. Whose responsibility is accessibility? This is another thing that we're working really hard on within the organization. Office has an accessibility checker built in. Before any of you send an email, write a PowerPoint, create a Word document, before you send it, in the top panel of the review panel within Office, we've just changed it, it's there at the top, is that you must check your accessibility. Check your spelling, and then check your accessibility. And before that document is sent out to anywhere within your organization, we will know that it will work with a screen reader. We will know that it's been checked, that every image has alt text behind it. Okay, so that's something that's happening within the organization. We're making sure that all of our colleagues understand what is a good accessible document, because in this world of cloud, you don't know where that document's going. That document could end up in the inbox of a blind employee at Wipro, at IBM, and we must not assume that your document is accessible without you checking it. So this is a big drive for us currently. I'm just wrapping up. The other thing that people don't recognize we have is two things, a disability answer desk. So anybody using assistive technology to access Microsoft technology gets free technical support globally from us. In America, we've got American Sign Language. We're working on widening that out further. But we also have an enterprise disability answer desk so that companies can engage with us and try to understand how they can make their workplace more conforming, more accessible, and to get advice on the tips and tricks to make their technology more accessible. I've talked about innovation. The inclusive design strategy at Microsoft I've talked about. Please don't just think that we're looking at disability as an accommodation within our technology. We know that by including people with disabilities, we make better products. So we talk about inclusive design a lot at Microsoft so that we look at people with permanent disability, situational disability, and temporary disability. So for somebody with vision, with low vision, our technology must work for them, but it must equally work for somebody carrying their mobile around in the sun. And so by developing a great low vision solution for disability, we will absolutely create better products for everybody. Finally, I'm just going to skip a bit of this because I realize we're against the clock. I want to just make sure you understand there's a new generation on the way. Okay, so we're very used to kind of certain disabilities in the workforce, but I just want to just quickly tell the story of these two. It's 1 minute. Becky is a friend of mine. I've known her since she was 6 years old. She's now 14. She's going to be on the job market soon, so please be on the lookout for her. She is top of her class in IT, and she can only use her eyes. So she is playing Sims. She's achieving above the level of her mainstream student. She's in a mainstream school, and she's coping with the curriculum all using an eye-controlled computer. Isabella is the first girl in Norway to get to school with cerebral palsy fully literate. She's got there fully literate because technology was given as an intervention early in her life. So when we think about people in the workplace right now, I'd really like you to start thinking about the different technologies people will have in the future and keep your eyes open for it. Oh, is it ready? If you've got time for the video, I'm happy for you to play it. Thank you.
Microsoft Inclusive Hiring.
Microsoft's mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. We want to open doors for everyone. That includes people with disabilities.
Employees high five.
There are 1.2 billion people in the world with disabilities. These are our employees, our customers, our friends, our family. We need to empower people with disabilities to come to work as they are, everything of who they are, to go for it. Whether that's building a product, a service, a website, or innovating something crazy that's going to reimagine the future for people with disabilities.
A screen reads Inclusive Design Toolkit.
People with disabilities have amazing skills. People with disabilities are a strength for this company.
A screen states Inclusive Hiring for people with disabilities.
We need talent that really understands accessibility to drive innovation.
Ariel signs hello, welcome to Microsoft's Disability Answer Desk.
Microsoft is a place where you can be who you are every day. And being who you are is the best skill that any of us can have. To learn more, go to Microsoft.com, whack Inclusive Hiring.
The screen shows the Microsoft logo in high contrast, Braille, signed language, and the standard Microsoft logo. Inclusive Hiring.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hector, and it was great that we actually got the opportunity to see that video, so thank you. Thanks for sharing your personal story and for the stories of Becky and Isabella as well. It does demonstrate the power of storytelling. And also a great example of how accommodating access is good for everyone. So including people with disability, but it's good for everyone. So next, I would like to introduce Beata Galdzika. Beata represents IBM Hungary and is the disability focal of IBM Hungary and is representing their current program on Ability 6 Skill Development Program. So please welcome Beata.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Beata Gálszekér, and yes, I'm representing IBM Hungary ISSE, or Shared Service Center in Hungary. I'm diversity focal and also diversity project lead in that entity. First of all, let me thank you for the organizers for the opportunity that we can share one of our best practices regarding PWD hiring. Have you ever experienced that you were judged by your appearance, by the color of your hair, by your clothes, or by any visible disability? I believe all of us gained some experience about some level of prejudice and during our lives. And in that situation, we can realize that skills and capabilities are just really relative. Let me share one of my personal stories. Besides my IBM position, I am a certified Hungarian Sign Language interpreter. And when I started to learn the sign language a few years ago, then I remember one concrete situation. At the beginning, I get really easily socialized with deaf people, and I was invited to a birthday party at a deaf person's house. And when I entered the room, the house, there was completely silence, and almost all of the people were signing intensively. And I really captured that, you know, I could not really understand most of the conversations. And then I felt that I was disabled at that situation. And these deaf people were really perfect in their sign language skills. So inspired by this experience like this one, together with our colleagues, we created a skill development program in IBM, which has the goal to change the common view on disabilities and instead appreciate the abilities. So, not a coincidence, this became our motto: focus on the ability and not on the disability. Business can only be as successful as the teams are that drive it. The employees of IBM represent a talented and diverse workforce. We strive to include people with different abilities, as it is originally declared in our Equal Opportunity Policy Letter in 1953. A key element in our diversity programs is the IBM's long-standing commitment to the principle of equal opportunities and conducting business with a view on creating a diverse and inclusive work environment. The company's global guidelines and values have a profound effect on our local culture and workplace policies. So no wonder that in 2011, a voluntary-driven project team was funded in Budapest, in our shared service center with HR sponsorship, in order to enhance the hiring of people with disabilities. Since the project start, we had many crucial milestones, such as exploring the hidden gaps in the hiring process, building up the partnerships with more NGOs, Hungarian NGOs, making IBM's workforce population more sensitive towards people with disabilities, and as well implementing 2 series of Ability 6 skill development program in 2015 and 2016. What is this program about actually, and how did we start? By 2015, our project team has conducted several interviews with individuals with disabilities who wanted to apply for a job at IBM. And our experience was that, among others, the most crucial development areas were the applicants' self-confidence, the effective communication skills to represent their own capabilities, or the knowledge of how to prepare efficiently for an interview. However, most of them were really talented people with the skills to the specific job role. So due to the business and profit-oriented approach we have in our multicultural environment on the important soft skills and conscious career-enhancing skills, we wanted to share this knowledge with external candidates. We wanted to share this knowledge with the candidates who are interested in the corporate environment, who would like to learn, who would like to develop, and who didn't have the chance to learn about these required standards. The most innovative aspect of our project is that IBM, as a profit-oriented company, offers this skill development program for external candidates, primarily to give the chance to develop themselves. Internal voluntary resources have been utilized for the implementation of the program, such as recruiters from the HR department for conducting sessions for this CV writing and interview techniques. Then in addition, trainers from various business units were conducting also other workshops, practical workshops in different soft skill topics like goal setting, self-management, communication strategies, conflict management, and so on. Also, managers and employees with disabilities were invited to every session to share their knowledge or their experience at IBM. We saw also that in Hungary, IBM is located, one of our locations is Budapest, and our business language is also, of course, English. But for the Hungarian candidates, we saw also that English is a bottleneck. So it's important to give some opportunity to develop their English skills, which is crucial at an interview at IBM. So practice-based English language lessons were also held by one of our colleagues who has actually mobility impairment. To streamline information on relevant legislation, our NGO partner, Hand in Hand Foundation, offers a session about the Hungarian legislation about the registration of people with disabilities. So the name Ability 6 refers to our motto, focus on the ability, not on the disability. And the number, the 6, this relates to the 6 workshops we held in half a year period. According to our knowledge, no other multinational companies in Hungary offers such a structured program for external candidates, which operates by employees of the company on voluntary basis. I just would like to show some pictures here to show that we have really a great atmosphere. That participants learned not just a lot of information, but also we had fun during the workshops. And at the end, I just would like to show you some feedbacks from the participants and also just briefly talk about the results. So at the end of the program, we received actually only positive feedbacks from the participants. They received positive reinforcement on their skills and abilities they could practice in situations related to multicultural corporate environment, and nevertheless they built relationships with each other and also with other IBM colleagues. We consider the increasing number of managers who are now much more open to hire a person with disability as a project success as well. The trainer team basically constitutes of 6 IBM employees who prepare the training materials and also deliver them on top of their job. The limited budget was used only for small, humble catering and for some gifts for the participants. We also received a special award for this program It was called Disability Friendly Workplace Recognition in 2015, which recognizes corporate best practices in the area of workplace inclusion. Last but not least, we supported the interviews at IBM, and also as a result, we hired 8 candidates of the 28 participants to IBM. Finally, I would like to thank for your attention, and if you have any question, feel free to contact me. And now, if you have just a few minutes, 3 minutes, I would like to now show the video about our Ability 6 program, which was for the first series 2015. And this was an internal video, actually, what we made by the project team. Yes, so if you can watch it, then. One sentence that from the 3 candidates, 2 already hired to IBM. Thank you.
Thank you, Beata. It was great to hear about your focus on ability, not disability, and how you've increased the disability confidence of your managers within IBM Hungary. So thank you. Our next presenter is Nadine Vogel. Nadine is the CEO of Springboard Consulting LLC, a global company working with national and multinational corporations, governments and agencies around the world to successfully mainstream disability in the global workforce, workplace and marketplace. So please welcome Nadine.
Thank you. I'm going to come down here because I'm too short, and if I stand behind that podium, you barely see my head. So thank you very much. Best practices. How do we define a best practice? It's different for every company, every industry, every country that you're in. So I find it an interesting question when someone says, well, what's the best practice for this or for that? Having said that, there are processes that have become best practices on a global scale, that while you may take it and tweak it a little bit for your company, your specific culture, they work quite well. But before we do that, I want to think about a few things. One, when we talk about diversity and inclusion, let's understand that diversity is not the end all. Diversity is inviting someone to your party. Inclusion is asking them to dance, right? We have to prepare companies, we have to prepare all of you that when you bring these folks in as employees, that you're not just inviting them in to be an employee, check a box, but that they're going to be successful and you're going to be able to retain them. That's asking them to dance. That they're not going to just remain in entry-level positions. They're going to have career progression like anyone else. That's key. So let's talk about what some of these best practices are. And the examples I'm giving you are ones that have been used by companies like Pricewaterhouse, Orange, General Motors, Dell Computers, very large global organizations. So the first is understanding what it is you need to do. And the way in which most companies will do that today is by having or conducting an organizational assessment and gap analysis. What this is you bring together every senior level stakeholder of your company in one time, one room, one meeting. And you ask them to come prepared to share what have been their experiences, their interests, their concerns around people with disabilities. Has it been for one individual employee? Has it been for a whole team? What's worked, what's not worked, and why? Until you go through this process, it's very difficult to understand what your opportunities are, what areas of risk or weakness you may have. Maybe you don't realize that in another country, there was a successful initiative, 2 employees, it worked out well. Maybe you can employ that now here. So that's step 1, so that you can understand what those practices need to be and the order in which you do them. Because in most countries that have quotas today, we're running to employ. We're running to recruit, but that's not the first step. You have to be ready. Number 1 global best practice is the delivery of disability etiquette and awareness training. I have deformities in both my feet, and twice in my adult life I've used a wheelchair for about a year each time to get around. It is fascinating to me that people who know me, clients, who if they saw me last week and I'm walking, have a very different attitude towards me in conversation and the way they engage than when I come back 2 months later and I'm in a wheelchair. And I'm thinking, I'm the same person. It's fascinating. When you have a conversation with someone that uses a wheelchair, should you sit, stand, or kneel during the conversation, and why? Do your colleagues know the answer to that? When we do focus groups with managers, the number 1 answer we get is that they would kneel down to the person in the wheelchair. But typically we kneel down to children. So is that really the most appropriate? And oh, by the way, if you're kneeling and you have bad knees and you start to wobble, what are you going to grab onto so you don't fall on the floor? You're going to touch that wheelchair. Are you supposed to do that? No. When I talk about etiquette and awareness, that's what I'm talking about, practical applications. I'm not talking about anything theoretical. Because when you're trying to get managers to understand the benefits of hiring people with disabilities, you also want to know that they feel comfortable doing this. And the only way they're going to build that disability confidence is if they're first competent. So we have to give them those skill sets. Right? When you're recruiting, We hear from most of our clients that they have, most of their recruiting is around college educated. We need folks with 4-year degrees. So we'll ask companies, well, where are you going to recruit these individuals? Well, we're either working with NGOs, or we go to these universities and we go to the career services offices. I can tell you, if you're going to career services, you're not going to recruit people with disabilities. Every college and university around the world has something, and goes by different names, but typically it's called a Disability Student Services Office. That's who you need to be engaging with, because unfortunately, the career services offices, we just had this experience just this last year in Brazil, in France, as well as in the States. The career services office and the disability student office don't talk to one another. And I will share a personal story. My older daughter, both my daughters have disabilities. My older daughter is 25. When she was in her last year of university a few years ago, she went to try to get internships and get jobs, interviews. She wasn't getting them, and she says to me, I don't understand. The other people I know that are graduating at the same time are getting interviews. So I took off my springboard hat and I put my mom hat on, and I went to the career services office, and I asked the director what was happening with my daughter. And here's what he told me. He said, Mrs. Vogel, we have to get our regular students jobs first. I did not pay an irregular tuition. Okay, I paid just like everyone else. But that is the mindset. That is the mindset. So we have to understand, if we really want to get ready to recruit and retain these individuals, we have to first go to the right place to recruit them, right? You need to look at where you're doing that. And I know for time, I'm not going to be able to go through every best practice, but one other one I want to share with you is something called a Reasonable Accommodations Committee, or Reasonable Accommodations Process. When you're bringing folks in with disabilities, and I've heard a lot about visible disabilities, someone who is blind, someone who has a physical disability in a wheelchair, but what about people with learning disabilities? We don't see that, but they may need some types of accommodations. And when we talk to companies about reasonable adjustments and accommodations, what we hear is, well, no problem. When someone makes a request, we'll take care of it. We'll find out what they need. But the reality of that, when I convert that, is we scramble. Someone tells us what they need, and depending who they go to, it could take 6 months. We've had executives tell us at their corporations, and they have a disability, that it has taken months and months to get the reasonable adjustments that they need. So what a reasonable accommodations process looks like is something that is fair, equitable, and consistent across the footprint of your organization. Meaning, the way in which the person makes the request, to whom they make it, is exactly the same no matter where they are geographically, what disability type they have, what level in the organization they're at, or what function they work in. Typically, it would be something that would be on your intranet site. That form goes to a body. It could be a body of people, an individual. The same form, it's the same criteria. Most companies are setting up criteria that says, let's say if it's less than 500 euro, it automatically goes through. If it's between 501 and 1,000, it goes here. You can set up criteria that makes sense for your organization. But this way, everything is documented every step of the way. It is consistent and it is fair, including the timeline. From the time I make the request, how many days is it going to be till you respond? From that point, if I have to submit more information, how much time will it be till I am notified? How will I be notified? And then there are standard reviews to make sure that that reasonable adjustment is appropriate 3 months later. That has become a global best practice. But you want to have that in ahead of time. You don't want to wait until folks are coming in. Does this make sense? I hope. Shaking heads, yes, a little bit, right? So the thing is, do you have to have all of these things in place perfectly before you recruit the first person? Absolutely not. But you need to start thinking about it and have a plan in place, and that begins with that assessment process. But I want to take one step back as part of my closing to say the thing you do have to do before you get started recruiting the first person is if your talent acquisition process is one that people come to your website, a careers portal, to apply for jobs, please make sure that portal is accessible. I shared a story with some folks yesterday that we had a global technology company that during their assessment made a comment that they really did not have a lot of people. They couldn't think of anyone who was blind in their building. And when we went down a few more steps in the conversation, it's because their own process, their own careers portal was not accessible. So how is someone going to come in if they can't apply? So there are many, many best practices like these, and I'm happy to talk with you one-on-one after the session. But I hope what you understand is at the end of the day, this is about organizational readiness to not just employ, but retain people with individuals successfully. And at the end of the day, your employees are also your customers. This is about your company's brand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nadine, and thank you for describing the foundation blocks for any organisation to become disability confident or to start their journey. So looking at your recruitment practices, are there any barriers to your recruitment processes, and also workplace adjustments? So are you able to seamlessly implement an adjustment to your recruitment process or for an employee who may acquire disability? So thank you, Nadine. Now I'm just doing a quick time check. So we have 10 minutes, so it would be great to have some questions and answers with the panel. I would like to start with one question and then I'll throw it out to the audience thereafter. So this is to everyone on the panel, who feel free to jump in. In terms of the engagement of people with disability, so to achieve the successes that you've had, either with the organisations that you work with or your own organisation, how critical was it to engage with people with disability, either at the idea stage, so that's sort of creation, implementation, or at your review feedback stage? So just be really interested to hear from you as to how you went about the engagement of people with disability.
If I may. Okay, so at Wipro, one of the things which we did was our fundamental drive behind any intervention in the space of diversity and inclusion was our motto of nothing about us without us, and which meant that we would involve everyone in the organization, not just people with disability, but everyone in the organization, and welcome their ideas around how can we make our workplace barrier-free and inclusive. And some of the interesting initiatives which we actually ran in the organization came through this exercise. As a matter of fact, we also ran a contest internally on breaking all barriers contest, where how can we really come up with path-breaking ideas of making our workplace inclusive. So yes, involving employees really helps a lot, because no one person is a repository of every other best practice. And some of the practical interventions, as Nadine also mentioned, would come from people who have experienced disabilities in their life, either themselves or with somebody very close in their family.
Thank you. Hector? Or?
So I've only been at Microsoft since October, but the thing that's really struck me is how confident the disability networks are within the organization. So, and I've been kind of reliably informed that that's something that's evolved over time, but we have any number of specific disability networks on our intranet through our Yammer groups, including actually parents of children with disabilities. So, we bring kind of real expertise to the table, i.e. the parents who are kind of dealing with a lot of the issues of living with disability. Over time, and actually I think as social networks have developed, and the idea that a social network is an important thing to have at work, people have become much more confident to talk about their disability, to raise problems and feel confident to raise problems about the things that are inaccessible in the workplace. But also I think what's happened here is the best practice in one part of the world has migrated around the world through the idea of using an electronic employee network. So my best advice is to find out who your superstars are and get them vociferous and vocal on the employee networks.
Great, thank you. Would anyone else like to comment?
Yeah. So when you conduct the assessment process, you should also talk to employees with disabilities and get their opinions. The one that sticks out for me in my mind is an organization that was talking about their facilities and for emergency preparedness. And the entire process they had to ensure that people with disabilities would safely be able to evacuate the building. That was until we talked to people who had to actually evacuate the building using wheelchairs and other equipment, and they said, some of them, they never heard of the process that we were told about. Some of them said, well, we tried it on a practice and it didn't work so well. So I think having that perspective is really, really important. We can think that we have a process in place that works well, but we have to talk to the people that are impacted by it to ensure that it's working the way we think.
Thank you. Beata?
Yes, I just would like to also add exactly what just Nadine said, that as soon as we consider the aspects of what they need, what are their knowledge, I mean, how we could improve their capabilities, what kind of, so what should we really consider before we start a program or before we start a hiring? For example, in addition to this program, like Ability 6, we are also focusing on the hiring and the integration aspects, so like mentoring them, helping them to prepare for an interview as soon as they are closer to a position. So really giving them the chance what they really need. So not what we think they need, but really from their side, what are they expect.
Great, thank you. Now, I did see a few hands go up earlier on, so yes, a lady over here, if you'd like to just press the button on your microphone.
I am Ishita from India. It was really very informative, but what I want to know is that whether, because I work for persons with disability arising out of mental illness or intellectual disability, whether you have any provision in your organization for accommodating these people, and what sort of provision do you have? Because generally, when we talk with any companies, they do not know what are the needs, as you were also saying, what are the needs of these people and how you can accommodate these people. Because people who are having mental illness may have high IQ. We all know, or we have seen the film Beautiful Minds. So they might have high IQ, very functional, and how you can accommodate them.
Thank you. Who would like to take that question? Nadine?
So there are best practices today specifically around mental illness. One of the things I talked about was the etiquette and awareness. There are specific training programs now around etiquette and awareness of mental health and dealing with that in the workplace. Depending on the type and nature of the mental health that we're talking about, some accommodations have to do with shortened work days, breaks during the day. There are certain things where there's feedback loops. If someone gets highly stressed after certain meetings, that there's an 8-minute period after a meeting where someone can decompress with a manager or someone else to talk through what the stress was and kind of talk through the issues of that meeting. There's a whole litany of best practice accommodations specific for that disability type.
Thank you.
And soft, any feedback?
So I'm actually aware of only one case in Wipro where we have a person with learning disability, and the good thing is the person works in a function and not in a business role. So the close supervision that the manager really offers has been of great help. The person does a job of planning for inventory of various units which we keep in stock, and we keep on replenishing as it depletes. So I'm not specifically aware of the reasonable accommodations that we have offered in that particular case, but yes, as an organization, we don't really have any such restrictions of not having people with mental disability in the organization. Even though the Act was not really bringing this up in India until recently, now it does, but certainly we are open to have people of any disabilities. As a matter of fact, we go beyond that and have even people who are disabled for a temporary period of time and need reasonable accommodation at the time of employment or even during their normal course of employment.
Actually, in case of mental illness, what happened, one of our members joined Wipro, telling that he was suffering from mental illness. And then later on what happened, because of his hallucinations, he talked about his hallucination to his colleagues. And so he had no other way but to leave the job because the colleagues were not able to understand him. So in case of mental illness, I think when we talk about recovery is nurtured by positive relationships with friends, family members, and also employers. So whether we are really equipped to do that.
I can add just a couple of comments. I mean, there are two things here. There's the acquired mental health issues through bipolar. Certain groups within the ERGs, what we call the ERGs, which are employee resource groups, the online networks. Some are locked confidential groups and others are publicly open groups. And so for mental health, we have kind of strict rules about it being a closed group so people can talk in confidence without necessarily having to declare to their kind of the wider colleague group. So that's one strategy that's been adopted. In terms of learning disabilities, I think it's really clear, as Pat was saying from Cisco earlier in the day, a lot of the roles at Microsoft for full-time employees are the best of the best, shall I say. I mean, I'm only at Microsoft because I know about accessibility. I wouldn't have got in any other way. I wouldn't have got in on my engineering or technical skills. I think one thing that we have to do there is influence our supply chain. So when we award contracts for the other things that Microsoft utilizes, over time we need to start influencing that more and more to make sure that we're securing contracts with companies who share our core values. And that's something that Jenny, my immediate superior, believes firmly in. Okay.
Thank you. I am aware that we are at time, but I can see there is one more question here. So we'll open to one more question, and then I believe we'll be heading for lunch. So this lady just here. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Avital. I'm from Israel. I'm a high-tech veteran, and I'm very, very happy to see Microsoft and IBM doing such great things about the inclusion of people with disabilities. And I was just wondering, are these local ventures, or are there plans to distribute it, to duplicate it in other places? Israel will be preferred, of course.
Scaling is an issue for all of us. So as much as we're telling the story of accessibility, how rapidly and how quickly we can affect change to global businesses is a huge challenge. But even within that, we have a huge challenge within Microsoft to take the learnings and best practice globally due to local legislation, the roles of local organizations. So if you look at the autism hiring program specifically, that's a very technical, creative mindset that we've looked at to bring neurodiversity to that project. Whereas in a lot of other countries, it's fundamentally a sales organization. And sales managers don't necessarily see the same advantages of recruiting people with disabilities when they have sales targets and all those other things. I mean, this is business, right? So what we're trying to do is highlight people who really want to work with us, or local Microsoft offices who really want to work with us to promote this subject even further, and then to highlight absolutely appropriate roles throughout the organization. Please don't think I'm saying for one moment that some of the best salespeople will not have disabilities. That is absolutely not what I'm saying. But
I'm more focused on R&D.
R&D, yeah, absolutely. I mean, and research roles, I mean, research offices are some of our best champions. I mean, the number of, if we ever find somebody with high technical skills to work in research, we snap them up. So yeah, give me your CV, I guess. Yeah. So research, absolutely fine. But there aren't research offices all around the world, and many countries are kind of business-to-business sales organizations. So it's finding the right role to get the right people in post.
Thank you. Beata, would you like to comment?
Yeah, I would like to just join Hector, what he just said, that it's a big challenge to make this local program much more wider. However, we are sharing as best practice not only on this conference like that, but also internally to other IBM countries where IBM is represented. So, and in every country we have a diversity responsible. They have also projects, maybe not the same what we have, and I'm sure this is what we have in Budapest. This is something which is really much depending on the commitment of the people and the project team what we have, who have already some kind of experience with disabilities, and that's a start. So, because without that knowledge, maybe we would just follow some policies, we would just try to do something, but we really need first experience and then engagement. And
the only other thing I would absolutely say is that we have a chief accessibility officer who sits at the top table at Microsoft, and that was a very deliberate decision that was made. When business managers from different countries see that we have a chief accessibility officer that's right up at the top, it sends a very clear message that accessibility is a subject they need to know about and to engage with. And that, over time, will have a greater impact.
Thank you. I am aware of time, so I would like to close the session today, and I'd like for us all to give our panelists a round of applause today. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, and I believe it is now lunchtime. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Susan Scott Parker from Business Disability International. I'm really pleased you're able to join us today for what I think should be quite an interesting conversation. I think the challenge that prompted the Zero Project to put this session into this very full program is actually the challenge so many of us experience when they're trying to start a new and positive conversation with business and trying to reposition business from being what in most countries is typically, you could call them the target for efforts to educate them, repositioning them from being a target to being a valued service user and stakeholder, and then moving into becoming a valued partner. And so if we're looking in this conversation today at how we get a new approach to repositioning the business community in our endeavors, how we enable the journey that individual business leaders and corporations need to take as they move from what you could call unwilling and unable to willing, able, engaged, and actually making equal opportunities in employment a reality. And so we're going to be very strict today, or at least I will, because of course I'm anxious that as many of you as possible have a chance to talk to this very experienced panel. I'm conscious the room is a bit of a challenge. There are people hiding at the back. Nonetheless, I can see you. And so I'm hoping that when we come to questions and so on, that you'll be primed and ready to shout them out from the back as well as from the front. So I'm going to start by asking Jane Liu from Standard Charter to talk a bit about her approach to enabling groups of organizations to collaborate to best effect. Jane.
Standard Chartered Bank is a London-based bank with 84,000 employees worldwide. Since Believing Visually Impaired Employment Platform was initiated by Standard Chartered Bank in Taiwan, supported by NGO partners including Taipei Parents Association for the Visually Impaired, Technology Development Agency for the Disabilities in Taiwan, and also the Association for the Employment Rights for the Disabled People in Taiwan. And it is also supported by government agency and some corporate leaders from companies such as Jardine Mason, Chunghwa Telecom, and Chunghwa Post in Taiwan. This platform was established aiming to advocate the VI employment in Taiwan and try to promote diversified employment for the visually impaired. Before I get started, I would like to introduce you a video. This video actually features the telesales team in Standard Chartered Taiwan, comprised of 10 visually impaired people plus 1 guide dog. If you see from the video, you can notice and you can realize how important a job means for them. video. Every time I play the video, people in the audience just cried. It's so touching. And the reason why I'm playing this video is because this platform actually originated from this video, especially the cast in the video. When the VI telesales team was set up back in 2010 in Snedger Charter, Taiwan, we noticed that the visually impaired people can perform equally, if not better, than the seeing, given they are equipped with necessary assistive devices and some reasonable accommodation on workflow. And one guy who you just noticed in the video, whose name is Mark Lin, he is a role model of walking extra miles in getting a deal closed. One day, when he called out to a client asking, "Are you willing to become Standard Charter's credit card client?" And this lady replied with, "Okay, I'm not comfortable with supplying my personal details to you by fax or email." And then Mark Lin replied with saying, "Okay, I can meet you at the train station after my work." And then they finally met at the train station. Apparently this girl, the lady, didn't realize that Mark Lin was a visually impaired person and walked all the way to the train station to deliver and to collect the data from the client. And she, on the spot, decided to refer more clients to Standard Charter. So this testified the statement that I just made, that visually impaired people can perform equally well, if not better, than the seeing. Therefore, we decided to start from Taiwan, working with NGO partners, with the support from corporate leaders and government agencies, to broadcast the best practice in the bank and try to let other people in the industry, other employers, copy what we have done. Okay, this is the context of why Standard Charter decided to do this in Taiwan. And we also noticed that externally, for the visually impaired people, the unemployment rate is 2 to 3 times higher than the seeing. And also, they lack of a platform which integrates corporates, NGO, and government agency to have a streamlined process in making sure they deliver the good matching for the job seeker and the employers. So the platform was created. You can see from the triangle here, again, it's the triangle. We successfully integrate 3 parties. One is corporate leaders. We call them the advisory council, which is formed by some senior leaders of corporations. And their role is to use their networks, try to break the ties, to create job opportunities, to make the persuasion process easier. We all know the persuasion in hiring visually impaired people is very difficult, extremely difficult. And NGO partners' role is to use their core competence, try to cultivate some talent pool that is ready for the employers to match upon their job requisitions. And the role of government agency is to give supports on subsidies to provide the devices needed, and also they give recognition, if not penalty, on those who achieve the quota of hiring disability. I'm going to show you a life story of the beneficiaries, Yi Xian. She lost eyesight at the age of 28, and it took her 4 years to come back to the real world to be hired again in a telecom operator as telesales. We know it's been a really tough process, from regain the confidence to come back to the society, to rebuild the skills that she requires, is trainings after trainings. I remember the social worker told me that she cried in her first computer lesson because she didn't realize how difficult it was to perform when she lost eyesight. And now I'm happy to share that she's taking more computer lessons to become a computer teacher. Up to date, the platform has created 327 job opportunities for the visually impaired in Taiwan, and we have serviced 458 visually impaired people. And if you look at the job categories, we don't really support Masu job, which was traditionally recognized as the job that VI people should do. We promote diversified employment. So 44% of that, if you look at the 2016 data, 44% are call center jobs, 24 administration, and 6 IT. Also, we use the annual large event in Taiwan, which Standard Charter sponsored, Taipei Standard Charter Charity Marathon, to promote and advocate the visually impaired. We hope to let the broader society understand that VI people can do and they have the capability to achieve. Okay, here I'm going to share you some milestones. Starting from May 2013, we created this project. And the Corporate Advisory Council was the core element at that time because it's really difficult to break through the traditional perception on VI people's working capability. And now we've been through the stage of 2015 and 16. We formed a committee, steering committee, project committee to make sure all 3 NGOs plus the corporate leaders and government agencies work very smoothly. KPMG volunteered to be the governance agency for the project. And moving forward, we are working together to have more diversified funding resource. And looking at the job trend in the future, we also open up some non-traditional, non-typical employment opportunities, such as transcripting, part-time outsourcing job, and also internships. Okay, I have to conclude. And I would like to quote from a social worker who shared the insight with me that a job for a visually impaired is not just a job, it's a hope for 3 families. And just like the title of the platform, Seeing is Believing, we hope the capability of the VI people can be clearly seen from the world and the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. I like the combination of getting senior executive buy-in as ambassadors and influencers with structure so that everyone involved in the partnership knows exactly who's doing what and why. I can see why it's working. And so if I can turn now to Amina, who is going to share her very limited time with her colleague Ramez to talk about an organization in Egypt that actually means dream, which I think is rather nice. Helen, please.
Hello, everyone. So first of all, we want to tell you how we started, because we started in a very untraditional way in Egypt. A lot of people would think with the economic problems that many countries suffer from, they believe that it's difficult for companies to put persons with disabilities as a priority. But we came to prove otherwise. Oops. Okay. So first of all, our organization focuses on 2 main lines of work. We first started off by doing a needs assessment research to study what is the problem. Why aren't companies hiring persons with disabilities in Egypt? We have a 5% quota that any company over 50 employees should hire persons with disabilities. So we started working on studying that. A lot of people used to think that companies are, they're bad, they're not doing their duty, they do not want to hire persons with disabilities. And when we studied that, we figured out that the real problem is in between both parties. The companies don't really understand how to deal with persons with disabilities, and this is what we're trying to work on, helping them understand how to deal with people with disabilities. Because since we are very young in school, very rarely do people in Egypt get the chance to have a child with a disability sitting next to them. And on the other hand, persons with disabilities, how do you expect persons who do not go to school and do not have the privilege of having all the opportunities that other people do have, and then we expect them to behave like everybody else? So this is the other part that Helm is more focused on, providing a safe community where people with disabilities can be equal like everybody else and demonstrate that. We like to call it as the small Egypt within the larger Egypt that we'd like to see our country turn into. So we try to work with persons with disabilities to secure a job, not just have one. Because when we first started in our first year, we were 24 when we both quit our jobs to start Helm. And now we're 27, and it's been 3 years since we started our journey. And a lot of people said that persons with disabilities in the companies would have a job. We had over 300 people with disabilities hired in companies, but most of them would leave the job, or the employer would, let them go. So we started working on creating innovative solutions, and if we can now play the video, this is a very short video that can show you the different activities that Helm works on to try to bridge the gap between people with disabilities and companies by demonstrating to companies that persons with disabilities are not a scary and unapproachable field. A lot of people and HR executives from our research told us that they are worried that people are skeptical of what their capabilities are. People are afraid that if they send someone who's blind to any of the departments, that they would be scared how to deal with people with disabilities. So this video shows you a little bit of our activities that we do. From just doing employment and trying to help companies to foster people with disabilities. We work now with over 500 companies, and how we managed, if we can actually go back to the presentation, please. I can quickly show you a slide of one of our best case studies, Mohammed Subhi, and we started creating role models. So we discovered that how it worked with us is not to just employ as many people as possible within a company, but rather creating success stories or role models, marketing people with disabilities by having persons with disabilities. Even one person in one company can change the whole culture within one. And L'Oreal is one of the companies that we worked with to do so. So Ramez will explain to you more about incl.
Okay, so as Amina was explaining, we create role models for people with disabilities, but we also create role models for companies that actually take initiative to do change. So as Amina explained, there's 5% quota in companies to hire people with disabilities if they have more than 50 employees. But actually what companies do is they hire people just on contracts and they stay at home and they don't really get the job. So the company hires 2 people for the same job, but one of them who has a disability stays at home or comes to the job and doesn't really do the job. So our approach was, why don't you invest? You're wasting a lot of money as a company. If a company has more than 10,000 employees, then imagine how much money they're losing. They're hiring 2 people for the same job. And they do it for the sake of image sometimes, because global companies have a global criteria that they need to follow. And because the law, there's a punishment, even though the punishment is only like $20 for each person they don't hire. So we tried this model with PepsiCo, and it worked. More than 57% got reallocated to real jobs with a career path. And we replicated the model with other companies. And the beauty of it is such companies started doing different waves independently without depending on Helm being there to implement such a project. incl, which is an application and a website, the idea behind it is for people with disabilities to locate the accessible locations or companies that they can actually apply for jobs and all other services, like the basic needs that everyone needs to, like social occasions, places, events that are accessible that they can go to. But in order to have such locations accessible, our team has to go and assess each and every location based on international standards. We studied our code, Egypt has a code, and we also studied different codes around the world and customize it to the Egyptian market. So we actually help different companies and businesses to go through our process and to know what accessibility is, because a lot of people talk about accessibility in Egypt, but they don't know what technically is accessibility. So we take them through the process to help them understand the concept of accessibility and have an accessible location. Anantolic is a project in partnership with Vodafone Foundation in Egypt. I'm going to skip this slide for the time limitation. Okay, and Helm signed a protocol with the governor of Giza. So the government in Egypt is actually now very active in trying to take steps towards accessibility and inclusion. However, for us it was a struggle because we wanted to have an accessible street with perfect curb cuts and tactile blocks. And we actually designed the first tactile block in Egypt, and it's currently being implemented. In 2 weeks, we'll have the first accessible model of a street so it can be replicated around Egypt. So wish us luck. And this is our team. So we just want, I know they're watching us now, so I just wanted to thank all of them. They are part of the change, and they are the ones who actually did all of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, I love your approach, and I'm particularly struck by the way you're going beyond compliance, which is implicit there. The law says hire someone, it doesn't say enable them to contribute to the success of the business, and that's what you're focused on. And of course, you've actually answered the question so many companies ask. So what does good look like? What am I supposed to actually do by giving them a structured way of assessing where they are and where they need to go? That's terrific. This is very good for my morale. I'm glad I volunteered to do this. Fernando, you're going to tell us how you fixed Spain. Yes, with ONCE? Please, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I will say thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor, a great pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much for the recognition for this project. I'm talking about the project is BQual certificate about CSR and disability. Well, in my presentation, I will try to explain the key aspects of the BQual certificate about corporate social responsibility and disability, and try to answer to the key questions. The BQual Foundation is a not-for-profit organization from Spain, created 4.5 years ago, promoted by the Spanish Committee of Representatives of Persons with Disabilities and the ONCE Foundation, which decided to create a certificate to recognize those companies acting in a socially responsible manner towards people with disabilities. Well, one of the first points in this project was that the companies need to promote the integration of disability into CSR policies, CSR strategies and initiatives with a comprehensive approach. Companies required guidelines and support to implement this kind of policies for the inclusion of people with disabilities in a transversal, in a global way, in terms of strategy, in terms of business too. And it was the origin of this project. Well, in terms of goals of the project, in terms of this kind of project, I think is perhaps one of the best innovative projects in terms of not only corporate social responsibility, not only in terms of disability, of course. We need to offer reliable recognition endorsed by the main stakeholder, and the main stakeholder is people with disabilities. The answer, before the answer is the question, was how we can recognize the best practices in terms of reputation, in terms of responsibility, in terms of corporate governance, sharing best practices, and promoting change in terms of business community in the beginning. And now, actually, this project is working with all kinds of organizations, private organizations, public sector, public administrations, universities, etc. One of the main goals too was to provide visibility of companies with commitment towards people with disabilities and offer a tool for improvement on CSR and specifically in disability. Well, in terms of certificate, what about the certificate? Well, the certificate, the BIQUAL certificate, is a certificate to recognize those companies acting in a socially responsible manner towards people with disabilities. And this is the only certificate on disability created and endorsed by people with disabilities. The main promoters and founders is the Spanish umbrella organization representing people with disabilities, Essl Foundation, and Seliger Econde Foundation. They have been working, contributing with former existing model and certificate of excellence in diversity and inclusion previously. What about the standard? Well, the BIQUAL certificate represents the adoption of a standard structure on 7 categories. The main objectives in terms of categories, I would say that could be strategy and leadership. Top management commitment is essential in all kinds of organization. HR strategy. The company must not only comply with laws and regulations, but also implement policies promoting non-discrimination and equal opportunities in terms of recruiting process, access to employment, professional promotion and training. And the third one is universal accessibility. Companies must observe universal accessibility not only in facilities and buildings, but also in their communication, internal, external communication with providers, stakeholders, customers, and in the field of health and safety at work measures. Well, the certification committee is the committee, the body in charge of awarding certificates after considering the results of the external audit. And the certificate validity is 3 years. How much is it? How much it costs? Well, the average cost, it depends on different criteria in terms of the number of employees, the turnover. The average cost is 7,000 euros actually. Well, the growth of the project actually. Awarded to 150 companies, adaptation and extension of the model to different sectors, especially in universities and public administrations, promoting change, social economy, special employment centers too. And one of our main challenges, one of our main goals is the scalability and internationalization. Interest shown by Latin American organizations and multinationals certified in Spain in extending the scope to other countries. The model is easily adaptable due to its high level of detail and objectives indicator and international scope of auditing firms, facilitates, and in terms of internationalization. Well, another point, very important point, very quick, the impact on employment for people with disabilities. We are working in terms of employment, key point of the standard, and direct employment, and the BIQUAL Foundation leading by example. Direct employment, 3 people with disabilities employed as BIQUAL Foundation staff, and indirect employment. And in terms of feedback, feedback of the main organizations, I would say in terms of the managing director of the National Institute of Public Administration in Spain, said recently, this certificate helped us to grow and leads the way for the rest of public administrations. And finally, I have video 50 seconds. Before concluding, I would like to show this video. It was the BQual campaign. Unfortunately, the English version is not available, but we have managed to add English subtitles. This video was intended to produce a strong impact on spectators as a very appropriate audiovisual product for a viral effect on social networks in order to increase the public visibility of the BQual certificate. Show video, please. Problems with the sound of the video. The video spoke about that consumers and the customers are asking for so far than the brand and what are behind the brands. And behind the brands, the consumers actually are looking for values, and this kind of values is in terms of corporate social responsibility and in terms of disability too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fernando. I must say that having it silent meant that we all actually really paid attention. I think it's a technique you should consider in the future. But also, as I listened to you, you raised a couple of points for me, how whatever we tell employers to do needs to be credible in terms of both the expectations of people with disabilities and the employer community. Getting the balance is crucial, but also, of course, it needs to go beyond compliance, because the compliance message, we're only going to treat you properly if we have to, actually doesn't work for anyone. And I think the other thing was you reminded us quite rightly that we also have to look at the public sector as employers. Our conversation has been very much about business and how to engage with them. But certainly I feel from our experience bringing employers together, the public sector often has much to learn from the private sector approach and much to learn about their disability performance overall. And so I thought at this point I would ask the audience to ask questions of the panel, and then my plan was to conclude by pulling out some of the principles that I think underpin how advocates, governments, NGOs and other stakeholders best approach creating a new conversation, a new way of working with business. But while we've got this interesting panel here, who wants to probe what's really going on in Taiwan, what you liked, didn't like when you were listening to that? And ditto, as the differences between Egypt and Spain. Would what works in Egypt possibly work in Spain? Any questions from the audience, please? Just have to shout nice and loud. Aha, a question. Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Vera from Luxembourg. I'm working for Info Handicap, and I have a question to Spain. In fact, this CSR certification, is it possible to transpose it, for example, to another country where there is already CSR certification, but that is not specific to disability, for example, where there are already other criteria as diversity with regard to gender, sexual orientation, ethnic origin also. Do you imagine that that would be possible? And also because in Luxembourg, for example, Spanish is not a very common language, is there a possibility? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. We have been working with different organizations all around the world. We have been collaborating with GRI, the Global Reporting Initiative, and we have been working in a new guide to help organizations communicate their commitment to respecting and promoting the rights of people with disabilities in terms of reporting. Another step is the BQual certificate and BQual project. And I think the project is easily adaptable to other countries, to other spaces, to other organizations, in terms of public administrations too. The first idea about the certificate was about private organizations, and the second step was public administrations too. I'm living in a country where the public administration is not an example in terms of employment for people with disabilities, in terms of accessibility, and perhaps this is the perfect link between, in terms of sharing knowledge and connecting the dots in terms of best practices, not only in one country, in a specific country, in Spain, for example, we are working in, and we are trying to adapt this model to other foreign organizations out of Spain and in other countries. Especially, we have found very interest in Latin America, in other countries too, and we are working with multinational, international organizations. The last contact has been with the World Bank to promote a model in terms of financial organizations that are working in CSR in general and disability in particular.
Can I come in? Can I ask, what we often find with things like certification or accreditation programs is disabled people become disillusioned because actually they're not policed, that there's no evidence that it's changed the behavior of the institution. How are you going to police this to keep, does it have teeth?
Yeah, very good question. We have been trying to promote the rigorous process in terms of audit, in terms of certification, very different, and in terms of evidence too. Sometimes we have find organizations that they were working very hard and brilliant organizations in terms of best practices in disability in general. HR strategy, promoting employment, direct employment, promoting indirect employment, and working in terms of accessibility, all kind of accessibility, especially technological accessibility. This kind of certification and this kind of evidence has been to put on value and to have the general picture about these good practices. Sometimes the practices were allocated in the HR department, in the financial department, in the corporate social responsibility area as a box, a closed box. The certification has been in terms of global strategy and the general picture for one organization. And the most important thing, in terms of improvement.
So just coming back to our colleague from Luxembourg, is it as simple as translating what you have into the language of choice in Luxembourg? Or would a lot of research need to be done to test whether or not your content would need to be adapted? Ditto for Egypt, say.
Yeah.
Can you just translate it?
No. Yeah. In many cases, it's not easy in terms of the public administration and laws requirement. Okay. And for example, the quota. The certificate and the recognition is not only in terms of legal obligation. Corporate responsibility, corporate social responsibility, sustainability must be so far than the legal obligation. And the certification, in terms of excellence, have three levels of excellence: BQual, VQual Plus and VQual Premium. It's an excellent way and a new way for working in terms of how we can improve my organization, my activity, in terms of disability from different areas. Customers, communications, accessibility, external and internal engagement, marketing, and global strategy in terms of leadership and strategy.
Excellent. Well, it sounds to me like it would be a good way to bring key stakeholders together to review what they've done in Spain and ask the questions about why it wouldn't work in Luxembourg. So it's a way of actually joining people to the thinking. Sounds very productive. Thank you for that. And I had another question here from Silvana from the Lebanon.
Actually, Susan, I was thinking, talking about the Spain experience, how can we encourage other private sector who are working with CSR to actually systemize inclusion within their reports? Because remember when we were asking many of those who do have CSR, and they always say, yes, we do report, but the report does not include at all any indicator about inclusion. May I ask another two quick questions? One for Egypt. Knowing that Egypt is so not accessible, when you started Intellect, when you want to assess, how do you do it? Can you tell a little bit more about how do you do it when you know that most of Egypt is not accessible, and so how do you encourage people to do it? Do you do capacity building for the people to be able to fill in the application, or what? And for the lady in Korea, I felt that your strategy is more based on proving how people can. You are focusing on the ability, which is, as part of the picture, could be good sometimes, but maybe you should also think about the whole picture, because we should not be spending our life telling others that, yes, we can. So
thank you. I thought I wouldn't get any questions from the... But with Silvana, of course, we get three. Good. Now, the first one was, how would you persuade a company that thinks it's doing good things on CSR to, for the first time, actually bring what they're doing on disability in, or acknowledge that they need to start doing something with the disability dimension? So I'm going to ask all panels very quickly your advice. How would you persuade Standard Chartered? Do you already include disability reporting in your CSR? Maybe that's not the question. How would you persuade another company to do it?
Well, I think the best way to persuade is to walk the talk, just like we did. We hired visually impaired people, and we try to broadcast the best practice by involving our clients and suppliers and also the broader audience to join in force by hiring more visually impaired people. And this is what we prove that we've been doing, and it's easier to persuade. And when it comes to hiring visually impaired people, I think I appreciate the lady's point. It's not just talking about capabilities. I mentioned the points because in the process, we notice it's really difficult to let the people, okay, the HR people might consider, okay, how can the blind people work? It requires a lot of explanations, and I want to bring this back to the session's title. It's the key to work with cooperation using the networks. And fortunately, as a global bank, we have a network of high-level engagement with the CEOs, chairmen of the corporate networks. And it's easier by inviting them into the senior position of this advisory council and sharing them. These people are really stats-driven, and we have to show them some people's stories and then show the data, show them, okay, this is working, and if you see the example from Standard Chartered, you can do it too. And it's not easy. You just write a letter to your friends telling them the NGO will follow up with you, and we require to see you maybe 3 times in the next 3 months, and you'll see that through. We need your support in endorsement. So I think walk the talk, and you use your network, existing network from your NGO partners, your corporate friends, and try to call from the top, and you penetrate from the bottom, and try to show them how it works, cite them some examples, and this is the way we try to do that.
Thank you. And in terms of the implications for me on the CSR agenda, having concrete examples of what a company has done, which you then share with the CSR professionals who may not even know that their HR people have done something, you know, that is exemplary or best practice. But being able to capture actually what concretely has been done would be useful. Quickly, what would you do in Egypt to persuade a CSR manager to report on what they're doing?
Well, it's pretty similar to Taiwan. We actually also...
I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. We do walk the talk when they see competitors and other companies doing the same thing. They start trying to replicate what others are doing. And in our case in Egypt, it's different from every sector. Like people in Egypt believe in doing good deeds. So they always think they're doing it for charity. So the challenge is to change the mentality from doing it in terms of it from a charity approach and transferring this good deed to doing it for the cause of real inclusion will actually benefit the business. So there's 15% of people with disabilities in Egypt. So if people with disabilities do better, the economy will do better. So this is how we try to sell it to companies.
And I want to also get back to the question that Silvana asked about, you know, how the Intellect process goes, or how we go through, like, how a company would ensure that their premises is accessible. We actually work with both the private and the public sector. So since we started the project, we basically take each location or venue and we start assessing based on the ADA checklist. So we refer to international standards, and then our team goes and checks every single question, from the doorknob to the blocks to everything, from the parking, all priorities, and then we present a full detailed report. We provide them with a checklist if it's correct or if it's wrong, what they need to change, and the priorities, and how much it would cost them to do that in Egypt, to make it so simple for them to make a decision. And then we actually provide a consulting session for the company or the government in order to help them make the decision on which needs to go first, depending on their budget. Eventually, this report, our team translates it into an account on Intellect application and website. So people with disabilities can access every single location. So per se, they want to go to a pharmacy. They can choose which pharmacy they want to go to based on how accessible it is. They click a button depending on their disability, if they want an assistant, if they want to check how accessible it is. And then they can actually see if it's red, green, or yellow, and based on the accessibility, and then they can go to details. So we have written in very short sentences if the ramp is the right inclination, if the door is not wide, if the bathroom is accessible, whatever the measures are. So it's a very detailed for both the company and for persons with disabilities. And this is how the app works, and it should also help with tourism for tourists with disabilities.
You are talking to someone with a real interest in tourism. Excellent. Yes. Fernando, how would you persuade CSR leaders to take credit for what they're doing on disability?
Doing good, doing better. In terms of business, I think the real license to operate for a company, for an organization in all kind of industry is reputation. I think is the real value for the companies in terms of responsibility, opportunity to include in the business versus people with disabilities as employees, customers, and suppliers. In terms of reputation, recognition, and improvement for the organization, in terms of public image, profitability, improvement of economic results, tangible and intangible, and perhaps in terms of CSR and disability and all kind of business, honesty is the best policy.
Honesty is the best policy. All right. Dealing with... And the data that you use in those conversations, Is that data available to anyone in the room who wants to start to have similar conversations? You know, we've got data emerging on the impact on the cost savings associated with learning how to make adjustments quickly for your people rather than the 3 to 6 month delays that are typically encountered in large corporates. You know, but we don't know quite who to share that data with in a way that would have most usefulness. Do you share your data with NGOs and others in Spain, and is it on your website available?
I think is the key point, perhaps, comparing the past, the present, and in terms of future, I think is the key point and the key goal, to share space, share knowledge, and linking the dots in terms of knowledge and experience. Perhaps one of the best practices could be in Egypt. One other of the best practices are in the Business Disability Forum, and the other one is in Taiwan. And the key point is to know before and to share after. That's the key point in terms of collaboration between NGOs and the business community, for example.
I do think this idea of sharing data that business regards as of interest, if not compelling, might be something we could pursue. Next question, maybe room for one more question. Try to keep down from 3. Could we go with no more than 2 each here? Yes, here and then here, please. Could you just say who you are?
Thank you, Susan. My name's Helen Green. I'm with the Australian Government. I love the idea of your app, and I'm hoping that you can talk to me a little bit more about it. It sounds fascinating. And what was the impetus behind it? Is it something that that's uniquely, that you think is uniquely Egyptian, or would it translate anywhere else?
Okay. First of all, thank you for your nice comment. And I do believe that it's going to be an international app, because we interviewed a lot of people in our needs assessment, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation. And the key point that all the people with disabilities need is that they need to access education. They need to access opportunities. Everything goes back to accessibility. So one of the problems was not just that the places are accessible or not, but it's also about how accessible are they, because every single person have their special choice and they want their own specific needs. So the app was demanded by 100% of the people that we researched or did our research with. So the application is supposed to help persons with disabilities to find the places, but is also an advocacy tool, because it's making businesses who are not on the app feel that they're left out. So I really think that it would probably be customizable depending on each country. But this is why we based it on international standards, because that means that it can work everywhere, and not specifically to Egypt, but we can think kind of the Uber approach, where you can make minor little changes depending on the culture. But I really think that it should, and the plan is that we are building it on international standards for that reason, so that it can be duplicated everywhere. And we're hoping that we can take this step by in a year from now.
Thank you. And a question here, please.
Hello. Okay, Mukhtar Al-Shibani, I'm from GATE, and my question to Maher and Amna regarding their beautiful experience that they had for the last year in Cairo. I know Cairo is a very big city and very difficult to work with in it, actually, with either the government or the NGO or the private sector. My question is regarding the transportation. Did you think of any type of studies program, how the dream can apply into the transportation in Egypt? Thank you.
So we're asking you to fix the entire country, as far as I can tell. Have you done the transport thing?
First of all, I want to thank Mr. Mukhtar. He's actually one of Helm's advisors, so thank you for that. Regarding the transportation, it is a big deal in Egypt because there's not one single accessible transportation system. It's only private companies that are very, very expensive. However, it's a cycle. It's a vicious cycle. You need to work on transportation. You need to work on the streets accessibility. You need to work on the companies and the businesses themselves. So it's where you start. It's part of the plan. We studied it, but we can't implement it now. But we're working on it. So.
And we're kind of hoping that also the street project and having the accessible ramps and the curbs would actually show the idea more clearly to the Egyptian people and the government that this is a prototype so that they would start using that because there was actually a move from the government that they got accessible buses. But the problem is the accessible buses need curbs with standards so that they can land on, and we do not have accessible curbs. So this is why we decided to make a model of the accessible curb.
Thank you. Have we got another question? Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Joe Dale. I'm with the Ontario Disability Employment Network in Canada. I guess I have a question for the panelists generally about the CSR platform. And maybe two questions. Is it scalable? So when you look at quotas and the numbers within companies, could it grow within a company to be representative of disability in the country generally? And second of all, what is the indications around sustainability of those jobs? Will it sustain economic down cycles and so forth?
Joe, for clarification, are you saying that the work that Fernando's been doing on the CSR certification, are you asking if that's scalable? Or are you...
No, hiring.
Oh, just is hiring disabled people in quota countries?
When you work off a CSR platform, is that platform, does that make the hiring scalable? And does it, how does that impact retention of jobs longer term, irrespective of economic cycles?
Are you happy to answer that? I'm a little... tell me what a platform is that helps me hire. What am I missing here?
Okay. The first answer, in my humble opinion, could be depending on each country. And sometimes in one country we have different realities, different regions and different situations in one country. The second one is training, and education in terms of CSR, and in this case, and according to my experience in terms of disability too. We have been working in different platforms in Spain, in Europe, with all kinds of companies. We were the promoters and one of the founding partners of the European Network for CSR and Disability Network. And the experience is that everything is possible. We have to believe in the final result, in the final image, in the final picture, and it's possible to adapt, and it's possible, it's scalable, this kind of projects. In terms of CSR, and thanks to CSR, in terms of disability too, I think.
Thank you, and I know Jane from Standard Chartered would like a word.
I think this gentleman has just raised a great question, and this is the question we've been asking ourselves together with the angel partners. I think in terms of the scalability, it can be addressed in several dimensions. The first one you can think about, for example, in our case, we start from visually impaired employment, and this can be expanded to other disability. And the second, geography. You start from one city, and this can be duplicated to the other city or the other countries. And also the demand and supply side, I think this is something a bit related to the sustainability, because in the talent pool, we also notice in our experience that sometimes even the corporates, they manage to open up a job opportunity for the visually impaired people, and we don't have the good talent or suitable talent to fill in that position. So the pipeline, if you are just looking at one disability category, I think this is something you have to think about. And as a corporate, we won't say we are the best person to address that part. And this is why we work with NGO partners.
Thank you. And of course, this message of whether or not you can get the balance right between the corporates saying, all right, give us suitable candidates, and finding the candidates. That's the essence of the sustainability game for me. And that's an issue that has to be dealt with by every stakeholder that's concerned with this. I wanted to take the final 9 minutes to just try to pull out some of the principles that I think underpin effective collaboration between the disability sector and the business community. I don't know how many times I've been asked, how do you persuade a senior business leader to come to dinner? The real question is, how do you get him to pay? But that's a different one. And so I thought if it's all right, I want to just go through, and some of it relates here to what I've heard very much. And in particular, as I look at your access issue, I'm so struck by the potential for creating jobs for people with disabilities who act as access auditors and access experts using your app as part of their toolkit and so on. I think if we look creatively at the impact of the convention and that focus on the built environment, I would be starting to train up people who could then help with the accessibility issues inside the corporates. However, if I look at what we're really trying to do when we're talking about engaging business, I think at the heart of it is building the relationships which help us to understand the needs and reality of the business community so that we can make it easier for them to say yes. Now, my premise here is that making it easier for the employer to say yes, I will engage in terms of CSR investment in a new training program, I will hire, I will adapt for my employees, for my customers. If the employer, all the investment in helping the person with a disability, I would argue is wasted if the employer says no. So the employer actually becomes the most important user of the service system that is trying to help people with disabilities to get a fair deal. So we're trying to move the employer in all our countries from being the target. I mean, you'll hear the word educate. We invited them to come to a conference to be educated and they didn't turn up. To being a valued service user. We design services that help the employer to quickly fill particular vacancies with the right people at the right time. So from valued service user, we want them to move into becoming a partner, which is exactly the journey that you've described. So this shift from moving the employer community from being the target, valued service user, to partner lies at the heart of everything we're trying to do. And for me, the essence of it is we have to mean it. We have to be seriously saying to the business leaders we're talking to, we do value you. We value you and your capability to empower people with disabilities to benefit themselves and you and the societies in which we operate, if you get this right. So we have to accept, in the same way that we accept the reality of the person with a disability, we have to accept the person we're talking to in the business. We have to accept their point of view as legitimate and real. And so when they say, it is too hard, I don't know what to do, I can't persuade my board to come in, I don't know where to get the money, I don't know where the bureaucracy has these supports you tell me about. The unions won't let me make adjustments because the union claims that their rights trump. I don't know how to challenge assumptions, particularly at senior level. When they say those sorts of things, there's an often, the reaction is, well, that can't be true, for heaven's sakes, stop it. But actually, those are all authentic, legitimate, and we can't build relationships with people if we don't accept their point of view as being legitimate for them. We're not trying to influence corporations in a funny way. We're trying to influence human beings who work inside large corporates. So just as we say, don't generalize about millions of people with disabilities, I'm saying don't generalize about business leaders. You're trying to find individuals who, because of personal value-based circumstances, experience, who have an interest in their corporate responsibility agenda, who are beginning to see the impact of treating people with disabilities fairly on their business bottom line, that there is no conflict there. I think you're looking for those individuals, and you have to make it easier for those individuals to then explain to the people around them why the company should be doing things in a different way. Some of you will have heard Pat from Cisco. Think of him. You've got guys like him inside these companies who are trying to find a way in a company that has never thought about doing what we'd like them to do before, to get the right people motivated to do the right things. One of the most important things that we can do with a business community is to ask their advice. Not tell them that they should do better and why haven't you done that and where are you, but to say, what would you do in my shoes? You know, here I am in Dublin, I want to help people get into a job. What would you do if you were me? How can I make it easier for you as an employer to get the right person with the right skills in the right place? I say Dublin because an agency did precisely that in Dublin years ago and found it hugely powerful. They were able to create an advisory group of business leaders who were simply being asked to give advice, and they would then test their marketing materials and their messages and their plans for how to find the talent and so on. It worked extremely well. You need to set out to minimize the risk that the individual business leader would associate with coming into some brand new territory with you on this. What if it doesn't work? I'm going to look really very uncomfortable in terms of how my boss is going to look at me. You know, I've invested money, time. Time is actually very valuable inside these corporations. And then if it doesn't work, if I don't find the right candidates or it goes wrong, that's a personal and a professional risk that you have to consciously minimize. Above all, I never know quite whether to start with this, finish with this, put it in the middle or everywhere. Above all, nothing will change in terms of our relationship with business leaders unless they're meeting more disabled people as opinion leaders, change advocates, graduates, interesting, working in theater. I don't know what they're doing. The point being that you need a conscious face-to-face strategy that says everything you're doing with business means that it's going to be more likely they're going to meet an interesting person with a disability in non-threatening conversations, not where they're coming under attack because they haven't done it, or this really scary conversation, of course, which is, I want a job. And often that's the only conversation with a business that's ever been had is, why don't you hire more disabled people? They don't apply. Who are you talking about? So instead, you start by what we used to have in the UK, we called them parties with a purpose. We invited business leaders and lots of interesting disabled people together, put them somewhere nice, pour in lots of wine and orange juice, and close the doors. It's that personal contact. And then business leaders start to go, so this isn't a mythological group. I can't even visualize. I just met this really interesting person, and he told me he can't get a job in my company, and that seems pretty silly. Humor is really important. And finding structured ways to build bridges. What I liked about the Cisco story is that bridge where some of his colleagues in Cisco in Bangalore go out and start to meet young people with disabilities, help them to prepare so that they can apply for the internship program, and you get this bridge coming through all the way. I have to say to the NGOs and the government agencies, do your homework. You know, provide the facts that would actually persuade a business, which is why, Fernando, I was so interested in the facts that you've got. I remember going in to see Standard Chartered in Hong Kong, and I brought along an insight into the fact that when they're looking at their customer base in China, 165 million of them are over 65, and that 28% have got visual impairment. And so why is your application for the mortgage in tiny font in bright red? I actually held it up. Here's bright red. And your customer people went, oh gosh, we can't even read that. My point being, the facts that enable the business to see that disability does have an impact on their business, and that what you need in the company is their disability know-how needs to build. You need to build your expertise in how you remove obstacles that are getting in the way of your customers and your talent. You have to accept that the language is different, and that often the brochures that come into a company from an NGO, the business reads it and doesn't understand it, just as they don't understand business language. There's a real obstacle there. And so doing your homework means really taking a look at the industry sectors that you're trying to influence and understanding their business realities. So you can state at Standard Chartered, great results last week. Try not to say if they weren't great results last week. And it's clear that you actually are paying attention to them as your valued stakeholders, as valued clients, and offer practical support. I mean, if there's anything that comes through from the work you're doing in Egypt, is how practical you are. You're saying to the company, what's getting in the way for you? Can we make it easier for you? And that means quality support, on time, to the standards that the business expects. You keep your promises. Someone gets a job, you say, well, actually, we'll be there for that manager for the next 12 months if something goes wrong, and we'll be there within an hour if he calls and says he'd like some advice. I think the challenge for us all here is to get this push and pull right, that we want the employers to get excited about a pool of talent they didn't know was there, which is what your messages would really do. But then there have to be candidates with disabilities, with the skills that are ready or are poised for the training so that they can get the skills, etc. And so getting that balance really carefully crafted in every particular locale becomes absolutely crucial. And I think finally, I just want to say, because I'm determined to be on time, that if you say as a basic mantra, making it easier for the employer to say yes, to get it right, to find the person, to get the help, making it easier for the employer will always make it easier for people with disabilities to get jobs, keep jobs, and access goods and services. Always. It can't not. And so that's your sustainability question, because once you get making it easier for the employer in creative ways through networks, whatever you're encouraging them to do, to find good people to get the services and support they need when people become disabled at work, disabled people are going to start to win, business wins, states win, we all win. I think I've come in on time. So does that make sense? Please, some nods or some nods? Some nods? Some principles. Thank you. And so if I can just quickly close by thanking my panel. As I say, I leave heartened. There's good stuff happening out there. It's so encouraging. So I'm really glad I came today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you see that?
us because they were very professional and hard-working, and we had a lot of support. It was lovely to see the interns
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please make a start? We have to respect the schedule of the conference. Nice to see you again. Thank you for coming. Yeah, I'm sorry, I've got to make a start here. But we'll talk after, okay?
She's having 15 minutes, and after that I will take over and moderate the next session.
But I can her now.
Just introduce me. I'm going to moderate the session.
I'm on the big screen, or I shouldn't be on the screen at all.
Torquil and Frank Hoffman together on stage, and I will moderate the session.
Are you on stage, or should we just share a screen?
No, we sit on stage, so we can. When the Stefan is leaving, we all go in. But you just have to, when she's finished, you say thank you and then hand over to me. Yeah? Sorry for that. Briefed on this.
Pieces of paper. Helga was told to start. Is she
No, just give me 2 seconds because I just have to make the next one.
Is it,
Sorry.
I think we agreed some 15 minutes to discuss that you have your speech, no?
Yeah, 15 minutes. I changed my speech anyway, so it seems there was a misunderstanding between our assistants, but I thought I would have much more time. This morning I looked at the schedule and saw that I only had 15 minutes.
Sorry for that.
But it's not a problem. It's okay.
Okay.
So always better 15 minutes.
So when
short and strong.
Okay, perfect. So when Stephen is finished, I will take over and will be other people coming on stage. Yeah? Yeah. You just leave and we come.
Yeah, and then I have to leave actually.
Okay.
Can't hear you.
Okay, that was me shouting and running. It's a great combination. Okay, welcome back everyone. What I was trying to tell you was I was in the middle of having a great conversation, which I hope is what all of you were doing, hence I missed my cue. Anyway, so we have our next keynote presentation, and we're going to do this for the next 15 minutes. And then after that, Michael Fenbeck is going to bring 2 other people onto the stage for a conversation. But before we do that, we are absolutely delighted to have this particular keynote presentation. And this is Helga Stevens, who's the MEP member of the European Parliament from Belgium. And also, she's going to give her own personal experience, and I think it's our first time having you here at the Zero Conference, so would you please give her a very, very warm round of applause. It's 3 o'clock, so come on, everybody. Warm round of applause.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see the title of my presentation is Next Level Political Participation. I am the first female member of the European Parliament. We have to remember that before I entered the European Parliament, I was a member of the Belgian Senate and the Belgian Parliament. I've also served on the local city council in Ghent, Belgium, for a total of 12 years. My political experience in the past 12 years precedes my experience within the political party that I'm a member. I want to start digging right into the UNCRPD. This links directly to the theme of this conference, which is employment, work, vocational education, and training. Now let's look at how this ties in with the convention and what the link between politics and work might be. If you look at Article 29 in the convention, it mentions participation in political and public life. State parties shall undertake to ensure that persons with disabilities can effectively vote and be elected which means politics is not only about participating in the vote, it's about standing for election and about being elected, and not only a passive participation. You have active participation as well. So the link to work and employment shows through in Article 27, which states the state parties have to recognize the right of persons with disabilities to work on an equal basis with others and to ensure that reasonable accommodation is provided to persons with disabilities in the workplace. So the link between politics and work, if you look at my job as a politician, I work in a workplace. My workplace is the Parliament. Either the Flemish Parliament, the Belgian Senate, and now the European Parliament. This is my workplace. And so that's the link between Articles 29 and 27 and to the theme of this year's conference. If we dig deeper into the concept of reasonable accommodation at the European Parliament, so I'm going to use myself as a case study here. The concept of reasonable accommodation is very broad. It is also very adaptable to each disabled person's situation. I don't have enough time to go into my experiences at the Belgian Senate and the Belgian Parliament, so I will just use the current situation in the European Parliament. Now, the situation of myself as an elected official is different than the situation of a staff member or a trainee or intern. You're employed by the political group, which is the situation of an intern, and you can also be employed by a member of European Parliament themselves. And you might think that, okay, this is the same type of reasonable accommodation because it's all happening basically in the same building. But in fact, that's not the case. Each one of these situations is different. The European Parliament likes to complicate things, while I like to keep things simple. Welcome to politics. If we look at the situation of myself, elected official, after the election, before each mandate starts, there is an assessment of each member who has a disability. That may be a wheelchair user, a blind member, or a deaf member like myself. But it's kind of silly because everyone knows I'm deaf. I don't know why they have to assess the fact that I'm deaf, but anyway. So you get a medical certificate that proves you have a disability and which type of disability and then what the needs are attached, and that becomes your reasonable accommodation. That then gets passed on to a bureau of peers who are responsible for a budget, which goes to MEPs with disabilities like myself. So I requested sign language interpreters. And they decided what the budget for sign language interpreters would be. And to my surprise, the budget was much, much less compared to what I was getting at the Flemish Parliament and the Belgian Senate. You would imagine that because the European Parliament is a bigger institution, that you would get the same or more allocation for reasonable accommodation, but in fact it was the opposite, and we're still fighting that fight. Now, if you're a staff person working at the European Parliament, there are staff regulations which they have to follow, and that is after a medical assessment, as I explained to you before. Trainees and interns also would have an individual assessment at the start of their employment, and then they would be given reasonable accommodation that was suitable. But the political parties would be the ones responsible to pay for that reasonable accommodation. Now, if you look at the socialists, the Christian Democrats, the conservatives, the Greens, all of the different political parties, we have 8 in the European Parliament. They all receive a budget for employing people to be able to function as a political party. So the idea is that from that budget, they should be able to pay for a reasonable accommodation as well. And I can follow that logic. But at the same time, it's not exactly fair, because the biggest political group, which has over 250 members, in compared to the smallest group, which might have 50 or 60 members, is going to have a much bigger budget to handle interns or trainees that have a disability. So if smaller groups are more keen to hire people with disabilities, they have a much larger burden compared to the bigger groups. So I think the system is not very just, because political groups, in fact, are not encouraged to hire people with disabilities based on this logic, but that's the system we have to deal with now. If I hire an intern with a disability, and I have had deaf interns in my office in the past, and I ask the parliament to provide an interpreter for that intern, they say, it's not our problem, it's your problem, you're the one who decided to hire them. And I said, now this is ridiculous, because it's not fair. The responsibility is on the individual member of European Parliament. This discourages members to have interns who have disabilities, and this is really not fair. I feel like we should have a separate fund to encourage both the administration, members of European Parliament, and the political groups to hire people with disabilities to work in the Parliament as an intern or as a staff member. So I want to go a little bit more in depth about my own personal experience. There are regulations for members of Parliament with disabilities. At this moment, we have 5 members with disabilities, 2 deaf members, including myself, 2 wheelchair users, and 1 woman with severe vision problems and health problems that go along with that. There might be others who have a mild hearing loss, but they don't declare that as a disability. There's also another member who has very bad eyesight in one of his eyes, but he's not declared himself as a member with disabilities. So out of the 5 who have declared themselves, 2 of us are deaf, as I said, and if you look at the rules, they're the same for both of us. But the application of the rules is completely different between the 2 of us. We don't have the same provision for sign language interpreters, for example. The other deaf member has been in Parliament, this is his 2nd term. So he was the only deaf member. Then in 2014, I joined the Parliament, and then we were 2. The administration decided that the situation of the other deaf member was the same as the first mandate, and he did not get a very good deal out of it from the administration. So we're trying to improve the situation for sign language interpreters to be allowed to work more hours and to allow flexibility. The Parliament follows your language, which makes sense in a lot of ways. We have 24 official languages, spoken languages in the Parliament, and you can ask for a personal interpretation, but it follows your language profile. So I sign, yes, but I also know English, and I'm literate in English. I know American Sign Language. Right now I'm using American Sign Language because the working language of this conference is English. So I asked Parliament to provide me with 2 interpreters, a Flemish Sign Language interpreter, who is a Dutch speaking, and then a native English sign language interpreter who uses ASL most of the time. At the end of the day, the budget is the same if we have 2 Flemish sign language interpreters or 1 Flemish and 1 English. But getting to this point was very, very difficult. For my other colleague, they won't accept that because they made the decision 6 years ago. They're not very flexible, and that is not fair. So we're now taking this up to the President of the Parliament, and our patience has basically run out. So hopefully we see some changes there. Sign language is important. Sign language interpreters are important because it's the only way for deaf politicians to participate in the process. Politics is all about communication, and without interpreters, I'm without the ability to communicate with my peers and with my public. Last year, we set up a huge conference in September at the European Parliament. We had over 1,000 participants from all over Europe. That conference had all 24 spoken languages and all 31 sign languages simultaneously interpreted during the entire duration of the conference. There was a resolution as a result of this conference, and we achieved this resolution by a large majority in plenary. I think we only had 5 members abstain and 2 people against, who then changed their minds later with some persuasion. But it was unprecedented. This resolution is very important because we've had resolutions in the past about sign language from 1988 that focused on languages, making sure that sign languages were official languages for deaf people. Nothing really happened, and then 10 years later in 1998, we had a repeat resolution which was a bit stronger, and we then saw that begin to be implemented because now most EU member states have sign languages recognized in their constitution, in their law, or in an act. And so we've seen sign languages have more official status. So sign languages themselves have been improved on paper. But what we haven't seen is the gap that this third resolution fills, which is to look at the professionalism of sign language interpreters and to have them equal to spoken language interpreters. The European Parliament employs a large number of spoken language interpreters, as you can imagine, with 24 official spoken languages. They work in teams of 3. They also have working conditions where they're not allowed to work for more than 4 hours without a 2-hour break. I have 2 interpreters who don't get any breaks. They work all day long, and they're paid much less than the spoken language interpreters who are doing exactly the same work. So we're trying to change that, and that's what the most recent resolution was all about. So we have to implement this in the future. There's also a report on the UN Convention on the Rights of Peoples with Disabilities, and that also is an important tool to show the European Union and the member states by proxy how to implement the UN CRPD. So I was the rapporteur of that report, and we had a lot of committees input their opinions, and other non-governmental organizations influenced the result of that report. So it's increased access in general at the European Parliament. Before, we had no meetings that were accessible, and because of the UN CRPD, the European Parliament and European institutions have become more aware that they need to provide accessibility, and that's what's happening on an ad hoc basis for some meetings. I know I have to close. I want to just last mention OSCE, which is the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. They've recently set up a project to focus on improving the participation of disabled people in public life, including politics. And I would invite you to read this. Accessibility is such an important part of people's right to participate in public life. Without access, it doesn't matter what the disability, you can't participate. So we have to remove barriers. We have to think creatively. We also have to think about how inclusive education comes into the picture here. We have to look at how disabled people are portrayed in the media, and we have to increase this percentage of disabled people in mass media. We also have to look and monitor data so that countries can benchmark themselves and see what kind of progress they're making. So this is a wonderful project from OSCE, and again, I recommend you look into that. My time, unfortunately, has run out, so I will now close my keynote. If you would like to contact me, here are my details. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Helga. To hear the frustration of what you have more patience than I can imagine. And it is extraordinary to see an interpreter for sign language is paid less than a language interpreter. It's unfathomable, really. Thank you so much for continuing to advocate, and thank you so much for being here and sharing your personal story. Please continue to do so. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Fantastic.
Thank you. I will continue to do my work. Thank you.
And can I just say, you did a beautiful job interpreting as well. Don't you think? Yeah, a really beautiful job. I could really hear Helga in you, so thank you very much. Now, we're going to bring to the stage Michael Fembeck and I got to tell you, two of my favorite rock stars, Thorkel Sunday and Frank Hoffman. These two gentlemen, we're all Ashoka Fellows, so I have huge regard for these men. But these guys are going to be talking about taking solutions across borders with Michael. And I've got to tell you, this is going to be a super session, not just because I love these guys, because they're stories. So off you go, Thorkel and Frank and Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. Please, everyone, come on stage. I'm going to make the intro in the meantime. My name is Michael Fembeck. I'm the director of the Zero Project and very happy to chair this session. The topic is internationalization. And as Caroline said already, we are happy to have two social entrepreneurs here having successful models in the field of employment of persons with disability, two very different ones. And we're trying to develop here together what they have in common, what they are different, what they're working on, what are the biggest challenges, and I know them very well. We also, as the Zero Project and the Essl Foundation, support them in Austria. I know that they are very open and easy to talk to, and will be very openly discuss all the issues that they're having. On top of that, we also have on the stage the two ladies who run the Austrian branches of Discovering Hands and Specialist Terne. So we have a kind of twofold or even threefold kind of discussion on internationalization. It's very difficult to say. So it's not only about Discovering Hands versus Specialist Terne, it's also about what the international Discovering Hands and Specialist Terne mission and strategy is and how this is implemented in another country. So another interesting aspect that we want to develop on. And finally, we have also Anna Patero here with us on stage. Now we have her on stage. Anna Patero is, she will also introduce herself. She's a kind of hub, of development hub from Latin America. She's much more able to explain this to herself later, but she's a kind of incubator in Latin America. And she will add her experience in starting up projects that want to scale up or to replicate in a country. In this case, it's Latin America. So I'm going to stop here. I'm going to hand over to Frank and Thorkel, who have arranged between themselves how to start this session. They will have a kind of co-production on presenting the Discovering Hands and Specialist Terne at the beginning of the session.
Hello, everybody. I'm very glad to be here at the Zero Project Conference once again. And I think, Thorkel, the same to you. We will share our experiences as social entrepreneurs, bringing a model which was set up in our home countries on its way to internationalization, having a short focus on our experiences here in Austria, the specific experiences, and then looking for components which are helpful to bring it to the world, more or less. Just a short business card, more or less. What is Discovering Hand doing? It's a German social enterprise, a non-for-profit enterprise, which started its activities in April 2014, even if we developed the program already in 2006. We started to develop the program. Blind and visually impaired women are trained as medical tactile examiners. They are giving assistance to medical doctors in the fight against breast cancer, performing high quality level examination of the female breast, which allows them to find the smaller lumps into the tissue. And this is really a big difference for the chance of healing breast cancer. It's a 9-month training program, and they are able to find lumps between 6 and 8 millimeters, as we doctors normally start to find lumps from 1 to 2 centimeter size. MTEs use these haptic orientation stripes to perform their examination, and the program is really a completely new field of profession for blind and visually impaired people. Now, Torkel, I hand this over to you for your business card.
Thank you, Frank. It's great to be with you again. We met several times in different places in the world. I would like to talk about dandelions, because it's not about autism, it's not about specialists, it's really about dandelions. This may be the surprise of the day. But dandelions are loved by kids. They blow dandelions, they make wishes, they feed their rabbits with dandelion leaves. But as you grow older, something happens. And if you buy a house with a garden, you see the wonderful flower again. Probably the love has turned to hate. Now it's a weed. You used to love it, now you hate it. The flower is the same, but something changed. What changed is your norms have been replaced by society's norm. Because now you only want the flowers in your lawn and in your flower bed that you have decided upon, that fits into the ideal situation in the garden. But what is a weed? A weed is really a flower in an unwanted place. If you take it to the kitchen garden, treat it well, you will find it's one of the most valuable plants in nature for nutrition, natural medicine, coffee, tea, wine, beer. And I met farmers who make a living out of growing dandelions. The message is that every dandelion has the same potential in it if it's seen as an herb. But for those who only see it as a weed, you'll never get access. So what we're trying to do is we are creating these welcoming flower beds, these small kitchen gardens in the labor markets, where also autistic people who today are very much rejected by recruiters because they don't fit the social expectations. We need them in the workplace. We need to form these small flower beds, kitchen gardens. Specialisterne is based on a vision of a world where people are given equal opportunities in the labor market. For autistic people, there may be unemployment rate of about 80%. We believe that by bringing autistic people into the workplace, we can create better work environments. We can reduce stress levels, because you have to grow your management skills to work with autistic people. And actually, in today's Austrian newspaper, it says that there's a lot of stress in the labor market in Austria. 1/4 of every man is close to a breakdown. 1/5 of every woman. We believe that we, by including autistic people, can reduce stress levels in any labor market. The mission is to educate stakeholders in talent and career development for autistic people through innovation, collaboration, and knowledge sharing. This is also why we are here today. We've set a goal to enable 1 million jobs for autistic people. It's a big goal for a Dane living in a 5.6 million citizen country. But that is why I relocated to the US and I'm working on the global scene right now. We started 13 years ago and we have operational experiences from 15 countries in different cultures, in different welfare systems. We work with global partners. We are associated with the United Nations, Department of Public Information and World Economic Forum. So it's a special treat to be here today with the Zero Project and with the UN. I'm helping the UN to organize annual events around the UN World Autism Awareness Day events. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Torkel, you are 8 years ahead, but I'm pretty sure that Discovering Hands will follow you on this way of success, because we believe that the model we can deliver to the labor markets of the world and to the world of visually impaired people is a really win-win-win situation. On the one hand, we open a completely new profession for visually impaired people. They are making a capability out of a disability, and they are not even as good as doctors, they are much better. And this is meaningful for women suffering from breast cancer. And on the third side, it also saves money for the public purses, health insurances, and also the pension funds are saving money. And there's another very important aspect of the model. I think Anna will later on say something more to that. The overwhelming majority of visually impaired women are unemployed and often struggle with extreme poverty, especially in the countries which we call the developing countries. More than 90% of visually impaired women there are unemployed, and this is also a very meaningful aspect for this model. Even if blindness and breast cancer are global phenomena, the setting in the given countries of this world is very, very much differing when we try to implement the model. I think this is the same experience you made, and this is what we are talking later about, because we want to find the success factors in this process. But we have decided to bring the Discovering Hands model via a social franchise system to the world, and we were already successful in finding first franchisee here in Austria. Supported by Essl Foundation and Sinnstifter, we were able to set up a pilot phase 2 years ago, and now on my side is Marisa Mühlböck, the CEO of Discovering Hands Austria. I'm very proud that we made this very important next step for the development of the model. On the other hand, we do have a first pilot project which was finished in August of the last year in Colombia with the support of CAF. I think also about that Anna will give some report to you. And we have started another pilot right now in India, and we have many, many contacts and first talks with other organizations, other people from other countries. So this process is, it's just early days for this process. We need always 5 steps to implement the model in another country. We have to find a local partner. We have to set up a local project team to run the pilot. This needs about 18 months, and each of these steps has to be set up very professionally and with much awareness. And the points Shira Ruderman, the elements Shira Ruderman pointed out in her presentation when she gave us her keynote in the morning, that you have to match expectations, to perform transparency, that you have to define the common mission is very important for these first 3 steps. After that, we will find a franchising organization which takes over responsibility for the scaling up in the given country, and then we close the franchise contract.
Autism is a global phenomenon. So I've been contacted by parents in maybe 100 countries from all over the world who have heard about what we're doing and have asked me to help. And being a parent of an autistic child, I cannot say no when parents make contact with me. I can say, be patient, we'll find a way. We've set a goal, 1 million jobs, and our expectation is that about 100,000 of those will be in North America, 100,000 in Latin America, 250,000 in Europe, 100,000 in Africa, Middle East, 200,000 India, 200,000 China, 50,000 in Asia Pacific. We are in 5 continents now, building our knowledge base. We have learned a lot about maturity of the different markets. On the supply side, is autism recognized? Are there programs for autistic students? How is the autism community? How does the government support? And on the other axis, on the demand side, what is the need in the autism space or in the business space that autistic people can be a good fit for? Autistic people typically have a good memory, ability to see patterns. They have attention to detail. They can have a high accuracy in repetitive tasks, and they come up with new ways of finding solutions to old problems. Everyone are very different. Everyone is a story in itself. And one of our specialists and employees in Austria even today gave me a book about his story. Ich muss mich durch Leben tasten. And it's such a thrill to work with autistic people. They are honest, they are straightforward, they are without filters. You get what you see, you get very loyal people, and many have the skills that are very much needed in the corporate space. But many have also gone through a life of vulnerability, and it's very important that we'll be able to set up a support structure. Getting a job is one thing, but then it should be a start of a career. So it's a long way, but we'll get there. We've been through an evolution. The past 10 years, we have probably enabled about 1,000 jobs. We have experience from about 15 countries. Very much have been about individual placements in companies supported by specialisterne. We've been promoting, there have been a lot of article, TV broadcast, books. So we have created quite a lot of awareness together with other players in the field. We have created these individual comfort zones. So in our dandelion philosophy, we have created some very small flower beds where autistic people thrive as herbs. Right now, we just come, Elizabeth and I, from a group meeting in Barcelona. For 4 days, we have been discussing what we learned, what patterns can we see, where are the challenges, what have we together developed of services, of products that we can go to the market with. How do we work with the education system? Because we have to develop the talent pipeline better than it's being done today. And it's so fantastic to have this feeling that we are not individual specialists in operations, even though some are in Brazil, some are in the US, in very different settings. We are one group that can benefit from the experiences and the programs in different countries. So right now it's company onboarding, very much in the English-speaking countries, like in Australia. We're doing cybersecurity work together with Hewlett-Packard for the government. We are doing tasks for the government on border control and immigration. For Department of Human Services, we're doing software testing. And the recent business area we developed is pig farming. Many autistic people, they like to work with animals. So this is actually a good example of what other business areas that could be without, beyond IT. It's very much business to business. People who are satisfied with our services make contact to their peers in other companies. So we are creating a lot of acceptance that, of course, autistic people have a role to play in the labor market. We have created these team comfort zones where we also teach employers, colleagues in the companies to understand how you communicate and manage the best possible way with autistic people. So we are at the greenhouse stage right now. We are working in teams in companies. Over the next 10 years, we will reach the 1 million jobs globally. And we have to think of how can we mainstream our experiences so we can plug into the standard recruitment challenge from universities, colleges, and other education platforms. How can we help parents? How can we help autistic people grow the talent base and prepare for the labor market better? We need to tap into the grassroots organizations. In very many companies, there are employee resource groups. Microsoft talked about it earlier today. There are companies who have more than 1,000 members of their autism interest group in the companies, which means that that is actually an enormous knowledge base that is already in the companies that can be used to employ autistic people, and others can benefit from that. Then we have the autism organizations whose biggest hope is a job as a start of a career for their family members. So we need the grassroots to be engaged, and we need to go from having a job in spite of autism to having a job because of autism. We need to work with the governments. We need to work with the leaders in the local community to reach the 1 million job, where it will be more than of a field, a mainstream, where the benefits of the dandelions will reach all over in the community. With the UN, we are promoting Sustainable Development Goal number 8. The strategy is to showcase with leading employers, globalize together with the global clients and partners, bring employment knowledge into the education system so we can remove the divide that is there today after graduation. We'll train local partners who can be trained, certified, operated through our intellectual property, and then do the local work in the local communities of education, assessment, and onboarding and retention. We need to document what works, what does not work, and scale through technology-based or web-based technology to remove the barriers that we face today, and then follow up on an annual celebration at the UN World Autism Awareness Day.
I will hand over the controller to Marisa. You said that you're not alone. The specialists in the teams are forming a kind of family. It's the same for Discovering Hands.
Thank you, Frank, and good afternoon, everybody. I have now the pleasure to give you an overview of the development of Discovering Hands in Austria. And I will start demonstrating this by splitting the progress we made into 3 parts or 3 phases. and at the same time I will focus on 4 issues that best describe this development. First, the progress we made in implementing the business model. Second, I will talk about the number of training courses we accomplished, and third, the number of MTEs trained. And last but not least, I will show you how we were able to finance the activities we've done so far and how we consider to do so in the future. Phase 1, from 2013 until the middle of 2015, can more or less be called the evaluation phase. The main question was, how does the model fit into the Austrian market? And at this point, the fact that Frank, as an Ashoka Fellow, was part of the international Ashoka network. I don't know if everybody knows Ashoka is a platform for social entrepreneurs worldwide. That was very helpful. Ashoka representatives in Austria connected Frank to a group of philanthropists who agreed to finance the evaluation project. And furthermore, a pharmaceutical company, Boehringer Ingelheim, assigned an employee as a pro bono project partner or pro bono project manager for Discovering Hands in Austria. And this person was not just anybody, but a highly skilled lady, and she was very well connected, especially among the healthcare community in Austria. And I guess this was quite a crucial factor for the success of the evaluation project at that point. And in the middle of 2015, the franchise contract was closed. During this initial phase, 1 train-the-trainer course was completed in Germany, and afterwards the first MTE training took place in Vienna, coordinated by our training partner CBUS, which is a training center for blind and visually impaired people in Austria. And we had 4 MTEs trained. As I said before, this phase was financed by a group of philanthropists called the Sinnstifter. And one of them is the Essl Foundation, which is of course known to everybody in this room. I already mentioned Boehringer Ingelheim and Ashoka as important pro bono partners. And Ashoka was coming up with the idea to present the project in one of our national startup TV shows, which Frank did. And he absolutely scored, which means he convinced one of Austria's well-known business angels and impact investors to invest in Discovering Hands. And this marked the beginning of phase 2, the franchisee story. But shortly after closing the contract, one of our major obstacles became obvious. And this is the legal status in Austria. Why is this? Well, in comparison to Germany, doctors in Austria are not allowed to delegate services, such as the examination of the female breast. And we have the same situation with almost any medical service, unless the person assigned is educated in the field of the so-called medical assistance professions. So this was what became our mission, to establish such a job description for medical tactile examiners for blind and visually impaired persons in Austria. And now, with the permission of the Ministry of Health, we are now conducting a study with the intention to prove that our medical tactile examiners find at least as many lumps in the tissue as doctors do. At this stage, we also enlarged our network and established strong partnerships with doctors and with health care facilities in Austria. And we also managed to start a second MTE course and increase the number of trained MTEs to 6. The financial situation at this stage was secured by impact investment. Phase 3, let's take a look into the future. As I said, we are now conducting a study and we hope to get this milestone done in this year, followed by the recognition of the profession. We will also use this phase to implement a so-called open innovation process, defining ideal strategies processes and distribution channels for the rollout of the business model. This means we will include different stakeholder groups, especially, of course, our potential future clients. We will have workshops with them and so on. The next training course is, of course, based on the progress of the study, since it's linked to the legal status. And our goal is to complete 3 to 4 courses in this period. And we also intend to cooperate with new training partners in other federal states in order to attract women from all over Austria. Of course, we also plan to fully roll out the business model and earn money on the free market. But we will still have to apply for additional funding. And one thing that really shows me that we are on the right path right now is that there are already some companies interested in participating in our study, partnering with us, and thus helping us to finance this stage. So summing up, what are our learnings so far? Let's start with the biggest challenges. One is for sure adapting to the given legal status and the restrictions we face. And therefore, it's important to understand the local healthcare system and the financial structure. Then it's about identifying, I call it always, our friends and our foes, meaning who are our supporters and who are people that have doubts, who are people that might see us as game changers. And game changers, you know, this is often something that can be interpreted as threats. And such doubts might be overcome by identifying ideal positioning, progress, and channels within the given system, which leaves no one behind. Another challenge is bridging the financial gap. It's very hard to predict at the moment how long it will take us until the legal status will be changed accordingly. On the other hand, there is a lot of things that work really well. This is the collaboration with philanthropists, especially during the evaluation phase. Also the collaboration with public authorities in the field of labor market integration. We have already established a great network of supporters and ambassadors. And furthermore, there is a high demand from companies who would like to provide tactile examinations to their employees. And last but not least, well, there is the story. Our value proposition is very clear and easy to tell, and therefore, example, the media, and especially the women in Austria, our future clients, are very much interested in discovering hands. And I'd like to conclude with some numbers that are very encouraging. This is the feedback from 100 women in Austria who have already experienced the tactile examination. We first asked them if they enjoyed the examinations, and more than 9 out of 10 said yes. And we wanted to know if they would get the examination done again. Almost everybody confirmed that they would do so. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the most powerful message and the strong motivation for us. And this is why we are convinced, or if I missed something. And this is the most important point of my presentation. You know? But as I said, it's the most powerful message, and the motivation is very strong. And this is why we are convinced that we will also manage to overcome the obstacles. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Now I want to say something about Spezialisten Austria and our challenges and what works, and I want to start with a short video. So, how did we start in Austria? Is there a market in Austria for working with people with autism? Yes, there is. 1% of the population have autism all over the world, so also in Austria, and the talents of people with autism are very useful to companies, of course, also in Austria. So in the startup phase, we got private funding of the Essl Foundation, so we could start up to make a research which companies are interested to meet people with autism, and institutions, and of course public funding institutions like the unemployment office. Different than in Denmark, it was not possible to get public funding in the first period. So we could only start because of the Essl Foundation. We employed the first person with autism in a leasing model because the enterprise did not have a headcount. So slowly, we found out that the leasing model is working better and easier than in other countries where the companies are employing people with autism directly. It was quite interesting for us. What is essential about working with people with autism, that they have to feel in a comfort zone, and we have to find out the talents and the working environment in which they want to work and can unfold their talent in the best way and can shine as a dandelion. So in other countries, they have a 5 months of training or assessment to get to know the people. We did not have this possibility in Austria for 2 years. The second phase, we got public funding, we could do this assessment of 5 months, and it helped us to know a lot of people in a good way, and we could hire a lot of people with autism. The challenges were that then the public funding ended, and we started a module system. So we had not like 25 hours a week for everybody for 5 months. We just could do workshops, IT trainings, and we still do that now like this. It works, but of course we can only work with people with a light form of autism. It's not possible in Austria that we work with people who are who need more time. That's a pity, but it's how it is. What is a challenge is that in Austria there is no educational program for people with autism. It's difficult to study because the universities are very chaotic for them and overcrowded. Schools are not specialized, and there's nothing for people with autism. Nobody is specialized in this field. And we can't work with the big companies of Torquil Sonne, the SAP or HP. They don't develop software in Austria, they just sell. So for us, we could not refer to these international clients. We had to build up our own company relationships. What works? Here you see the companies we are working with. Some hired 1 person, and after a time the second or the third. Shire employs 5 people in quality insurance or programming. So we have long-term relationships with the corporations. We do network events with them. We have I think, a very strong relationship with our companies, even though there is no company saying, okay, we take 10 on one time. So it's a very, very slowly process. It is hard work to build up the relationship with the corporations, but we have long-term contracts. We provide long-term coaching so that the people with autism have a career and can develop themselves. And you see on the slide the talents needed by the companies. What is working also very well is the workshops for managers and the team. We speak open about autism, about the strengths and the needs, and we encourage the whole team where the person with autism starts to work, that also the team is speaking about their needs and their challenges. So it's like equal rights, and yeah, everybody has needs, and the team develop in an emotional way, and the work of the people with autism is in a very good quality. Now I want to give a word for 2 minutes, 1 or 2 minutes, to Amade. What works good? We have here a colleague with autism. He was one of the first we employed by leasing, and now he is employed by the enterprise directly. Amade, bitte.
My name is Amade Modos. I live here in Vienna. I'm almost 45 years old, and it was 4 years ago that I got my diagnosis of Asperger autism. So it was very late compared to my whole life. And what was before? I always knew that I'm different from other people, but I couldn't say what it was. I studied insurance mathematics. Afterwards, I worked for 10 years in this insurance area, we can say, but I had not very much success. It was difficult for me. Afterwards, there was a period of about 3 years without any job, but fortunately then I got my diagnosis, and immediately afterwards I looked for a possibility to return to the job market, and very soon I found specialists in Austria, and with Elisabeth Grön there, and not very much after I got more and more works, and now I have been working for 3 years in a company which edits books with jurisdictional content. And there I make very, very simple works, but it's very good for me. It's a work which I don't need this high degree of flexibility. But it's very systematic. I order things, I compare things, and so on. And everybody in that enterprise respects my autism, and they are very nice to me. They give only works which fit me, so I'm very content with it. And thank you once again to Specialisterna. And besides, I am that one who was mentioned by Torkil Sonner with the book. Here's once again the book that I have written in German about my life. The title for it can be translated to English as I need to get forward in my life as in the darkness where I must find the way with my hands, so in this way. So, yes, I wrote it down. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ana Botero, and I work for CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina, Bank of Latin America of Development. We are a bank committed to promote sustainable development and regional integration in Latin America. We have 19 member governments, and I am the head of the Office of Social Innovation. And my office works as a laboratory, let me see here, as a laboratory that tests and finances, models, dynamics, ideas that have the potential to become useful and sustainable solutions to social problems in the region, particularly of those most vulnerable. We are, at my office, we do not pretend to be, and we might not be innovators ourselves, but we certainly have, at the bank, being a multilateral bank, we have the muscle to act as enablers of social innovation in the alleviation of poverty and in the promotion of sustainable development. And this is due basically to the strengths that we have in CAF. So that you know a little bit about the bank. You're probably most familiar with the World Bank and with the IDB, but CAF is as important as the other multilaterals. We, first of all, our regional standing and our knowledge about the region. Second, because we have the power or the capability to finance and to mobilize resources, financial resources and knowledge. Third, as governments are the owners of the bank, we have an important power or an important muscle to influence in public policies. And last but not least, we, especially for social innovation, is extremely important our capability to connect actors from different sectors and disciplines so that they can come together and create a collective impact. Today we were talking this morning, somebody was mentioning about the importance of partnership. So we do cultivate and we really work on partnerships in order to create collective impact. Our work at our office, we can't see much, you know? We work at two levels in permanent synergy in our Office of Social Innovation. One level is sort of what I call the macro level, in which we forge partnerships with global actors in order to promote changes or to promote tendencies of change in the world. You might be familiar with the big corporations movement. It is extremely important in the American hemisphere now. We are promoting new ways of measuring social impact. This morning somebody was saying, and I totally agree with her, that sometimes you don't have to measure. There are certain things that one doesn't measure. We are trying to open the debate to incorporate the invisibles of development, incorporating empowerment, agency, going about in life without shame and humiliation and so on, and going beyond the traditional measures of income and basic aspects of health and education. And also at that level, we try to participate actively in networking. For example, Ashoka that was recently mentioned, in order to identify social innovation and to capture knowledge. But it is really at the micro level that is probably more relevant to this conference, in which we really roll up our sleeves and work as a laboratory, enhancing capabilities, strengthening capabilities of vulnerable groups in order to promote opportunities for inclusion, either through productive work or either through providing access to basic services. Among these groups are youngsters at risk. You probably know in Latin America we have about 20 million ninis, ni en el colegio, ni en el trabajo, no work and no school. And that is an extremely, a very serious problem because they are the future generation for the region. We work with inmates. We are now working with people with disabilities, and that is why this brings me to this conference, which I am very grateful for the invitation. More than words, I think that an example is much more illustrative. So I'd like to share with you one video in which this is the first adaptation of Discovering Hands in a developing country outside the European context, and also in another language different from German. So this is a unique example and very powerful example of what social innovation is and what we are doing back in Bogota. I'm based in Bogota in our office. So if we can share the video with the audience, and afterwards we could look at some of the factors that have led to the successful implementation of Discovering Hands in Colombia. We want this Colombian example to become the showcase for the rest of Latin America. I don't know whether he's going to show the video.
Para mí el sentido del tacto, desde que adquirí la discapacidad,
nos convoca un muy feliz acontecimiento. La ceremonia just a few minutes to conclude. But as I told you, I mean, this is, social innovation is about a powerful idea, an innovative idea, and I think that we got it here. And a powerful idea to alleviate poverty in Latin America, targeting two very important problems, as Frank said before, salud pública, a public health problem, as we saw there, it's the cancer that kills most women in Latin America, and also the possibility of giving a job opportunity to people that are normally excluded from the labor market. We have an embarrassing rate of 90% of unemployed in this group of people. But also the strengthening of invisible capabilities. I do emphasize very much in the issue of self-esteem, dignity, empowerment, and so on, because those capabilities are extremely important for other capabilities to flourish. The second point is the issue of mindset. And this is what Frank said before, interpreting the reality, reinterpreting the reality in the sense of a perceived disability being transformed into a capability. These women in Cali, in the public transportation system, they call them doctores ángeles. And they call them the doctors with the manos mágicas, with the magical hands. So what you're seeing in the society, we were really surprised as how they were perceived in the hospitals, very admired, very respected, and so on. But also the people in the public transportation. They already knew them because we have them they have very nice uniforms and so on. So people identify them in Cali very easily. Something extremely important for us to have been successful is the ecosystem. And this morning, there was a lot of talk about partnerships. And here I have to stress the partnership hand in hand with the community, with the visually impaired women themselves. We have been working hand in hand with them, with the associations of blind people, with the hospital, the doctor that is on the video, and also extremely important, bringing the local public actor into the scene. At the very earliest stage, we invited the mayor and we invited several actors so that if we really want to scale, we start influencing public policy at the local level. We have, doesn't work. Technology. Okay. As I said before, social innovation is about public value. Everybody wins. And this is not about capturing individual value, but everybody wins. Patients, the society at large, the women, insurance companies, the medical doctors, obviously the MTEs, the examiners, and so on. We have been documenting every stage of the process, because if we really want to scale up and other actors to learn from us, we need to systematize and to have all the lessons learned very well registered. And we have been measuring with a clinical study that has been also, the preliminary results are showing that 80 women out of 100 cases, 80 cases have been diagnosed positively by the MTEs, finding the malformations, as opposed to the medical doctors that have only been able to detect 50 cases out of those 100 cases. We have completed the training. These women, we started in January, are already incorporated into 5 public hospitals in Colombia, and one of them has left to Mexico and is working in Mexico at a private consultancy with a medical doctor. We are about to start replicating in Mexico and most possibly in the near future in Spain with Fundación 11, who should be here or in the room next door. So I just wanted to share this experience with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, everybody on the panel, for your concise presentations, for your clear and open language, also mentioning all the problems that are related to. Unfortunately, we are running over time, so I can't. Sorry? Yeah, well, we have to ask it later. Sorry, we are on overtime. So there were a lot of excellent examples. Thank you also, Amadei, for your great intervention. Congratulations to your book. The bad news is we can't answer any questions here on the podium. And let's say farewell to the panel with a warm applause. Thank you.
Stay on? Okay. Hello, everybody. We want to start. Yes. I have it only because I don't have the time. Okay. Okay, we'll just wait a minute. Okay, hello everybody. I'm very happy and excited, I must say, to be here. My name is Galia Granot. I work in the Ruderman Family Foundation. For whom you heard Shira Ruderman in the morning. She's the director. The Ruderman Family Foundation is a family foundation that promotes inclusion in Israel and the United States. It was written that I'm from United States, but it's not. I'm from Israel. So English is not my first language, so I hope it will be okay today. So we are here today to talk about internship. The topic is the power of internships and summer jobs for creating jobs. We believe, and I think that also my friends here, the panelists, believe also, that internships and summer jobs are very effective interventions to include people in the job market, in jobs that suit their abilities and their occupational aspirations. So before I start, and I would also like to present you our model that we're involved in, I would like first to introduce my friends and panelists. Peter, wait. Peter Furlong, and I'm sorry if I will not pronounce it right, from Care Organization Ireland, right? You will talk about the search project. Project search. Yeah. Erin Reheil from Cincinnati, USA. You will also talk about the search project. And Laura Stockley from Canada. Laura, you will talk about the summer employment program. Okay, so let's start my presentation. Okay, so we will talk about internship programs. And how do you go? Okay. So before we go and focus on the model, we need to understand the magnitude of the mission. We're talking about almost 2 days about the need and about the inclusion in employment. So first I want to show you the findings. In Israel, you can see that 57% of people with disabilities are working in the job market, comparing to 78% in the general population. And in the United States, you can see that the gap is severe. We're talking about 35% comparing to 78% of the population. So we're here for 2 days. We understand that this is a very crucial issue, and we have to understand, we have to be very innovative and to think about new solutions. And before we go and dig in, we have to understand what are the challenges. We know we're talking about that there are 1 billion all over the world people with disabilities. In Israel, we're talking about 1 million of people. Employers, people with disabilities are important assets, so why? Why is it so hard for the employers or for the organization to recruit people with disabilities? So we recognize a few key barriers that we all know that we need to break them. So the first one, and I think that we spoke about it a lot here, is the accessibility. It's not easy to create accessible workspaces, and we understand that it requires knowledge, motivation, changing the mindset, and the money. Unfortunately, when we work with organizations, many times we find that many organizations lack at least of one of those requirements. Another thing that I think it's a human thing that we all need is sensitivity and patience, but especially when we work with people with disabilities at the beginning, especially the first stage when they just start their work in the organization, sometimes the outputs and the performances will be lower. So it takes time, and also the organization needs to understand it, and if you provide good support, they can decrease the gap and can improve their performances. The recruitment is very, it's not a simple thing to do. The classification texts, they're not matched and not always adapted for the needs for people with disabilities. And also we hear a lot. I have here a Daphna, Maor from the government, and Einat, I just say from Israel, they're all here. We're talking about a lot of time, the organization, they say, we want, please give us, bring us the candidates with disabilities, we want to hire them. But many times it's very hard to find them. So this is another barrier, and the disciplinary sanction. What happens if you want to fire a person with disability? Can you fire a person with disability? If it doesn't work, can you do anything? This is also something that we need to talk about. And the last, and I think this is an issue or that we spoke about it a lot, stigma. Yes, stigma, and many employers, they hold stereotypical opinions, and usually they will evaluate or underestimate the abilities of people with disabilities. So now, we're talking about the solution. We believe that the internship programs is a very good solution that can cope with those barriers. Firstly, we will also hear about what's happening in other countries, but in Israel and also in the States, you can talk more about it. The internship, there are no contractual obligation. A person, there is the relationship between employer and intern is not like the relationship between employer and employee. If the employer is not satisfied from the intern work, so he can dismiss him. It's it's limited in time, it's very specific, so it's easier for the employer to accept it or to want to take part of it. I think for the people with disabilities or for the interns, they achieve three important things. First, networking. It's very important to be part of the job market. Maybe it's their first chance or real chance to go and to network, to see people that are already work and to be part of it, and this can build them the path after it, to the first work. Another thing is the on-the-job training. There's also, the things that they learn during the internship. It depends in whatever they do. But I think also what is very important, the soft skills and the experience that they go to work. They participate in a team meeting. They understand what is it that you have a boss to say. They go on, they have to get in time so they can achieve and they can experience many important things that will help them in the future. And in the end, the CV, the internship will be aligned in the CV, and they can go and say, we did this, and this can be very helpful in the future. Okay, I would like to share with you one example of our program in United States. Maybe you know, both of you, this program, Transition to Work. This is a program that is in the States. It's a collaboration between CJP, the Ruderman Family Foundation, and the Jewish Vocational Service. The goal of this internship program is to promote quality employment for people with disabilities. You can see the outcomes. It's amazing. 70% of the participants joined the job market, and what is more interesting, that 94% of them succeeded to maintain and to stay in their jobs. So when we're talking about the this is our best practice and the important components of this program, we can see that in this program we have 3 stages. The first stage is the internship. The second stage is a career training, and the last and third is the placement. So it's a year program. As you can see, in the internship program, they go for 144 hours. They go for, they can do interns in many places, in a hospital, restaurants, hotels. It's very diverse. And so they do their internship there. They usually come in groups, 6 to 8 interns. They do it there. And in the organization, there will always be a mentor, a point person he is from the organization, and he is in charge, that the intern will feel convenient, that everything will be okay, and he has to be the connection between the organization and also the program, and of course the interns. The interns participate in workshops, that the workshops give them skills and also empower them to understand how to behave in a competitive place, and give them all the skills and the tools they need to adjust the work. And also, as needed, they get personal support. During the time, also a career coaching is coming into the picture, and they help them to go and to try to get jobs, to go to interviews. Sometimes they even go with them to interviews. And in the end, it's a very long process that eventually you saw the outcomes, that more than 70% of them succeeded to get jobs. It's very important to distinguish one of the components. It's the employers' relationship developments. As you know, it's not easy to do it, and we need the organization that they would like to be part of it. And later we'll talk about how can we recruit the organization to be part of it, because it's not easy, I must say, but it's things that we all the time, we work with the employers, we have to talk with them, to give them skills and tools, how to recruit, how to hire, what things they need to do in order that the people in their organization and the interns or people with disabilities, employees with disabilities, will feel better and can succeed in their jobs. And we need to recruit more and more intern jobs. I would like to say, we believe in the foundation that we need to be a role model. So I want to introduce you, my 3 interns that I'm very attached to. You see Josh, you see his name. Josh he started a year ago as an intern in the foundation. He is visually impaired. He is now finishing his 2nd degree. He is amazing. You saw this presentation. Did you like it? I hope so, how it looks. So he did everything. He designed it, and he did also Shira's presentation in the morning. He's very talented. And today he's working in the Ruderman Family Foundation in Israel. He's in a full-time job. He's a coordinator of our network. You see Sagi next to him. He has ALS. He's in his 1st degree. He runs and he controls all our digital and social media work in the foundation. And Zvika, he's another intern. They're all students. He's now starting his 2nd degree, and he has a physical disability. And he finished very successfully the internship in the foundation. And now he is working in one of the programs that the foundation supports. So as an employer, I must say that I really recommend you to try this intervention because it is very powerful and impactful, and I think also good. So this is me. This I think will skip. This, you can see those are the, now we're developing a new program in Israel, and as I said, our partners are here to develop it. So those are the components that work in Israel. You see it's very similar to the components of the transition program. The difference is here that we want to, the students, the interns, will participate and they will take academic courses. We will work with the academia to do it, and also they will get academic credits for their internship. So it's very easy, it's very similar, but it's a little bit different because. So this is this is us for the Ruderman Family Foundation. And now I'm very honored. And you need this, I think. Okay. Peter will share with us your best practices in the search project in the hospital, what you're doing there. So the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm just waiting for the slides to come up when the technical man does that. My name is obviously Peter Furlong. I work for an organisation called CARE. We work with people with intellectual disabilities, children and adults in County Kildare in the Republic of Ireland. The main focus of our organisation is providing opportunities for people to get work, to get jobs, to get paid jobs in the open labour market. One of the groups of people that we work with obviously is younger people, and whilst looking to develop a service that would most suit their needs, we came across and saw a project by the name of Project Search. And as an organisation, we thought this would have been something that would have been really, really valuable for us. So we investigated, found out about it, and as an organisation, we signed up to become part of Project Search. Erin, who's here on my left, is one of the founders of Project Search in America, and she'll fill us in a little bit more on those sorts of details as well. I'm going to focus in on the impact that this has had on young people with intellectual disabilities in Ireland. I suppose just to briefly put it into context, Project Search was originally developed in Cincinnati Children's Hospital in Ohio in the USA in 1996. And Erin and Susie Raskoutry, if I got the name right, were the two people who came up with the concept and the idea in relation to it. In early 2013, CARE approached Naas General Hospital, which would be a medium-sized hospital in the community of Kildare, and we looked to set up a business-led collaboration plan to introduce the first ever Project Search programme into Ireland. And the success of the project has had a really positive impact for intern staff and families. We're now in our 4th year, and just to very briefly talk about our outcomes, the national average in Ireland for employment for people with disabilities in Ireland is about 6%. In year 1 in Project Search, we had 100%. We have 10 interns per year. In year 1, we had 100% outcomes for people to get jobs. Year 2 and year 3, we have had 80% outcomes, and the reason we were at 80 is that one of the people in each of the years, one went on to further education and another person dropped out. So I think those figures demonstrate the success of the project, what it's about. I suppose just again, Naas General Hospital, it provides an inpatient general medical and surgical and acute psychiatric services and a 24-hour emergency service to its immediate catchment area in Kildare and West Wicklow, which is a population of about 220,000. And the hospital's catchment area completely mirrors our catchment area for the people that we work with. The sorts of service that are provided, as you see, there's a whole list of various, it's a typical hospital. And when we started out in year 1, we tried to identify 10 departments in the hospital. The hospital itself didn't force any departments to get involved. They looked for volunteers. And in advance of it coming over, Erin and Susie came to Ireland and did a number of things. The first thing was supported the hospital to identify the departments, because it was quite daunting for the hospital at first as to how would this work in a little hospital in little old Ireland on the edge of Europe, when this is coming from big, huge Cincinnati in America. Erin and Susie would have literally walked around the hospital and pointed things out to people, pointed things out to the department. In year 1, we had 10 departments. We're now in year 4. We have 22 departments in the hospital who want to be involved. There's a fight every time the rotations change as to who's getting an intern, which creates a bit of drama and a bit of excitement for us to deal with. And the 2 coordinators in the hospital, who, by the way, Caroline, are watching it online, on the web at the moment, Annie and Trish. So I told them I'd mention them, so they owe me €50 for mentioning their names. So, as I say, the departments are really, really involved in the whole process. Press the wrong button. So why did Naas Hospital agree to get involved in Project Search? Alice Kinsler, who's the general manager of the hospital, she would say they couldn't find any valid reason not to get involved. When they started at first, they were very, very hesitant. They didn't know how this would work, how people with intellectual disabilities would fit in. Care and the Project Search, so Aaron and Susie, met with the hospital management. This was very much a local thing. It wasn't that the hospital got permission nationally. The hospitals in Ireland are run by a national health service. We don't have, the Irish Health Service in the main is publicly funded. Our private hospital system is very, very, very small. So as usual with these bigger sorts of organisations, decisions can take a long time to happen. But thankfully Alice in the hospital went off and did a solo run on this one for everybody's benefit. And as I say, Project Search identified the departments and worked with the departments to identify the tasks. Care identified 2 staff members from within our team who are based in the hospital. And their role is to support each individual through the rotations and through every aspect of it. And that also includes social issues, it includes personal issues, it includes everything that could happen to a young person. I didn't say at the start, but the Project Search is aimed towards, in Ireland it's aimed towards school leavers. Young people leave school at 18, and the group that we work with are, in the main, they're 18 up until the age of about 24. But we have had 1 or 2 other older people who've got involved because it was the right thing for them. But I suppose you could call this, in Ireland, this is an opportunity for people to do further education, whereas the reality is people with intellectual disabilities in Ireland have very little opportunity to do third-level education of any type. So what does the hospital get out of it? So it's an approved programme model, and it's implemented by professional on-site coordinators, and it has the backup of a professional organisation like Care. The training and support is provided by the coordinators on the job, in the work site, and it means that initially in departments, the burden isn't put on top of staff in the hospital, because obviously they have enough to be doing with the patients, but our coordinators will introduce the person to the work, and then the coordinator's big job is to develop natural supports so that the individuals themselves stand up on their own 2 feet. The first thing that people learn when they go to Project Search, for all of them, is that they have to learn how to get to the hospital. And in Ireland, in rural Ireland, which is where we're based, that can be a very big challenge, because we don't have metro stations or underground or anything like that. So on day 1, on the 1st of September, each intern has learnt to travel independently. And that is such a huge deal, and it absolutely gives people independence after the project. In relation to the hospital, as you're aware, in Ireland the Celtic tiger got quite sick and died, and the country went into meltdown in around 2008. So when we started Project Search, there was no recruitment happening in the hospital. So this was, from a morale point of view, this was absolutely massive for the hospital, that young people came in to start doing new things. So the interns have proved to be positive, reliable, dedicated, hard-working. They're really good timekeepers. There's no issue in relation to sickness. They've brought smiles across the hospital. And the sort of tasks, I won't necessarily go through them all, but rest assured that the jobs that the interns are doing are real jobs. There's nothing made up. These jobs have an impact on patients. For example, the interns are working in medical records. So when you or I go for an outpatient's appointment, we want our information to get from A to B. Our interns take responsibility for tracking files, for tracking stuff that goes on. The simple job, the most important job in the hospital is, in Ireland anyway, is when you walk into the hospital that you put the gel in your hands. Naas Hospital has 68 of those bottles, and we have one young man who makes sure that those bottles are filled every morning, which in turn means that HICWA, which is the Irish regulatory body who inspect hospitals, Naas Hospital is one hospital in the country that never runs out of hand gels. And from the hospital management's perspective, that's absolutely fantastic. So the benefits for the interns, they're learning a broad range of skills. They get the opportunity to have a professional CV done. We have what we call a business advisory council, And this is where we have upwards of 20 local businesses who've come to work with us to support the interns, to prepare their CVs, to practice mock interviews. And in our group last year, 2 of the interns got jobs directly from members of the Business Advisory Council. So that took the pressure off us having to find 10 jobs for people. The confidence that people gained is immeasurable, and I'm going to show you a tiny little video now in a couple of moments, and I think that'll demonstrate that. The recommendations, and I suppose from our perspective, we really want to see this develop in Ireland, because we really see this as a model for young people, particularly young people with intellectual disabilities, who there's a huge gap between leaving school and getting out into the world of work. How the project runs is each intern will do 3 rotations. It sort of sits on a school year, September to June. Each rotation is 12 weeks in length. And the object of the exercise is that they get 3 different opportunities. The 3rd internship is very much focused in on what it is that the person wants to do afterwards, what sort of job that they want to get. The first one is very much what's it like to work. The second one is focusing in on, stamina, attention to detail, stuff like that. The 3rd one is preparing to get out of here, to move on in their lives. As I say, they last for, people do 4 hours per day, 4.5 hours now actually, 4.5 hours per day on the shop floor, working in the departments. We also have a fantastic link with our local education and training board, who come into the hospital every morning and provide an education platform. This is a huge development in Ireland. Our Education and Training Board, which is the state agency that's responsible for education, have up until this point not got involved with people with intellectual disabilities. So this is a huge jump forward for us in the country, and we're hoping that this is something that will be mirrored across the place. What people get out of it is they get competitive, marketable, transferable skills. Yes, people with intellectual disabilities struggle to maybe move skills from one place to the other, but the biggest thing they get is confidence, and to know that, yes, I can work and I'm going to work. The support for the interns, as I say, we've talked about that. It's an on-the-job and phase support. Adaptations are put in if they're required, and there's smooth transitions into departments. Life after project search. So each participant is supported to gain and maintain the job of their choice in the open labour market, a paid job, nothing less than minimum wage. Each participant learns transferable skills that can be used in a variety of job opportunities, and each candidate receive support from CARE to develop further areas of their lives. So as well as supporting people to get a job, CARE as an organisation, we step in and support people in relation to their future living arrangements, relationships, whatever it is that they might want to do. Because we realise that having a job isn't the only thing in a person's life. And it's a focus in on a career, not just a job. So we're there for the long term for people. And I suppose the major thing is that what Project Search has done to Kildare. Kildare being a small town, we have put people with intellectual disabilities in the centre of our community. People with everybody in the community has some contact with the hospital, be it for good or for bad reasons. People with intellectual disabilities are visible in their community in relation to that. Also, Ireland's National Health Service have really taken to this model and have spoken about looking about developing this across the country. I just want to show you just 2 minutes of a DVD, and that's it. Thanks very much. Hopefully the DVD will work.
And socialisation with other members of the team, and becoming very much part of our team by coming and having tea breaks with us. The on-site coordinators were a huge asset to us in that they helped the interns develop, that they could actually take on new roles within the department.
Shane has been involved with
just want to say that you see this movie and you cannot say you're smiling. And you said that now the hospital, they fight on interns and they understand what is the, the young energy that they bring into the organization. And we're talking about win-win situations. So energy and environment is good for everyone in the organization. So thank you very much. Now we're Erin, okay, from United States. Also we'll talk about the project.
My name's Erin Riley, and I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio. I actually work at Cincinnati Children's Hospital. And I have to say, my talk it fits really well with Peter's because he gave you a lot of detail, and I'm going to give you some of the bigger picture details about Project Search. I will also say that Peter mentioned that Public Health Ireland is looking into the program, and we've actually been approached and asked to start 10 more projects in Ireland, and we hope that we'll be doing that with CARE. And what Peter, the examples he gave you, I couldn't be prouder to hear when he talks about it because it's very closely aligned with the way all of our programs run. So we consider ourselves, I'm actually a nurse, I'm not a disability expert, and we started this program 20 years ago because we recognized that hospitals make a lot of money providing medical care to people with disabilities, but they've never been very welcoming in terms of employment. At best, most hospitals simply look at people with disabilities as a good source of lifelong volunteers. And so we recognize that people with disabilities have much more to contribute, that they are inherently capable, but like the rest of us, in order to work, they must have training. It can't be expected that they'll walk off the street and into a job and have all of the skills they need to do that job and to compete. What's missing in the United States, and I think in many places in the world, are programs that provide people with disabilities with the skills they need to go out and find jobs. And so we are a training and preparation program. In general, we follow 4 things, and Peter talked about each one of these. First of all, we focus on young people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. That's our focus. That's who we work with. We consider them to be a population that often have fewer opportunities, so we make sure that we target them and we believe in them. We have one goal and one goal only, and that is competitive employment. We consider it a failure when the young people who come through our program leave without employment. It is about total workplace immersion. Sometimes I think we focus so much on training young people with disabilities and in all of these programs, we seldom work on training people without disabilities on how to work in a business with people with disabilities. And so in our program, we teach both groups. At the same time that we're teaching young people with disabilities and giving them the skills they need to work, we are also teaching mentors and employees within departments on how to best work most effectively with people with disabilities. And in essence, it takes away that fear factor and it allows everybody to move forward. As Peter mentioned, our interns rotate through 3 different internships because they, like everybody else, deserve choice. And they haven't often had many opportunities to even figure out what they want to do. And then, last but not least, we work with them on customized job search assistance, helping them find a job. And then we work with them to help keep a job, because I have yet to know a person with a developmental disability who has lost their disability just because they get a job. It doesn't happen. And so to put a lot of time and resources into finding a job and to put no resources into helping to keep that job really waste a lot of money. So in Project Search, we are a 3-legged stool. We are training, employment, and follow along, which Peter mentioned. I will say, in terms of our statistics, just so you know, we are far from perfect. We have currently over 450 programs in 45 states. We also have programs in Canada, England, Scotland, Ireland, Holland, Bahrain, Australia, and Portugal, with more countries due to come online next year. We are an evidence-based program. Our programs are required to put data into a database. We track that data. We make sure that the data stacks up against the money that's being spent. We kick programs out if they're not meeting employment objectives because we cannot afford to waste precious resources. 94% of our sites entered data. That means 6% didn't, and then we follow up with those 6%, and there will be ramifications. Of all of our young people who went through Project Search, factoring in the 6% of the sites that did not input their data, so factoring that in, our overall employment rate right now is 75.5%. So that's of the 450 programs around the world. What we do know from our database is that 33% are employed by our host businesses, and 60% of those, 67% who go on to be employed, are employed in the host community. It's interesting, at Children's Hospital in the past 20 years, we have hired 70 of our graduates. And even though that sounds like a lot, it is still less than 1% of our workforce, and therefore it is insufficient. So at Cincinnati Children's Hospital, we have set a target of a minimum of 3% of our workforce being people with disabilities. The average hourly wage in the United States is $9.61 per hour, and the average hours worked per young person employed are 25.4 a week. This is I wanted you to see this, and again, Peter spoke to this. If we look at all of our businesses, 3/4 of them are in hospitals. They tend to be very good sites. They are rich in intern opportunities. They're a microcosm of the working world. Just about anything you want to teach, any skill you want to teach, you can teach in a hospital and take back out into the community. Whether it's clerical, whether it's stores, materials management, transportation, they're very transferable skills. That said, 1/4 of our programs are in different types of industries. So we have programs in the government and in jails. We have programs in universities and colleges. We have programs in the hospitality industry, conference centers and hotels. We have programs in nursing homes and rehab facilities. And then we have quite a few programs in banking, biotech, distribution centers, insurance, parks and zoos, pharmaceutical companies, retail, and utilities. So we really, at this point in our career, we're getting approached by businesses more than we're approaching them. And we rarely say no, but there are some rules that the businesses need to abide by. So I wanted to show you just a couple things, and I think this is the key part of Project Search that often gets overlooked. And that is when we go into a community, we are asking all the players in that community who have anything to do with disability to actually work together. And that includes the schools, the government, the family, because what happens is that there's many initiatives, but everybody has their own initiative, and they seldom sit down and partner. And so, that really does nothing more than waste time, money, and talent. And so we start by bringing together the partners in a community. And then we move that community and that relationship into a business. And we work with them on changing their definition of employment, on making sure that they're all following the same outcome, that they're working toward the same goal. But this is what I want to talk about. I think that really collaboration is the hardest thing in our business, and we don't talk about it enough, because what we really do, we cooperate. And cooperation and collaboration are infinitely different. So this is a great example of cooperation. Cooperation is saying to a couple groups, let's work on something. But what they really do, They go back, they take the problem, and they take it back to their school or their agency, and they use their same people within their walls to solve the problem. And they solve it in the same way they've always solved everything. And so you could have 5 groups that are cooperating, but you're going to get different outcomes from all 5. That's cooperation. That is not collaboration. And in Project Search, what we try to do is take representatives from each of the entities, pull them from their business, have them join a centralized team, have one definition of success, one definition of how that will be funded. We make it evidence-based, and that's actually transformational collaboration. It's the hardest part of our model. It's why we're most successful. You know, I want to end by just telling you a quick story, and this is, I have permission to mention her name. Her name is Gretchen Ketters, and Gretchen has Down syndrome. She doesn't read and she doesn't count. And in my head, when I first started this program, I couldn't imagine how a person who couldn't count or read could ever work in a hospital. That seemed impossible to me. But to Peter's point, we went out and we partnered with groups like CARE. We partnered with the school district. We partnered with people who knew how to make it work. And here's what I learned, and this is what people need to understand, not people in this room, but people in this world. And that is that there are multiple ways to do things, and that businesses, all of those things can work within our walls, but you have to show us. So for example, Gretchen puts every supply that is needed within 28 rooms in a hospital. And that's the standard number of rooms that are stocked by what's called a stocking technician. And Gretchen is a stocking technician. She works full-time. She gets paid the standard salary that everyone else does. And here's how she counts. So if you look at the picture on the right, those are pictures of what I call baby nipples, but you call them what? Can you help me? What is it, a nook, a teat?
Teat.
I believe that in many places they're called baby teats, and it's what you put on the end of the bottle that the baby takes their formula out of, yeah? Gretchen has to put 20 of those in all 28 rooms, but she can't count to 20. So I can either say she can't do the job, or I can figure out how to get her to 20. And it turns out that there are dozens of ways to get her to 20. And here's what we do. It's the picture on the right. We took 20 pictures, we taped them together, we laminated it, and she takes a baby teat, she puts it on top of each picture, she folds it up, she puts it in a plastic bag. How many does she have every time? 20. She never makes a mistake. Do we care if she uses this versus counting? No, we absolutely don't. What do we care about? We care that she gets the job done. So I'm just going to finish with this. Here's the tricky thing about this. I can spend all this time teaching Gretchen how to do this, and that's great, but if I don't also teach businesses that this is okay and that they will have the same goal, then there's no point to all the training that I have just done. So I just want to say thank you to Peter, thank you to you, and that's my last slide.
Wow, Erin, thank you very much. I just understood that you have 450 programs in 45 states. You have a treasure because you said that you document everything. You have a lot of data. So maybe you can share with us this data because this is treasure what you have for us. Thank you. And now Laura from Canada, she will share with us her program, the Summer Employment Transitions Program. Thank you.
Hi, so I just want to say thanks to the Zero Project for having us here. We're really happy to be here, and I'm also really happy that I packed a green shirt because apparently that's the color of the conference, so now I feel like I belong and I'm good to go. So I want to talk to you guys today about a program that we run in Canada in our little town of Sarnia called the Summer Employment Transitions Program. This is a program for students who have a disability and are in school and returning to school in the fall. So our students who take part in our program have to be between the ages of 16 and 29. That is the definition of youth in Canada. They have to have a disability and they have to be in school and returning to school in the fall. So it could be a high school student or a college or university student. And they have to have a disability. So I use the term disability very broadly. It could be an intellectual disability, physical disability, mental health illness, anything falls into that category. We give the students an 8-week paid job at minimum wage or higher, and all of our jobs are paid. We don't do any unpaid work in our summer employment program. The jobs are anywhere between 4 and 25 hours a week because we like to have a bit of a diverse work schedule because some students are able to work more, whereas some students can only work maybe 10, 12, 15 hours a week. So we have jobs in every field, retail, administrative, you can see the whole list there, and every student gets a job coach. So we hire the job coaches and they're paid through community living, and then they go to work with the student at their job for the summer. So we started this project because in 1988 we had a really big problem in our community where people with a disability were graduating and there was no work for them. They were graduating high school, college, university, whatever the case may be, and they weren't getting work. So part of the reason they weren't getting work was because they had no skills. They had built up no skills while they were in school. So we saw the need to start a summer program for students. So they get to build skills, they get to have the experience of working for the summer, so when they graduate, they have an increased rate of getting employed after school. We work really closely with the schools and the parents to get the students prepared for summer, and the teachers in the schools work really closely with our program as well. So the program is run, there's a lot of work that goes into the program. It sounds simple, an 8-week program, but there's a lot of back work that goes into the program. So usually in about March, we start hiring summer job coaches. And once our summer job coaches are hired, then we move on to speaking in the schools to get the students with a disability to take part in our program. I should mention all of our job coaches are college and university students from our area. We talk to local employers. We have a 92% return rate for employers coming back to our program every year. And the reason that they come back to our program is because they say it's the smart thing to do. It's the smart business thing to do to hire someone with a disability. It's not the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. And that's why they come back to our program every year, because they have such good experience with our students. So we also do training for the job coaches, training for the students, and we do a parents' night. So the parents can come with their student or with their child who has a disability and meet the job coach who will be working with their child for the summer. It gives them a chance to ask any questions they have, you know, and get really familiar with the program. So our program's been running for 28 years. We have put through 347 students with a disability since 2012. So that kind of tells you a bit about how big our program is. We have given 123 college and university students a job as a job coach since 2012. And every year we have over 60 local businesses that hire students with a disability. A lot of employers will actually hire more than one student because they have had such positive experiences with the program. The city that we come from is a little town called Sarnia, and the city of Sarnia itself hires 11 students with a disability every year. So they stand behind our program very much. So we have an employer, a quick little story about Gabe. So Robert E. Dale is an engineering firm in Sarnia, and they have hired students from us for the past 6 years. The last 3 years, they've taken 2 students instead of 1 because the quality of the work is so much better. So they had Gabe last year. And Gabe is in a wheelchair. However, he can use arm crutches on days when he's having a good day. And he got to work one day, and his office at Robert E. Dale was on the 3rd floor, and the elevator was broken. So Gabe's always at work 10 minutes early, 15 minutes early, model employee, and he got there and the elevators were broken, and he panicked because he didn't think he was going to be able to get to work on time. So he actually got out of his wheelchair and pulled himself up 3 flights of stairs just to get to work on time, and then apologized when he got there for being late, even though he was still 3 minutes early for work, because he's used to being there 10 minutes early. So it just goes to show you the drive and determination the students have and how appreciative they are to have their summer jobs. So a little while ago, we took a one-time snapshot just to see what our numbers were of students who had been through our program. And this snapshot is specifically speaking to students who have an intellectual disability. So you can see here, we looked at 85 students who had been through our program. 47 of them are currently employed. 5 of them are still job seeking. 6 have fallen ill with a serious illness and they cannot work. 15 returned to get post-secondary education, which is something that we're always really proud of, because a lot of students who come to our program are out of high school, but we really encourage post-secondary education in our community, so to have 15 go back was a really good number for us. 2 moved away, 10 are volunteering, and 9 felt that maybe employment wasn't for them and they didn't want to do that. So, and I do want to mention too, all of our volunteer placements are in traditional volunteer roles. We have nobody who volunteers in the for-profit sector. Every volunteer role is in a non-profit setting. And all of our jobs are minimum wage or higher. So I'll tell you a little bit about Tiffany. Usually when we do this presentation, we have a video that goes along with Tiffany because she's so fantastic, but unfortunately, because of time, we couldn't show the video today. So Tiffany has been through our summer employment program. She went through 3 times. So she came to our summer program, went back to high school, came again, went back to high school, and then decided she was going to go to post-secondary education and get a degree to work with children in a daycare. So while she was in college, she came back to our summer employment program. So she's built up skills now over the course of 3 summers. She knows what it's about to be at work, and she was so determined. She did our summer program while she was in school, did our pre-employment program for graduates, and then now she works full-time in a daycare. So, and I don't know if I mentioned Tiffany has an intellectual disability, so that was kind of her course through our summer employment program. So why summer employment? I'm going to power through these next couple slides because I know I'm running out of time. I got the sign. So students get to gain skills and experience. They gain self-esteem, which is huge. We don't need to spend much time on that. We all know how big self-esteem is for someone who has a disability. They get to make money, which is awesome. What 18, 19, 20-year-old doesn't like to make money and go spend it on, things teenagers want to spend their money on? The job coaches, this is really important to our program. The job coaches who are a part of our program come back to our community upon graduation of their university program or college program, and they become employers in our community and advocates for students with a disability. So somebody who's been a job coach in our program for 3, 4, 5 years while they're studying, they come back and then they own businesses, or they're teachers, or they're doctors, and they advocate in our community for our program and for the students with a disability. So that's a really, things kind of go full circle there. So you can see on the bottom a quote that we kind of live by with our organization. The #1 indicator of successful labor market attachment for people with a disability upon graduation from school was having a paid job while in school. So that's really important for us with our summer program. So next for us, we have a toolkit that is our whole program encompassed into one toolkit so that we can basically take it to other agencies and they can start implementing their own summer employment programs. It says 14 agencies on there, but that was back in January when my presentation had to be submitted, so it's actually 16 now. So 16 other agencies in our in Ontario, so all across our province, have adopted our summer employment model. So next we're looking to go nationwide, and we're actually looking to go into the US as well. You know, there was lots of questions in the earlier sessions about transferability of programs, and ours is easy. It's so easy. We have an online version of it. So for people who can't accommodate on-site training or can't make it to our facility for training, we can do online training as well. So that's it. I'm out of time, so thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Laura. You know, I think that all of us said that maybe at the beginning it's hard, but then when the organizations and the employers, they understand the asset and the potential that they have when they have interns, I think they want only more and more interns. So, okay, we have a little bit time for questions from the audience. Someone have a question? It's your opportunity. Yes. Oh, okay, then.
Just a question for Laura. Do you use any employer incentives?
No, we don't use wage subsidies. That's something that we have found over the years, that when you use wage subsidies for people who have a disability, as soon as the wage subsidy is gone, the person goes as well. They're the first to go when that money runs out. So we really look at it like equal work for equal pay. The employer, when they pay somebody, they invest in that person, and they are more likely to stay with that business.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you very much for this fantastic presentation. I work for Light for the World, and we're also, our job is to break down the barriers to allow disabled people to have vocational training, education, and a better life in the underprivileged world. And we've noticed that stigma against disability is a huge thing in Africa. So my question to you is very much based on, I've also worked in the private sector, and internships are great for the development of the person, but they are actually quite time-consuming for employers to put up, to recruit, to do. Do you think it could actually be a barrier, another barrier to overcome? What's your view?
Yeah, the internships.
I suppose I just go back to the point where we're working with people with intellectual disabilities, that people I work with, and the model of supported employment. The reality is that people with intellectual disabilities will always struggle to gain and maintain employment without some level of support. And the other thing I suppose that's changed, I suppose, in Ireland is that we've had a huge number of people lose their jobs, and that the government, the state, is wondering how are we going to get... What happened in Ireland was that everybody was pushed into education. All the young people were pushed into education when there was no jobs. Now they can't afford to run the education system, so they're trying to get people back out to work. How do they get them back out to work? They get them back out to work through apprenticeships and also through internships. So I just think it's a model that's ripe for everybody, and why shouldn't people with disabilities have the same opportunity as that? And I totally agree in relation to the wage subsidies. When you start bringing in wage subsidies, the minute the subsidy goes, the job goes. So as an organisation, CARE, we wouldn't look at wage subsidies really.
And I wanted to say that in Project Search, and it sounds like all three of our programs, we actually put staff into the business. Because you're right, it's not businesses, the people in business have jobs that they need to do. And so to expect that they can do that job and at the same time be the support person or the trainer for the person with a disability isn't very reasonable. So in our model, if we put 8 people into a business, we send 3 staff with them. And we would say that the staff do the heavy lifting and do the bulk of the teaching of the skills.
Thank you. Is there another question? Yes?
Hello, thank you very much for your presentations, very interesting. I'm from the Essl Foundation in Spain. I have 2 questions. One is about the minimum and maximum duration of the internships that make it effective, if you have any opinion on that? And the other thing is that, is there any formal document that you sign with the company, employer, the internship, the person with disability, and the organization providing the job coach? And is there any legislation on that on your countries?
Thank you for your question. I wanted to ask it.
I suppose from CARE's perspective, CARE has a contract with the hospital, which I suppose it was drawn up in partnership with the main Project Search thing. But when I say it's a contract, it's renewed. We renew it every year, that all sides are happy to keep going with it. In relation to the interns themselves, they don't have a contract, but they have the right to walk out anytime they want. Nobody's forced to be there. We have an agreement with everybody in relation to the service that CARE will provide to them. It just so happens that that service might be in Project Search, but it might be other aspects of their lives. You know.
The link of the internships like you did before.
Yeah. In relation to the 3 different rotations that people do, I suppose what we found, this was new to us as to how long, and that in the main there are about 16 weeks that people spend in a particular department. But we have to be flexible about that. If somebody's getting more by staying for 20 weeks, we need to allow them to stay for 20 weeks. We can't be prescriptive and say you have to move on now. Also, if somebody's bored, if it's not challenging enough for them, we've situations now where people might work across 2 different departments because there isn't their main rotation department hasn't enough work for them because it's not challenging enough for them, so people will work across a couple of different departments.
And I can speak to the rotations as well. We like the rotations to be at least 10 weeks because that's kind of an industry standard. But as Peter said, the goal is to teach transferable skills and to keep advancing skills. So as long as somebody is continuing to learn, we can be flexible about how long they stay. But if their interests change or they stop learning, then we need to move to another internship because it really is about them. And in Project Search, we use what's called a memo of understanding between all of our partners because it's not only important to have the business agree to do something, but it's important to have all of the businesses who are taking part kind of sign on the bottom line that they acknowledge that they will have these certain roles and responsibilities. So we do use a contract for every one of our programs.
Okay. So we ran out of time.
Can I ask one question?
I can't
Yeah,
see
at the
from
back.
here.
My
We
hand
don't
is
see
here.
you.
It's here on your left.
Ah, hello.
Thank you. So,
okay, so last one because we...
Yeah. My name is Gopal from Youth for Jobs Foundation, India. I have 2 quick questions. One is, what is the transition you see from internship to employment? And second, during internship, are they paid some remuneration or some support is given in terms of wages or, I don't know.
Sorry, was the first part just in relation to the outcomes, job outcomes?
Yeah.
Yes.
I suppose from CARE's perspective, we're in year 4. I think I said this earlier. Year 1, we'd 100%. 10 people started the project. 10 people are in employment. Year 2 and year 3, we were at 80% employment. And given that the national average in Ireland is 6%, I think that sort of demonstrates the success of it. In relation to remuneration, there is no wage, if I can put it that way, for the internship, which would be the norm in some instances. But people do get, through the Irish state, they get 18 to 24-year-olds when they people with intellectual disabilities, when they leave school, they're entitled to what's called a rehabilitative training allowance. So they would get that allowance for the duration that they're on the course. But they also have access to free travel and all the other benefits that come with people.
Okay. I'm sorry, but we ran out of time. So thank you
Thank you.
very much. I would like just to conclude and say, I think that we heard many evidences today that the internship is a very effective intervention, and I think it's an innovative, and we need to see in more places this intervention, and it's a good opportunity to the person, to the intern, to get his skills, the on-job training, and also we're talking about the employers. How hard is it for them? And I think we're talking about also raising awareness and changing the mindset and the meeting between them. I think this will do the change. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed yourself.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to have to ask you to clear the room. I know you're all comfortable and probably typing away and catching up, but we need to clear the room for the award ceremony. We've only got an hour, so I'm kicking you out, which is exactly what I'm doing. So I'm going to have to be very mean, but I'll try and do it with a smile. Please leave. Please leave. Please leave. Please leave. Wilfred will be very angry with me if I don't clear this room, as will Mr. Essl and Michael Fembeck. Please leave. Thank you.
Hi there, hi. It's great. So thank you very much for yesterday.
Thank you very much.
Question.
Yes, what question can I help
The
you?
gentleman or the gentle lady or whatever from Channel 4, are they still here or?
Graham Whippy is the person that you're looking for,
Okay.
and he went back yesterday at 6 o'clock.
Wow, what a pity.
Why, can I help put you in touch with each other?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
because I'm sorry, because I'm organizing quite a few events at the United Nations about media, the role of media in, and every time I choose a different topic. So now I had a meeting on the role of media in.
do you mind if I kneel down?
No,
Because
no, no.
I'm blind, so I can't see
It's
your face.
okay. Yeah. So the role of media in playing the strategic role of media in eradicating poverty, for instance.
Okay.
So I want to find the issues related to media, and I would like maybe to do something related to media and the role of media in something changing maybe the mindset about disability, or
So do
I
you
don't
have a
know
card
what.
and I can make an
Yes, I do.
introduction for you
Yes, I
both?
do.
So let me do that for you.
Because
No problem.
I did something for Channel 4 many years ago. It was a beautiful, yeah. So
So I'll make the direct
please,
introduction for you
yes.
both, yeah?
I'd love to. Thank you very much.
No problem.
May I? Thank
Yes, you
Can
can.
I?
Yes, of course you can.
You are a very tall, beautiful woman, very difficult to reach and hug. Thank
Well,
you so much.
congratulations, you were great yesterday. I was tweeting about you. I just was really nice to hear you beat Danielle. That's what for me was really important. And you're so right. I just like, you know, thank you for bloody breaking the rules. Because we need to do that. So thank you. And it was a real pleasure to meet you. So take care of yourself. Okay, has everybody left? Except the wonderful green scarves? Anyone? Anyone? Leave. I'm scared of these people over here. Somebody's going to give out to me. La la la. La la la. Look at you all beautiful.
Yes, I wanted to meet you.
Da, da, da. And look at you all. We're all getting dressed up for this award ceremony. I know. Look at us. We're fantastic. I don't know how I'm going to come up with so many questions, but that's it. Oh, look, we've done well. Excellent. Who are these lovely people over here? Shall I go hassle them? Okay. Come on, will we smile? I know you're my favorite, but leave. You must leave. And I know I love you, but you must leave. Out. And I'm sorry if I'm causing offense, but I'll be in trouble. Thank you very much. Yeah, you can leave everything. Yeah, we just need to clear the room through. Thank you, everyone. You're very patient. Now, Wilfred, don't say I don't care for you. Look at that. Look at that. Cleared room.
You're
Seriously.
the most serious bouncer I've ever encountered at the UN conference.
Leave, leave, leave. This is still on. Okay.
Ich weiß nicht, der Michi wird jetzt oben sein, ich bin unten. Er regelt das mit. Ja, na, wegen eben, deswegen sind wir zwei.
Hast du bemerkt, wenn wir bevor wir abwechseln, es gab ein Video, ein Clip, Anfang des Clips. Die Leute laufen weg, also aber zurück. Habt ihr das nicht bemerkt?
Aha.
Okay, nehmen wir das weil wir wollten wechseln, also auf die andere Präsentation, aber wir haben ein Video auf YouTube aufgenommen.
Achso, und das ist weitergelaufen, meinst du das?
Das ist weitergelaufen, also eine andere Video angefangen hat.
Ja.
Und das war ein Clip von einer russischen Clip oder so.
Geil, das habe ich ja nicht mehr bekommen.
5 Sekunden oder so, wir haben angefangen zu lachen, also nicht gelacht.
Aber mir ist nicht aufgefallen.
Weil Sascha hat nicht gleich. Aber passt schon, ja. Aber niemand hat es bemerkt. Ja, das ist das war mit danach.
Test, Test. Das ist KR1. Da steht KR1 drauf. Siehst du mich? Ja. Ja, ich sehe dich. Okay, gut. Das ist das KR1. Das ist für, hätte ich mir gedacht, Moderator 1. Passt. Test, Test. Das ist das Boardroom B Headset. Das ist Moderator 2. Willst du mich handzeichnen? Ich glaube. Ja, passt. Wo KR2 draufsteht. Passt. Drei.
Dann sprich.
Test, test.
Ja?
Kann ich Ihnen das wollen Sie es vielleicht geben?
Ich habe jetzt wirklich hier nicht zum Anhängen. Das habe ich jetzt nicht gedacht, dass man da irgendwas braucht zum Anhängen.
Wenn wir Sie wollen, ist Ihnen angenehm.
Dann nehme ich das so, ja?
Okay.
Gut. Ah.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Ja. Und warte mal, das ist jetzt gerade rausgegangen, runtergegangen.
Okay. So.
Also da muss ich jetzt nichts vorschieben, sondern das bleibt so, gell?
Das passt, genau. Perfekt.
Okay.
Okay.
Dankeschön.
Super, bitte gerne.
Das heißt, das gebe ich dann da rein, ja?
Genau, wo auch immer es für Sie am einfachsten ist.
Dankeschön.
Das ist ja total doof jetzt. God. Wenn ich jetzt das so halte, weil ich habe ja meine Rede, muss ich ja noch halten. Also wie soll ich es jetzt am besten halten oder kann ich es auch so halten? Ja. Ja.
Hello. Thank you so much for your presentation. Unfortunately, I'm Martin. Unfortunately, it was not possible to see your presentation. Just
mountains, like hiking.
Now, okay. Hello, hello. Good evening, everyone. Woohoo! We are at the Zero Project 2017 awards ceremony. And I'm going to ask everybody to come in and try and sit as close up to the front of the room as you can, so that we can be a family together. No stragglers there at the end. Come on, everybody. Come up to the top of the room and take your seat. We are dying to have you all part of our big family. I'd love to say I have some theme music to open this up, and I'm not going to sing. Have we got everyone? Why am I asking? Because I can't see, but have we got everyone? I can feel the room is full. It's great to be actually having an evening of celebration, which is exactly what we're here for this evening. The big thing that I want to open with here is for those of you who have won awards tonight, both in practices and policies, please do not underestimate your achievement. Please, this is important. Every single year, we've had more and more applications for the awards. And this year, we had over 300, unprecedented figure. And so for you who have received an award, it is well-deserved. It was hugely competitive. And I would like you all, for you guys sitting here in the front rows, just to take a moment. We work really hard at what we do. We've often had to struggle against the odds to achieve what you do. So will you just take a moment for yourselves tonight to say, well done, well done. And from us here at Zero Project, we're saying thank you. Thank you. Thank you for doing your work. Please go home to your countries and say, well done. This is your moment just to say, I did it. So you're fantastic. So you're all very, very, very welcome. We are delighted to have you here today. And of course, no award ceremony would be an award ceremony with the founder of our award ceremony going to open it up this evening, and that is the wonderful Mr. Martin Essl. Round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Caroline. Dear ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome and good evening at the UN headquarters in Vienna. I'm very proud and honored that you all are here from all over the world to celebrate together with us the award ceremony and to hear some key notes after my introduction. Thank you so much for coming. As many of you know, the Essl family sold their company group in 2015. The company integrated disabled people, and we have had a disability inclusive employment model that was very, very special to us. We employed persons with disabilities in all 9 countries in which we operate in 3 decades, from Austria to Turkey, most of them with cognitive disabilities. They were fully integrated into our teams with the same salary, and they shared with us, besides their achievements in the job, some additional very special abilities such empathy, loyalty, and the ability to create special bonds with millions of our customers. It really was a gain both for everybody and in each circumstances. Our company was a showcase of disability inclusive work, but there was one thing I never fully understood. We were almost the only large employer with such a strategy, both in Austria and in Central Eastern Europe. A strategy we always maintained, but nobody really copied our model. And while the enforced sale of the company brought some pain, heartwarming things did also happen. As a family, we remained engaged in, and finally, almost all of our employees kept their job or were soon able to find new jobs. And all of the employees with disability kept their jobs since the new owners, such as the Obi Group from Germany, soon recognized both the value of disability inclusion and just how intrinsic it was to the corporate culture. And what kind of value it creates every day. Obi is even going to expand it and is thinking about rolling it out within other regions of its business. And for my wife and I, we also realized that out of seeming devastation, something could grow. It leads us to believe even more in the symbol of the Zero Project, that small but powerful seedlings that outgrow its ponds, as you can see in our new identity. The Essl Foundation that we founded back in 2007 and the Zero Project that we subsequently initiated in 2009 became the perfect vessel for sharing the expertise we all had gained around both inclusion and accessibility. We had to decide to stop awarding the Essl Social Prize, but decided to commit ourselves fully to the further development of the Zero Project with its continuing search to create visibility with all the learnings from the Essl Social Prize and facilitate the most interested social innovations that support the implementation of the UN CRPD. And of new projects that, again, will outgrow the Zero Project, we see it as a unique global vessel for all stakeholders. A sphere with thousands of peoples with and without disabilities, sharing their experiences about what works, but also seeking to be inspired by what has worked elsewhere throughout the world. And the Zero Project only exists because of you. You and thousands of others in 180 countries who contribute, share, inspire, and let yourself be inspired for a better world for millions of people with disabilities. Therefore, let me thank you all from the bottom of my heart. I believe in responsibility and destiny based on my Christian belief. So, with other words, with the Zero Project and its network, I'm now not only as devoted as ever to our common cause, but also have the means to support it not only from a single organization, but also to reach worldwide all stakeholders. As an additional strategy, we are also organizing local Zero Project conferences in the Austrian capital cities such as Graz, Salzburg, Linz, Innsbruck, Klagenfurt and the like. These are focused on employment models of persons with disabilities to bring together companies and all other stakeholders on the regional level with the goal of promoting and taking employment to a higher level in Austria. Since the Zero Project establishment, a total of around 3,000 experts and organizations from more than 180 countries have contributed their time, help, knowledge, and experience in many different ways. And the network continues to grow daily. Isn't that fantastic? I have organized our research topics on a 4-year circle. One had kicked off back in 2013 with employment. In 2014, we addressed accessibility, independent living and political participation in 2015, and last year, 2016, we looked at issues around education and ICT. After those first 4 years, we decided to honor the great work you have been done, that you all have done with a book. This Zero Project Almanac covers all the research undertaken covering 219 innovative practices and 49 innovative policies and social indicators between 2013 to 2016. It also covers the process that has been achieved now that the UN CRPD has come into force in 172 countries. It links the importance of the UN CRPD with the needs of both constant innovation and collaboration. Many of you are part of our almanac in one way or the other, and all of you will get a copy of it after this award ceremony as a personal gift. This year, we started the second 4-year circle, revisiting the topics of employment. And we have once again discovered a wealth of projects, of service, of regulations, of cooperation models, of products, and of models that have proven to work. 56 innovative practices and 11 innovative policies. Most of them are here today to receive personally the honor of Zero Project Innovative Practice or Innovative Policy 2017. Most fascinating me personally was the presentation of 2 highlight innovations and the development after the Zero Project Awards to Torkil Sonne from Spezialisterne and Frank Hoffman from Discovering Cancer. That should motivate all of you, the new awardees today. The innovation you all created can and will change the world for the better. Again, all of you, a very warm welcome to the awarding ceremony, and thank you so much for being with us. While I'm sorry I can't thank all of you individually, I should like to give my personal thanks to every member of the Zero Project Network for your restless passion and desire to abolish all existing barriers faced by people with disabilities and to build bridges to a better world. My speech thanks to all those personally engaged in organizing the global research, the conferences and the internet, to Michael Feinberg and his very effective team in Vienna, Brussels, Geneva, New York and Tokyo with Wilfried, Tom, Ingrid, Amelie, Doris, Sima, Caroline and Martin, the other Martin, who takes care of the social media, and the many other helping hands. Thank you so much.
To be awarded a best practice, how much it meant, because I know the rigor that goes into the judging and awarding, because this isn't just happy clappy. You really care about the work and you really care about the integrity of the work. So it meant a huge amount to me to receive an award. And a huge part of that is the people that you bring around that judge who receives a practice or a policy award. And one of your partners over the years, a very important partner, has been the World Future Council. And we are delighted to ask to come to the stage today Ms. Alexandra Vandel, who is the director of the World Future Council, and to thank you so much for the huge amount of work that you've contributed to the success of the Zero Project Conference and the Zero Project. Thank you very much.
So, Your Excellencies, Ministers, honorable members of Parliament, dear delegates, and also it's a great honor and pleasure for me as Director of the World Future Council to warmly welcome you to the award ceremony of the Zero Project 2017. It's a delight to see so many representatives from so many countries from around the world here tonight. And it is the 6th conference, and it is the 3rd award ceremony, and the World Future Council is very proud to co-celebrate this tonight with the Essl Foundation. Now, the World Future Council identifies best policies to the most urgent challenges of today, according to internationally recognized standards that have been set by the International Law Association. And we then work directly with decision makers, with parliamentarians, with parliamentary hearings, study tours. We also have a website called futurepolicy.org. Now, as a Zero Project partner, the World Future Council researched policies that have delivered very identifiable improvements for the rights of persons with disabilities. So we are really delighted that you are here with us tonight to celebrate the results of this year's work. 11 innovative policies that have truly enhanced the lives of persons with disabilities by enabling their access to vocational training and to the labor market. So decent work is a source of personal dignity, of family stability, of peace, and of democracy. It is essential for realizing other human rights, and it forms an inseparable and inherent part of human dignity. Yet, persons with disabilities have to overcome great challenges in order to find a decent job. Challenges that are multifaceted and complex. The available data speaks volumes. A survey of the World Health Organization in 51 countries found that the employment rate for men and with disabilities is 52% only, and for women only 19%, compared to 64% for men and 29% for women for the total population. So this inequality not only leads to poverty and discontent, but also to real economic costs. The International Labour Organization estimates the loss to be 3 to 7% of the global GDP. This can only be changed by the implementation of policies and best practices securing the rights of persons with disabilities to ensure full inclusion in society. Moreover, such policies need to be developed from best practice. However, we do not always need to reinvent the wheel. Indeed, some countries have already implemented outstanding solutions. For example, Ecuador. The Ecuadorian government is supporting self-employment in microfinance for persons with disability, enabling them to develop their own business ideas and to become entrepreneurs. In many countries, it is a big challenge that skills development is not inclusive to persons with disabilities and that such training is not market-oriented. Bangladesh, with support from the ILO, has initiated a reform to promote an inclusive skills system, which includes a 5% enrollment target for persons with disabilities, the training of vocational staff and disability inclusion, developing pilot training, and engaging potential employers. Egypt equips people with disabilities with the skills required for work in the ICT sector and places them in ICT companies where they are employed under conditions equal to non-disabled employees. Employment services play a key role in enabling job seekers to find jobs suited to their skills and interests, and employers to find the workers they seek. A number of our innovative policies address successfully the lack of cooperation between training entities and employment services providers, for example, Peru and Chile. Australia recognized that effective workplace adaptation and support is pivotal. Its job access service provides practical assistance to people with disabilities, employers, employment service providers, and the community, and helps them to access advice regarding resources, financial assistance, and workplace services. There's a widespread lack of enforcement of existing disability employment legislation around the world, tackled, for example, by Saudi Arabia Tawafuk program. Moreover, there's a lack of engagement within the business community. Employers need to be acquainted with the benefits of employing people with disabilities and on the kinds of support that are available. For example, Canada's Ready, Willing and Able initiative enters into a direct dialogue with employers and raises awareness amongst them as to the value of hiring employees with an intellectual disability or autism spectrum disorder. As a result, now employers are convinced that overall it's no different than hiring any other employee. Many countries still struggle to overcome sheltered employment settings. Aiming to boost open labor market inclusion of persons with high support needs, Vermont, for example, progressively increased the scope of its supported employment program. By 2002, it had closed all sheltered workshops, becoming the first US state to do so and saving considerable amounts of money. Indeed, the way support is estimated has to be reformed. It must embrace the philosophy of active citizenship, underpinning the convention, and thus realize that all citizens are able to actively participate in the community, ensuring a maximum choice and independence. The US Social Security Administration has released a study which states that over 1 in 4 of today's 20-year-olds will become disabled before they retired. Therefore, in light of such statistics, it is important to ensuring that people who acquire disability are reasonably accommodated at work, and this is of utmost importance. Many countries in the global south still fail to provide return-to-work assistance to employees who acquire a disability. Malaysia's Return to Work program has demonstrated that it is possible, and the International Security Association is using it as an example for its guidelines hereon. Together with 56 innovative practices, 11 innovative policies constitute a package of solutions which contains promising elements which, if implemented in other countries, could bring about some real global change to the employment situation of persons with disabilities. They would not only save taxpayers' money, but also they would create equal opportunities to persons with all types of disabilities in the labor market as requested by the UNCRPD. We must therefore mobilize political support for solutions which could immensely enhance the rights of persons with disability. To effectively implement these innovative policies on the international, national, and regional level, the support of all of us will be crucial. Worryingly, some politicians seem to believe that the financial crisis means that we can no longer afford to expand or even maintain our human rights commitment, but must cut back on entitlements. Yet, we are in times of crisis and insecurity, but this obviously is still not an excuse. So existing resources need to be better used. Can we afford morally to make those most excluded from our societies pay for the mistakes of the financial sector, still subsidized with hundreds of billions of public money? Clearly not. And we know, for example, from Vermont, the cumulative costs of supported employment are dramatically less than sheltered workshops. Indeed, the Zero Project's innovative policies demonstrate clearly that labor market inclusion of persons with all types of persons of disabilities is possible, also of those with very severe disabilities. So what do we wait for? We need to implement SDG 8, Sustainable Development Goal, providing decent work for all. We need sound policymaking, and more than ever, we need to protect solidarity and humanity within our societies. We need to belong to a rights-based movement of human beings that stand up for everyone and will march whenever and wherever it is needed. As the UN Commissioner for Human Rights, Zeid Ra'ad Al Hussein said, we need to feel human first. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here with you, policy and practice representatives, to highlight 11 innovative policies and 56 innovative practices that, after hard work of awareness raising, daily improving persons of disabilities, rights to work, to be independent and to be happy. So on behalf of the World Future Council, I would like to recognize all winners and all of you who have contributed to this year's research. Without your commitment, your energy, your dedication, and this remarkable global leadership under the leadership of Martin Essl and the Essl Foundation would never have come into existence. Indeed, we all, over 500 innovative policymakers, opinion leaders, and stakeholders from around the world, would not be here without you. So thank you all for your wonderful efforts made to make one more step to achieve a great implementation of the UNCPRD and to create a world without barriers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander. As Alexander has just said, we're operating within the implementation of the UN CRPD, this rights-based approach, and we can't forget this. And in recognition of this, our final keynote speaker this evening, we are absolutely delighted to welcome the Honourable Justice Richard Bernstein, please, to the stage. I'm going to hand you your mic. I don't know if the mics are working.
Life can change at an instant. We ask ourselves the question, with all the challenges and hardships and struggles in the world, why does this matter? Why is inclusion so important? Why should we be focusing on allowing for people with disabilities to have jobs and be a part of our workplace? There are so many things that we have to face in the world. Why should we be focusing on this? I remember a conversation that I had a short time ago. We were talking with some other people about what are the qualities that go into being a good judge? What are the qualities that make a person a great jurist? And as the discussion continued, people said, well, of course, it's about the quality of the school that you went to. It's about your ability to process information. It's about your ability to research and to write. And I remember responding by saying, don't you think we're missing a critical issue? And when asked what that was, my response was life experience. It is our life experiences that define us. It is our life experiences that make us who we are. It is our life experiences that allow for us to impact and affect the world that we live in. A young mother called me one day. I remember answering the phone. It was an early Monday morning, and she said, Richard, I'm reaching out to you because I simply don't know where else to turn. I prayed my entire life that God would bless me with a child, but help me to understand why I can be such a good person, such a pious person, such a righteous person, and the child that I was given was born with severe special needs. Tell me, what kind of a life is my newborn baby going to have? Do you think that my child is ever going to go to school? Do you think he's ever going to have any friends? Do you think he'll ever live independently? Do you think he'll ever get married and have a family? Help me to understand. When do you think my life, my child's life, and our family's life will ever be ordinary again? And help me to understand when we will finally have the chance to no longer have to suffer. And I remember responding to this beautiful and painful question by saying, at this point forward, there will never be anything about your life or your child's life or your family's life that will ever be ordinary again. Because I believe that your child and you were sent here not to be ordinary, but to be truly extraordinary. And I believe that nobody has ever been created simply to suffer. But you will have to struggle. And it is that struggle that is going to make you great. It is that struggle that is going to give you focus. It is that struggle that is going to give you strength. It is that struggle that's going to give you power. It is that struggle that's going to allow you to realize that an easy life does not always correspond to a good one. And often those who walk among us that have to know struggle, challenge, and hardship will often leave the most productive, most inspiring, and most meaningful lives that we could ever be blessed with, or ever be given the opportunity to have the chance to live. We all ask ourselves the eternal question that goes back to the book of Job, which is, why is it that bad things happen to people who are otherwise so good? And why is it that there are some who walk among us that have to know a greater struggle, a greater challenge, a greater hardship than others can possibly imagine or even attempt to fathom? Now, I have been blessed to have had the opportunity to complete 20 marathons. I have been blessed to have had the opportunity to complete a full Ironman competition. For those of you who are not familiar, an Ironman competition is a 2.4-mile swim, followed by a 112-mile bike, to be completed by a 26.2-mile run. The rules of the competition are quite simple. If you stop, if you rest, if you take a break, you run the risk of missing a cutoff. If you miss a cutoff, you will be immediately disqualified from the competition. If you finish at 12:05 instead of 12 o'clock, it is like you were never even there. 2 years of effort and work will simply be for nothing. So I invite you to picture, if you would, the feeling you would have as you dive into a frigid body of water. The water temperature that morning of Lake Coeur d'Alene was 55 degrees. Imagine, if you would, swimming in total darkness, having no idea where you are, having no idea where you're going, getting kicked in the face by all the other swimmers, trying to surface, but you can't because there's other people immediately above you, and having other people become entangled and ensnared in the rope that connects you to your guide. And the more that you attempt to struggle, the more constrictive the rope becomes, and the more constrictive the rope becomes, the quicker you get taken below the waves. You realize in life that when there's pain, that when there's hardship, that when there's fear, it is those who know disability, it is those who live with disability that come to realize the most sacrosanct message of life. That yes, there are many who are created whose bodies are infirmed, but it is our spirits that know no bounds. It is our spirits that, if given the opportunity, can rise to levels that people never even thought could be possible. When you ask, why does this matter and why is this so important? When you give a disabled person a job, when you give a disabled person a chance, we know what we are capable of. We know what we can accomplish. We know what we can do. The essence of why we are here is to allow for those who do not have disabilities to realize what we are capable of, to realize that we simply need an opportunity and need a chance. Because if you give us that opportunity, if you provide us with that chance, we will come to the workplace with a resilience, with an energy, with a passion, and with a spirit, the likes of which you have never quite had the chance to see. Because for us, we are used to adversity. For us, we are used to challenge. For us, we are used to hardship. And if given the chance, we can apply that hardship. We can apply that adversity to that level of determination that is needed for success, that is needed to create opportunity, that is needed for an excellent workplace. I conclude by sharing one last story about why this is important and what this all means. It was a beautiful day in New York Central Park. I was walking in the pedestrian lane. So I was walking a beautiful August morning, 85 degrees and sunny. As I walked, a bicyclist was traveling at over 35 miles an hour. And with a high rate of speed, the bicyclist lost control, veered into the pedestrian lane where I was walking, and struck me in the back. Life can change in an instant. A 35-mile-an-hour impact by a bicyclist required over 10 weeks of hospitalization at Mount Sinai Hospital in New York City. At that point, I had done 17 marathons and had used athletics to find my voice and my strength. It is those simple things in life that you truly miss the most. You miss what it's like to have the chance to use the bathroom or take a shower. You miss how it feels to be able to sleep through the night without having to writhe in an indescribable pain. People used to come and visit me, and I'd always ask them, so tell me, where are you going after you leave the hospital? And they'd say, oh, I'm going to go for dinner, I'm going to go visit some friends, I'm going to go to work. I'd always respond to them by saying, those are the things in life that you have to cherish. Those are the things in life that bring everyone to this conference from all across the world. That is what this is all about. It is those little things that we strive for. It is those little things that make life worth living. It is those little things that give life its true essence. That ability to do things like have a job, like ride a bus, like go to school. Those are the things that people with disabilities crave. Those are the things that people with disabilities long for. Those are the things that people with disabilities dedicate their lives to fighting for. And I ask you all to celebrate those small victories in life. No matter how small or insignificant you think they are, I ask of you to celebrate each and every single one of them. I remember celebrating that first day that I could sit up in bed. I remember celebrating using a walker for the first time. And I remember celebrating what it felt like to make it to the nurse's station. It was just a short time ago, and it was time for the New York City Marathon. This would be my 18th, but the first after a catastrophic injury. Running the New York City Marathon on a shattered hip and crushed pelvis would be difficult, to say the least. As we ran to the streets of New York, the pain became so severe and so intensive that when we reached mile 18, I remember praying that I would have the strength and the ability to work through the pain and finish this race. And what you find in life when you have a disability, it's that those are the moments that truly define each and every one of us. For those are the moments that we're able to say goodbye to our old lives and accept our new ones. Those are the moments that we're able to find a peace with our new body, a peace with our new life, and ultimately a peace with our Creator. So in conclusion, why is it that this conference is so important? And why is it that bad things happen to good people? And why is it that there are some who walk among us that have to know this greater struggle and this greater challenge? It is our responsibility to use the experiences that we are given, the challenges and hardships that we are given, to make life better for other people, to impact other people, to affect other people. So why is this important, and why do we have to face this, and what do we hope will come from it? I believe the answer goes something like this. At a certain point in life, when you work with a disabled person, when you spend time with a disabled person, you will learn the most critical lesson of all. You will learn the simple idea that at a certain point in life, you can't spend your time and your energy and your effort trying to get over it. For you realize you simply have no other choice but to just get on with it. For those who know the struggle and the hardship of life will do what is hard and achieve no less than what is truly great. For we must celebrate life the way we celebrate a novel. With any novel, you will always have chapters of pain, struggle, and difficulty. But it's only through those chapters you will come to find hope, joy, and triumph. We gather here today to celebrate life. We gather here today to celebrate the way that we were created. We gather here to celebrate the mission that we are on. We gather here today to celebrate the idea that extraordinary things can, will, and must happen for us all. But most importantly, we gather here today because, yes, there are some who have infirmities, but it is our spirits and our souls that truly know no bounds.
Justice, so you know you have a standing ovation. I'm sure you can feel it. Thank you so, so much for coming in and talking from right down in your shoes. Thank you so very, very much. I actually don't really know what to say, the girl that's talked the last 2 days, but this is the perfect way now to move into this moment of celebration. And as Justice Bernstein has said, for now, for this moment, celebrate every single thing that you have done. This is going to take a while, but let's be respectful. Wilfred is going to talk us through how we're going to do this, but as every one of you gets up, celebrate not only your award, but theirs, because together, this room changes the world. So let's be honourable and respectful for every single award. We will do this as well as we can, and give it the huge positivity that Justice Bernstein has just given. So Wilfred, do you want to talk us through how we're going to manage all our awardees?
Good evening. Welcome to the award ceremony. We're very proud to have you here. It concludes a long process. The process started in May of last year when we started to draft the first questionnaire, which was sent out in June. We collected all the answers, and we're almost pestering you for more information, more material to understand what you're doing. And by the help of the crowd intelligence of the Zero Project Network, we have been able through various stages to identify 56 innovative practices and 11 innovative policies. Now it's the time to celebrate. Little technicalities. We will go by blocks of 5. I will call out the names of the innovative practices, and I ask them to come forward and step to my right. During this process, you're going to see a brief video what the activity of the respective practice is about. All right? So I call out the names from South Africa, The Living Link, from Nepal, Empower Power in Social Action, from Romania, ProAct Support, from Spain, Universidad Miguel Hernández de Elche, from Austria, the Institut für Epilepsie und Gemeinnützige Gesellschaft. The innovative practices from South Africa, Nepal, Romania, Spain, and the Living Link. The Living Link is a non-profit organization that implements a model of supported employment for young people with disabilities. In 2015, 50 people were hired. EPSA is a non-governmental organization that produces and sells a variety of felting and knitting products made by young women with disabilities. In Romania, ProAct supports people with disabilities who formerly lived in institutions. They help them to find and retain employment in the open labor market and to live independently. Tempe, a shoe manufacturer from Spain, and APSA, a local service provider, have hooked up for a long time. Now the Universidad Miguel Hernández de Elche has joined the partnership, providing young people who finish their coursework with a university degree. And LEA is a non-profit organization operating in the country state of Styria in Austria. They provide a variety of services, amongst others, training, advocacy campaigns, workplace adaptation to people with epilepsy. Please come forward to receive your award. Bitte. All the best. Caroline.
Congratulations.
All right, Caroline.
So I tell you what we're going to do here, because if you don't mind, because we've got so many of our lovely awardees, we're going to hold the clapping until each block of 5 is done. And it's going to give me a chance if I can grab one of our awardees as they go down and ask a quick question. So it's just to make sure that you're not sitting here in silence, because that's really hard. So what we're going to do is I'll give a shout when we can do a big clap for the 5. It's not that we don't think they're great, but it means that we can make sure that we give everybody a clap together. So none of these things ever go straight forward. I could start to sing, but I'm not sure that's where we're going to go with that one. I might run over here to our upcoming awardees and say, how are we all feeling this evening? Are we very excited that you've won awards?
I'm very touched by the speech gave by the...
By the justice?
Yes, yes.
What touched you about it?
The message and the feeling. Yeah, yeah.
And the thing is, we don't get to hear people talking like that very often at conferences like this, right?
No, it's very inspiring me. Yeah, I'm very touched. I'm less speechable.
So what country are you from?
Sorry?
What's your country?
Romania.
Well, you're very welcome. Congratulations. Tell me, are you excited to be winning an award?
Yes, of course.
And so what country are you from?
From Austria.
From Austria. And tell us, what was your practice that you were winning for?
It's the epilepsy thing. We are providing people who search jobs.
And so how many people do we think have epilepsy in Austria? Is it something taken very seriously?
Yeah, it's hidden because people don't want to go out with this disease. So it's difficult, and there are people who need us, yes.
Well, congratulations. Fantastic.
Wonderful. Please come along. Please. Alles Gute. You want to talk to some people who have received the award? No. Okay.
Okay, so can we give a round of applause for our first 5 as we're trying to get through this format? Work with us, work with us. A big round of applause for our first 5. Now our next group. Wilfred, who's next up on our second 5?
I call the next 5, please. From Chile, we have Mutual de Seguridad. From Israel, we have Shekulotov. From India, we have Janka. From the United States, we have Cincinnati Children's Hospital and Medical Center. And from the Netherlands, we have Word and Deed. Wait a second. So what does Mutual de Seguridad do? It's a social insurance company. They developed a model to reintegrate persons in the job market after they suffered a labor accident resulting in a disability. The MICE initiative brings together all stakeholders, including family. Shekulotov is a service provider that promotes the employment of people with psychosocial disabilities. They provide them with skills, development, and training programs. Janka is an NGO from India based in Calcutta, and they run a costume jewelry business. Their products are designed and produced by people with intellectual disabilities. The Project Search from the United States prepares young people with intellectual disabilities for a successful employment and job development. In 2016, Project Search operated 405 different programs. And the Netherlands, Word and Deed runs a variety of support programs around the world. Their job and business service models targets people with and without disabilities to minimize the gap between vocational education and the actual job market. Please step forward. Congratulations. Caroline?
Okay, so now I'm going to go back into the questions. Now, anybody here first time at the Zero conference of our awardees? Your first time. So what's been your feeling about this conference?
I'm super excited being surrounded by people that do the same work that I do. It never felt like this before.
I hope you've made loads of connections, have you? And so tell me, how have you enjoyed things? Did you do the thing and get 3 connections for collaboration and friendship?
I don't know, but hoping to get someone to collaborate with.
Fantastic. So you did a great session earlier on today, which was absolutely fantastic. What has been the kind of key message for you taking away from this conference this year?
It's about collaboration of people from around the world, and we do more together than we do alone.
You're our perfect advocate, our ambassador. And tell me, from what country are you from, and what's your practice that you're being awarded for?
I'm from the Netherlands, and I present tomorrow a model which is called Job and Business Services, which makes vocational training more effective and efficient.
So what time is your session at?
At 11, so everybody is welcome.
11 o'clock, your session is wonderful. We'll keep an eye out for you.
Very good.
Okay, and a round of applause for our Block 2. Let's keep up the energy. Congratulations, everyone. Okay, Wilfred.
Thank you. The next group is from Canada, Community Living Sarnia Lambden. From Belgium, Let's Go. India, the Youth for Jobs Foundation. From Germany, the Institut für inklusive Bildung. And from the United Kingdom, Change. Community Living Sarnia provides a variety of programs supporting employment for people with disabilities, and they place them in summer camps. Let's Go is an educational center for young adults with intellectual disabilities in the province of Flanders in Belgium. They organize practical trainings and internship. The Youth for Job Foundation sets an employment-linked training center for young people with disabilities, most of whom are from rural areas. They have been able to scale up the model from 1 to 10 states already. The Institut für inklusive Bildung project deals with people who work as university lecturers on the topic of disabilities. They are called education specialists. And Change from the UK is a non-profit organization led by people with disabilities. They employ people with intellectual disabilities in open labor market conditions and co-work together. Please, Laura, go ahead.
Off you go, Laura. Okay. Now, what country are you from? You're from India, is it?
India.
And so what was your practice?
It's a scaled-up model of skilling youth from villages for jobs. We've now trained 10,000 youth with disabilities for jobs in our 22 centers.
10,000 in how many years?
5 years.
Well, you really deserve the award. Please go ahead. You're together. Okay, guys. Okay, who's next up? Who's next? How are you? Okay, so where are we all from?
We come from Germany, but I've said from here. And we are very excited to be here. It's a very precious expression.
Thank you. We're very excited to have you. And your name?
My name is Jan. I'm from the Institute for Inclusive Education from Germany.
You're very welcome. And your name?
My name is Marco. I came from the Institute from Inclusive Education.
Yep. Fantastic. Well, listen, congratulations. The team from the Inclusive Education. Well done. It's great to see more than one person as well. All good. Just to let you guys know, in case you've been counting correctly, we only have 3 out of those 5 here today, and the other 2 practices are not available. But that does not mean that we do not give them also a huge big round of applause. So this is our block 3. Right, Wilfred, let's call up the next group.
We need to for the video. There we go. So the next group from Austria, Autark, Soziale Dienstleistungs GmbH. From Egypt, Helm. From the USA, the Georgia Committee. From India, Wipro. And from Germany, Alster Arbeit. Please come forward. Autark is an association offering support for people with and without disabilities, and they are operating in Carinthia, which is a regional province of Austria. The Chancenforum program deals with the integration of people with disabilities into the open labor market. The Helm Foundation, Helm means dream, promotes the full inclusion of persons with disabilities in all aspects of life. Since 2014, they have a contact network of 250 companies. The mission of the Georgia Committee is to provide information, programs, and transition services. The program has served over 10,000 high-skilled students so far. Wipro is a global giant in information technology. In 2009, they started a launch and disability inclusive program. And so far, more than 2,000 people have been hired. And Alster Arbeit operates in Hamburg, Germany. The organization entered an agreement with IKEA, the global furniture chain, to run one of their departments, and people with disabilities run now their recovery department in their Hamburg Altona store. Please come forward to receive your awards. Congratulations.
Off you go. Now, what has Zero Conference meant to you? What country are you from?
Egypt.
Oh, this is the Great Egypt program. So what has been here meant to you?
It has been incredible. I mean, meeting all these amazing people and getting to learn from everybody's experiences. It has been quite an experience, and we're so excited to have us here again, perhaps next year. And I'm hoping that people have benefited from our panel as well.
We totally did. We loved it. Congratulations. Now, gentlemen, the 3 Musketeers. What organization, what country are you guys from?
Alster Arbeit, Germany.
We are from Hamburg.
And tell us, what is your practice and why are you being awarded?
So we have a cooperation between IKEA and Alster Arbeit in Hamburg.
So what are you doing with IKEA? That's a brilliant brand. So tell us what you're doing there.
So we are leading a complete department inside a store, a city store, IKEA city store.
And so tell us, what's the impact been?
We are doing their, job selling things for them, for IKEA.
And so how long has this been going on?
3 years ago, we started with a project.
Ah, fantastic. So can I just say, for you, what is your next phase of work? What is it that you're going to be intending to do?
The next? I don't understand that.
So how are you going to grow the project?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
You don't have to. I'm just talking. It's okay. You can go get your award. Okay, we'll just keep moving. We'll keep moving. Even I annoy myself. Can we just give these guys a round of applause for patience with me? Truly, they're great. And a round of applause for our 4th batch of my appallingly handled questions. Thank you very, very much.
I would like to call out the next people. From Paraguay, Fundación Saraki. From Bangladesh, young people, young power in social action. From Taiwan, the Standard Chartered Bank. From India, CBM. And from Austria, Lebenshilfe Salzburg. The Fundación Saraki provides vocational training and job matching services for people with disabilities and tries to employ them in the public sector. So far, the number has risen from 230 to 2,000 in 2015. The Young Power in Social Action is a non-profit social development organization. Together with partners, they provide microfinancing solutions for people with disabilities, and they select them for free microcredits. Seeing is Believing is a program by the Standard Chartered Bank in Taiwan, and it promotes corporate awareness and creates diversified employment opportunities. CBM is an international disability and development organization. Their inclusive organic agriculture value chain brings together 11,000 farmers with and without disabilities. And the Lebenshilfe Salzburg is an Austrian NGO and a service provider. In the regional province of Salzburg, they started a cooperation with companies and public institutions to integrate people with disabilities in the open labor market. Please come forward. Leah, please.
Bhaskar, you said you would like to make a particular comment or tell us a very quick story.
Audience, believe me, after my graduations, nobody believed that I can do some work. Nobody recruit me. I am wait long time. And I started my job with IPSA, Young Power in Social Action IPSA, with only $50. Believe me, last month I was recruited as a National Consultant Accessibility in Prime Minister Office. That's the achievement.
Congratulations. That is believing. Congratulations. Now, gentlemen, where are we from?
From Austria, from the country state of Salzburg.
From Salzburg. Tell us a little bit about your practice.
We just actually do our work every day. It's based on person-centered planning. We are looking for a good framework to find workplaces for people with intellectual disabilities. And that goes from working in a sheltered workshop, also working in a company.
And what do you find is the greatest barrier for you to make the connection between people seeking jobs and the companies?
Actually, speaking for Salzburg is the law for people with disabilities, yeah.
The law?
Yeah, our law in the country state of Salzburg. It's the greatest barrier.
Well, just as well, we're going to be awarding policies changes tonight, right?
Please.
Congratulations. So a big round of applause to our fifth block of 5. Now we're going to move on to recognizing the policies, and I'm going to ask Ms. Alexandra Vendel to come up to present the policy awards, if that would be okay. Thank you very much, of which we have 11. It's wonderful to have you back. And Wilfred. Oh, and Ingrid, you're coming back too. Great. Hello.
Okay, I think that works, yeah? Okay, great. I would like to call now to the front the first group of representatives of innovative policies, Mr. Kishore Singh from the ILO from Bangladesh, Dr. Mohammed bin Aziz Mohammed, CEO of the Social Security Organization, Minister Santiago Leon, Don Gallant, Monica Bertrand, His Excellency Pastor Morris from the Permanent Mission of Ecuador, Dr. Mervat Tashkandi from the Ministry of Labor and Social Development from Saudi Arabia, and Dr. Alaskari, also from the same country. Could we start the video again, please? Sorry. Is there somebody in the technicalities in the back?
We hope.
Well, let's do it without the video. So these innovative policies, the first one is from Bangladesh, Bangladesh Skills Development Policy and Practices by the Ministry of Education with support from the ILO, have initiated a reform to promote inclusive skills system that includes a 5% enrollment quota for students with disabilities, and that resulted already in 328 enrollees and 60 trainees gaining employment. Malaysia's Job Placement and Employment Support Services by the Social Security Organization promotes the return to work by providing job placement and employment support for workers who have acquired disabilities. It has placed already 3,072 people in new jobs to date. Ecuador's Productive Inclusion for Persons with Disabilities program by the Ministry of Industries and Productivity empowers persons with disabilities to become entrepreneurs and to ultimately earn their livelihoods. By 2016, more than 4,300 entrepreneurs with disabilities were trained. Canada's Ready, Willing and Able initiative by Employment and Social Development Canada, CACL and CASTA, promotes awareness among employers as to the value of hiring employees with an intellectual disability or autism spectrum disorder. It has already facilitated 1,100 employment opportunities. Ecuador's Labor Integration Service by the Federation of Ecuadorians with Physical Disabilities, the CONADIS and Petroamazonas, provides a wider range of services to support people with disabilities to access the labor market. Some 12,900 people are now working. Saudi Arabia's Tawafuk Empowerment for Employment of Persons with Disabilities program by the Ministry of Labor and Social Development focuses on the creation of an inclusive private sector and increased the number of employees with disabilities from 15,000 to 62,000 in 5 years.
Minister, it is wonderful to have you here from Ecuador. How has your experience been of the conference and what do you take away?
Oh, thank you. It was amazing. I really enjoyed it. It's my first time in Zero Project. I hope I come back together again. The best thing is to learn from some experiences over every program that everybody have and take the best of them and apply in my country.
So maybe you might have a Zero conference in Ecuador one year, would you?
But of course, yeah, that would be really nice.
Okay, we have that on film, so you're very, very welcome, Minister. Thank you. Okay, I'm going with the flow. Tell me, what has been your greatest memory of the conference? Both of you.
Well, mine was amazing because there was this lovely opportunity to meet other people from other different parts of the world and to share, their experiences as well as their know-how. And I think this is really wonderful. Also to realize that there's a lot of commonalities and success stories and barriers. So it was really wonderful.
Have you had a bit of fun as well?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I do think we need a bit more dancing. What do you think?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think some back...
Dancing.
Say that again?
You can never have enough dancing.
Yeah, I think we should get some theme tune for next year. What does anybody think? For sure. Okay, so a round of applause to our first block of innovative policies. And to see such representation from government is really quite amazing. So thank you all so very, very much.
I would like now to call to the front the second group of representatives of innovative policies. Mr. Brian Dick from the University of Vermont Center on Disability and Community Inclusion, Lisa Culbertson from Upper Valley Services, Elizabeth Seidler from Champlain Community Services, all for the Vermont Supported Employment Program. Then His Excellency Brendan Hammer, Ambassador of Australia, Monica Georgina Honoris Incio from the National Council for Inclusion of Persons with Disabilities from Peru, Mr. Edgar Perez Alvan, Minister Counselor from the Embassy of Peru, then also Her Excellency Alejandra Kraus-Valle, Ministry of Labor and Social Security from Chile, Mr. Pedro Goic, National Director of SENSE, of the National Training and Employment Service. Okay, I need to first. So Vermont's Supported Employment Program by the Department of Disabilities, Aging and Independent Living provides a full range of services that enable individuals with developmental disabilities to access integrated and competitive employment. As a result, their employment rate grew to a record 47.8%.
Now I'm going to ask the Minister of Chile, would she like to say something? It's wonderful to have you here, but I would like you to speak in your own language, because this is inclusion, so why should you speak English? Would you like to speak in your own language?
No, my own language. Muchas gracias, ha sido una experiencia tremendamente honorífica. Estamos profundamente agradecidos de Zero Project, pero fundamentalmente lo que a la presidenta Michelle Bachelet le significa estos programas de inclusión es generar la diversidad, es generar una sociedad más justa, la búsqueda de la justicia social de verdad. Y por lo mismo agradecerles a ustedes, agradecerles al CENSE, el servicio público que encabeza los programas sobre la inclusión en materia de discapacidad, agradecerle al sector privado, a la sociedad civil de mi país, de Chile, que nos acompaña y que también han sido reconocidos. Sin ellos no es posible hacer realidad de una sociedad más justa, más inclusiva y un país más diverso. Muchas gracias.
Well, muchas gracias. I may not understand Spanish, but I can see how passionate that you are. And for being here, that is your passion and dedication. Thank you very much, Minister, for being with us.
Yeah. Yeah.
One thing they weren't called. They weren't called.
Shall we call them?
Yes, would be good, but I don't know their name. I don't know.
Can you go to Ingrid? It's Ingrid.
Kan vi det safta? Kan vi det safta? Ja, bitte, Menes.
We would like, hello, am I still mic'd up?
Okay,
And
can we
one-
please
one
give a round of
last-
applause for the second block of policymakers?
We are still missing,
Ingrid, have we left somebody out?
yes?
Have we left somebody out?
Yes. We have forgotten Egypt. Please come to the front, Dr. Chavert from the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology.
So you're going to have the floor completely to yourself. We are very sorry. We apologize. We're doing blocks of 5. Thank you very, very much. We're very sorry. And a special round of applause, please. We're appalling. I'm so sorry that we've got... I'm so sorry. This is really hard work. Sorry. Okay, Wilfred, we're back on to practices. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Wonderful.
The next 5 practices, please. From the United States, the Catholic Relief Service Vietnam program. From Austria, Jean Spee. From Armenia, Save the Children International. From Vietnam, the Nhat Hong Center for the Visually Impaired. And from Spain, the Essl Foundation. Please. CRS has established an information technology training program with partners in Vietnam. Moreover, they have created a network of alumni who support the current trainees. They're working in IT technology there. Charles B is an Austrian NGO and a social service provider. They operate in the province of Styria in Austria. And amongst its services is a service program that's called Housemasters that provide full-time employment for approximately 60 people. Save the Children operates the LIFE program in Armenia. They provide inclusive vocational education and employment for people with disabilities, starting as early as primary school and ending with job placement. The Nhat Hong Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired operates in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. Their career training program creates a personalized career according to the needs and capabilities of the persons involved. And the Essl Foundation from Spain has created a certificate that focuses on disability as an integral part of corporate social responsibility. This standard was developed to make employment of people with disabilities compatible with the CSR standard. Please. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Caroline?
So we have one of my organizations that I partnership with is Foundation ONCE. So you're from Foundation ONCE, but could you just talk us through your practice that you're being awarded for here this evening?
Yes, we promoted a certificate called BQual. So I received the award because I'm part of the board of the BQual Foundation and I was in the team that started this project. So our experience in collaborating with companies was the possibility to define and design this certificate to help companies to improve in disability performance.
Well, I'm a big advocate of that because we worked with you with Telefonica, with the Ability Awards, and it's wonderful to see you continuing on that work. Where do you see the biggest examples of best practice are with companies?
Okay, we have quite an amount of companies certificated in Spain. So we have, for instance, Repsol, which is the petrol company, but also in the public sector, we have also developed a certificate for public sector. So, and also universities. So it can be implemented in many places, in many organizations.
Well, maybe we can take this BQual globally. It will be fantastic to see a global standard. So congratulations.
Congratulations.
You're doing really well. You are. You're helping me along. I'm really doing a bad job. I'm really sorry. The combination of not seeing very well and moving too much. I think it is Justice Bernstein energy you've put into the room, so we cannot thank you enough because they're still alive and awake and clapping. We're doing really well. I really wish I could sing, Wilfred. It would be great, wouldn't it?
You should, you should.
I really wish I could. Okay, so round of applause, please, for our 6th round of practices, I believe. Is that right? Okay.
The next 5. From Spain, the Essl Foundation. From Canada, York University. From Russia, Perspectiva. From Ireland, CARE. And from Afghanistan, the Ministry of Rural Rehabilitation and Development. The Fundación Once is a leading foundation, as you know, in the field of people with disabilities. Through Inserta, they have an entrepreneurship program as an option for people with disabilities. Their support includes counseling, training, guidance, and financial assistance. DRPI Aware is a 5-year project from York University in Canada, and they operate in India, Nepal, and Bangladesh. The project has successfully placed 163 people with disabilities in the open labor market last year. Perspectiva is a Russian DPO. They provide pre-employment training, job coaching, follow-up support, and internships. At the moment, they support 500 people. The CARE organization from Ireland, they operate a program called Project Search at the local general hospital. They offer young people with disabilities an internship program where they run through different departments. And from Afghanistan, the ministry supports village inhabitants to create micro-enterprises. This facilitates their access to finance as well as technical and marketing service. From the period from 2010 to 2016, they have created 143 enterprises. Please come forward.
Okay, Onse, this is your 2nd time, back to back. Seriously. Hugo, please receive your award. There's a lot of action going on there in Spain. Now, Ireland, I mean, I have to pick my own country. Peter, tell us, what are you getting awarded for?
We're getting awarded for our participation in a project called Project Search, which is an internship project for young people to prepare them for the world of work.
Now, are you around tomorrow? Because you did a great session earlier on today with another awardee winner. Will you be around to share some of that? Because I think internships is a really key process of transitioning people into work. Are you around to have conversation?
I am indeed. My flight's at about 7 o'clock, so I'll be here for a while.
How come you're getting to go home early tomorrow? I don't get to go home.
Because I'll be in trouble if I don't. 3 days away, you'd be in big trouble.
All right, there you go. I'll be here at 6 a.m. on Saturday morning. Now, congratulations. Tell me, what is your practice?
Our practice is to make bridges between a business community and people with disabilities. And Oksana is, she lead this project.
Well, congratulations. It's fantastic to have you here. Off you go for your award. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay, would you like to say a few? Yes, please say a few words. I don't have to talk. Here you go.
Good evening, everybody. And it's a great pleasure for me to be here. And actually, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank Zero Project team and Essl Foundation and World Future Council. And also, I'd like to invite all of you tomorrow at 2:45 to our presentation at M2. And also, you know, I'd like to say one very serious and important thing. I'd like to thank Miss Denise Rosa. She's the CEO of our organization Perspectiva. And also, I'd like to thank my parents because they taught me, a person with disability, how to live and where to go and how to achieve results. And that's it. And dreams come true, just dream.
Thank you very much. You see, this is the good bit when we hear the personal stories. Thank you so much. Please go and receive your award. Well deserved. You're next. You want to hello now. You're trying to get away. Tell us, how's been your experience of the Zero Conference? I know, amazing, right?
Yes, thank you so much. I also thanks you, everybody, and specifically a special thanks to Ms. Caroline Wagner and Alfred for all the supports they have provided to bringing me here to present enterprise development for people with disabilities in Afghanistan. Thank you so much.
You are very welcome, and thank you for taking the microphone. It's brilliant when somebody does that. Just so everybody knows, this is a good question. For all of you awardees, you will be sent your pictures, by the way. We're not just keeping them for ourselves. So after the ceremony, you will all get your award pictures. A very good question there. And a big round of applause for our last batch of 5. Not the last batch of 5, just the most recent 5. Sorry.
I'd like to call the next awardees on stage. From the United Kingdom, ICEVI. From the United States, the University of Oregon. From Bangladesh, the CDD. From Ireland, WOC. And from Singapore, the Genashtim organization. ICEVI works with partners all over Southeast Asia to facilitate access to education and job opportunities for people with visual impairments. As of March 2016, 2,000 people have been benefiting from the project. The Path to the Future project is run by the University of Oregon. It's a vocational educational program that empowers young women with disabilities. They are trained in self-advocacy, communication skills, and preparing them for the future. CDD supports people with disabilities to get employment, work, and vocational training. They have created a partnership of more than 350 companies, and internationally and also nationally. WOC is an Irish association and charity that provides personalized support for people with disabilities. It enables them to join the open labor market before they leave school at the age of 18. And Genashtim is a for-profit social enterprise from Singapore. The company has structured the work process in a way that people with various disabilities can be included in the workforce.
So tell me, what country are you from and what is your practice?
I'm from Bangladesh, and the practice is about providing training for people with disabilities to create the individual capacities and also to create the group capacities for self-help groups. So we provide training for individual level and also as a group level so that they can avail the opportunities in their own community. So building capacity so that they can collectively seek for opportunities like from the government and then private organization and also development organizations.
And so what's your vision of success?
We are still in a beginning process for involving people with disabilities in the employment. So it's still a long way to go. So this practice, the practice I have learned from different parts of the world, now time is to implement in Bangladesh as well.
Well, thank you for starting. Now another Irishman. What are you here for?
here for an award.
You definitely deserve an award.
After day, long day.
Long day.
Long day.
Tell us, what is it? What's the work that you do?
The piece of work that we have here is to do with young people in school, trying to make sure that they transition into open labour market rather than disability centres. So we aim to have each young person in paid employment before they leave school.
That's fantastic. To avoid that glitch that happens in Ireland. So well deserved. Congratulations, Essl. Okay, a round of applause for the 5. I'm starting to lose my words. I'm so sorry. I've been talking too much all day. Okay, Wilfred, our next group.
Yes, from Egypt, the City Center, please. From the United Kingdom, Sight Savers. From Armenia, the Bridge of Hope. From Romania, the VOCATIONal Foundation. And from Lebanon, the Lebanese Physical Handicapped Union. Please come forward.
This side. You're all making
The
me run
City
City
Center provides the vocational preparation and training for young people with intellectual disabilities. They have placed over 500 youth in various types of jobs and have supported 300 to start their own business. Moreover, they've created an organization network of more than 300 companies. Connecting the Dots is a project initiated by Sight Savers and is implemented by its branch in Uganda. They provide individually tailored training sessions for unemployed young persons to enable them to participate in the labor market. The Bridge of Hope program, Right to Earn a Living, is dedicated to the protection of rights of children and youth with both physical and intellectual disabilities. The VOCATIONal Foundation is a non-profit organization that provides community-based services. In Timișoara, in Romania, more than 200 persons with intellectual disabilities have benefited from the activities. And the Lebanese Physically Handicapped Union is an advocacy organization for people with disabilities. Since 2012, they have created more than 200 jobs in various sectors in Lebanon and Palestine. Please come forward.
I have to say, I've sat on the board of Sight Savers for 8 years, and it's wonderful to see Sight Savers here, and this is a great award. So just a little amazing piece of work. Now, tell me, what country are you from and what's your practice?
I'm coming from Romania, and I'm a founder, and I'm running a foundation which provides services for people with developmental disability, Pentru Voi.
And so how is it to get funded there? Is it easy to raise money in Romania for work around people with disabilities?
It's challenging, very challenging. I think it's challenging all over the world to raise money, but especially in a country like Romania, which is a poor country, probably one of the most poor country in European Union, together with Bulgaria. And it's also the question of attitude, because people are not so charitable. It's not a tradition that we have because of all the years of communism. So it's not easy. But I think we have done a good job because of the EU projects in Romania, but as well we have this social enterprise. And when we started it, we thought that, so our goal was not to lose money. And after 5 years, our surprise was that not even that we are not losing money, but we have a profit in our social enterprise, and that allows us to support social services. So it was much more than we expected.
So I think that deserves a round of applause, a profit in a social enterprise in such a quick amount of time. Congratulations. Now, once again, you can see there were only 2 of the practices out of the 5. It's not that we're missing anything. So this is the end of this block. So this is a round of applause, please, for our 2 awardees.
The second last group, please, from South Africa, Cape Mental Health. From Nepal, the Corona Foundation. From Turkey, the Down Syndrome Association. From Jamaica, Deaf Can Coffee. And from Chile, the Fundación Descúbreme. Please. Cape Mental Health provides career path training for adults aged 18 to 65 with these intellectual disabilities in the training workshop Unlimited project. Each day, 550 people attend their courses. The Inspire to Care project is a project initiated by the Corona Foundation, a Netherlands-based non-profit organization. The project is committed to disability prevention and community-based rehabilitation. The Down Syndrome Association in Turkey wants to create an equal opportunity atmosphere for people with disabilities. In the period from 2014 to 16, they've provided job opportunities for 30 people. Deaf Can Coffee is a social enterprise that trains young people with hearing impairments to become professional baristas. The company presently employs 25 youngsters as part-time on the campus of the Caribbean Christian Center for the Deaf. And Descúbreme, Discover Me is a Chilean NGO. And with 6 partner organizations, they have started the process of certification to enable young people with disabilities to participate in secondary education and vocational training. Please come forward.
Okay, I just need to say there's 2 awardees here. I asked them would they like to answer a question, and they said, no, I'm too excited. I just love that. You see, that's good positive energy, isn't it? So I'm going to go back here to you. So tell me, first of all, where you come from, what you're here to celebrate, and what's been your experience of the Zero Conference?
Well, I'm Carola. We're coming from Chile. It has been great. This is our first time in Zero Project, and we have learned so much from what happened in other countries, the best practices that we have heard, and working for the future networking. So definitely we will be trying to be here next year.
And tell us a little bit about your own practice that you have been awarded for.
Here we are, the private, the public, and also an NGO, Fundación Descúbreme, working together, developing a certification scheme that help to create job opportunities for people with a cognitive disability.
Oh, fantastic. You guys, you and Onse should be having a conversation maybe.
Well,
Hello?
He comes.
You can't run away from me. I'm here with the microphone.
Mattia comes from the company who participate from the private sector, SKBG.
And so why did you think it was a good idea to participate from the private sector?
It's for companies an honor because it's a good opportunity for all the confident with the team. Mm-hmm.
Can you keep spreading the word around the world, please?
Spelling the word around the world?
Yeah.
A-R-O-U-N-D.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So a round of applause, please. And I believe, Wilfred, we're on our final 5. Would that be correct?
We have the final six.
Oh, the
because
final 6,
56
apologies,
yes.
the final 6.
From Israel, the Avriderech Lahaim. From Turkey, Engels' Korea. From Ethiopia, the ECDD. From India, the Equitas Holding. From Germany, the Universität zu Köln. And from Lesotho, the Ministry of Education and Training. Please. Avriderech Mechina means milestones in life, and they provide a 2-year transition program from high school to the open labor market for young people with autism. The Engels' Career is Turkey's first HR portal for people with disabilities. They bring together the community and employers who are looking for these people. In 2016, the organization listed more than 10,000 CVs on their website. The ECDD operates an inclusive skills training and employment program in Ethiopia. And so far, they have assisted 1,500 beneficiaries. The Equitas Holding is an Indian organization that helps women with disabilities to establish their own business by providing microfinance solutions and giving loans without collateral. The Universität zu Köln has initiated a project to enable and to promote postgraduate studies for students with disabilities. They have created 45 jobs positions at 21 partner universities all over Germany, where students can simultaneously obtain a PhD degree. And the Ministry of Education and Training in Lesotho places teachers with disabilities in regular schools, supported by assistant teachers. While the focus was initially on visually impaired people, the initiative has been extended and now reaches out to persons with different disabilities as well. Please come forward to receive your award.
Mehmet, well, the first award is coming. You're here from Turkey. Is there something you'd like to say?
Yes, thank you for everything. I'm coming Istanbul, and it's I pray to God every time, because I am disability, because I am here, change the world. I am here. I speak for all world to disability people, because and now I will give third award, the world award, and I will give to all world disability people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it was lovely to have your son join us for the last few days, the CEO of your company, Michael. Now, my friend from Chennai, tell us what you're here for.
I'm from a microfinance organization, now become a bank, and we work with about 4 million clients, and of which about 18,000 women with disabilities, which is just 0.5%. But I thought it was not a good way to get, so I need to reach a bigger number. But this is a day of celebration, so I'm celebrating, thanks to our good friend, the judge from the US.
Yes, John, so we have to celebrate what you've achieved right now. But we were talking outside, and you were saying that you would think that you'd like to bring a Zero conference to India. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be lovely. Can we have a Zero conference, Zero project conference in India in 2018? And can you host it?
I'll definitely host it. So we have a promise of a conference in Ecuador and a Zero conference in India. We're going to hold you to that, John. I just want to ask you, how have you found the Zero conference? Has it been, are you here for first time, is that correct?
It's my first time to be here. And it's a pleasure that Zero Project has invited us to this vital conference. We are doing a quite great job. We are placing teachers with disabilities in the regular schools together with their assistant teachers. First of all, it was meant for teachers with visually impaired persons, but it has extended to other disabilities. So we are really overwhelmed that we have been invited by Zero Project. We are really happy.
We're very, very happy to have you as well. Okay, and so that is our very final awardee of the last 6. So can we put a huge round of applause together for everyone? Guys, I'm so sorry. I was rubbish. I really was rubbish. Between the running around, I think I've spoken way too much. But please do not let that take away from the fact that we were trying to get as many small conversations as we could, because it's so hard that every single project or policy or practice really deserves more space than we can give, but you can just see how many they were. So thank you, all of you, so very much for what you have done. Joining these dots, the dots in this room, the dots outside the room, the streaming, this is really our time. This is our time. So we're going to ask all of our awardees, both practices and policies, to come and join us on the stage, because we'd like a family photograph. Michael, hold on. No, Michael.
And all of you who also want to join the family picture, so please come forward, everyone. So.
Well, that could be all of us. Oh no, Martin's now going to sing with me.
And last but not least, please give Caroline a very big applause.
I was rubbish. Oh, guys, I need to go back to my day job. So can I bring everybody up? And can we also give a big round of applause to Wilfred here? God bless him to have to partner with me. So please, for those of you who'd like to be in a family photograph, congratulations to you all. There's food outside. Let the conversation continue. It is just, as always, the greatest pleasure to be here at the Zero Conference Project and Awards. So be back in this room at 9:30 tomorrow, and we will be on our final day. So please, come on up. Come on up, all photographers, people, family, friends, children, brothers, sisters, mothers, let's come. Actually, you might as well all come up if you'd like to get into the photo. Oh, and Gerda Essl, Martin's wife, please come. You've been waiting
Zero
so
Project
quiet over there.
for a world without